3. So this is a pretty big deal. I don't know if you're like me. When you was growing up, the heavyweight division was very much the division that kind of, I don't know, got you most of your focus. Like for me, thinking back to the likes of Frank Bruno, Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield, of course, Mike Tyson. I suppose in a way it kind of went into a bit of a slump with the Klitschko's just because they were so dominant, but also a little bit dull. And obviously now we've had Wilder, we've had Fury, we've had Joshua, we've got Usyk, and we haven't actually seen any of those belts be defended this year. Tyson Fury didn't fight or hasn't fought since late last year. Obviously, we were hoping that we were going to be getting Fury and Usyk, and you know, unfortunately, we didn't. So we didn't get anything there. But we are getting a fight tonight. Now, we've got to be very honest and very truthful about how the chances look tonight, and they don't look brilliant if you are a Dubois fan. If you are someone that's right behind Daniel Dubois, who is from the UK, he is English. He is young, 25, great fighter. He's got skills. He's got a nice record of 19-1 with 18 knockouts. He's someone that's been built up for years. You know, his whole career, his whole life has built towards this moment tonight. It's a big, big moment, and it is very, very exciting. So Usyk against Dubois. It's obviously all about Usyk. Usyk is expected to get the victory tonight, but Dubois has a puncher's chance. He's definitely got a puncher's chance, but he's going to have to do it in enemy territory. We're in Poland, and we are obviously going to be seeing a lot of Ukrainians. The coverage has just started, so we are just seeing a few shots inside the stadium. Yeah, there is going to be a lot of Ukrainians around. I actually know this place. I've been to this place. It's called Wroclaw. My ex-girlfriend came from there. And so I've actually been to this place where this is being held like 4 or 5 times. I know this city quite well. I've been clubbing in this city. I've spent like weekends and been shopping and like, yes, like gone to restaurants and bars and had nights out in this city. It is a beautiful, beautiful place. It really is. And actually, if you've seen any of the coverage of this event, you will have seen a lot of people talking about Wrocław, and you will have seen a lot of people saying just that, like how incredible it is and how they wish they could spend a bit longer there. It's got beautiful architecture. It's got great friendly people. It's weird actually, because when you think of Poland, I don't know about you, but I always think of somewhere quite grey. I always think of somewhere that's maybe a bit depressing, economically, you know, quite a difficult place, hardships and whatever. This is the exact opposite of all of that. It's the exact opposite. Like, it's colorful, it's vibrant, it's exciting, the people are friendly. It's amazing. It's an amazing place. I'd love to go back again one day. And actually, we're just getting some brilliant shots of Wrocław. We're just seeing the town square, which has got some absolutely stunning architecture. It's a great advert for the place. It really is a great advert for the place. And if ever you get a chance to go, do it. If you get a chance to go to Poland, do it. It's a beautiful country. It's a really great country, but it's not far away from the Ukraine. So as a result, there is a lot of Ukrainians due to the war that have found themselves in Wrocław. And so this place is going to be bouncing tonight. Usyk's going to have a lot of support tonight. And honestly, you know, I'm rooting for Dubois, but I must admit, it's just the boxing fan in me that wants to watch this tonight. I think if you're a boxing fan, like, anytime the heavyweight titles are on the line is like noteworthy. And as we said, we haven't had a heavyweight title fight so far this year. The fact that Daniel Dubois is a fighter I've been following for a while now is going to be like going up against the champ and having his opportunity. It feels too soon. Doesn't feel like he's ready. but certainly Frank Warren feels like he's ready. And so Frank Warren, I think, has seen enough to say, now's your time. They could have stepped aside. They didn't. They haven't. And so they've pulled the trigger and they're going for the title here. So, yeah, I know a lot of people might be looking at this and might be a bit like, why are we doing this tonight? Why are we watching this? I know the place where it's coming from. I've got a connection with that place. I love that place. So that's got me interested. Daniel Dubois is someone that we've watched on the channel quite a few times. And he's a rising British heavyweight. He finally gets a shot at some proper world titles in the heavyweight division tonight. I really want to see how that goes for him. And he just happens to be taking on Usyk, who is one of the pound-for-pound best boxers in the world. And I think because of what's happening in Ukraine, but also the way that he kind of carries himself, and we've seen him just obviously face Joshua twice. I feel like certainly if you watch the channel, if you join us for these streams, or even if you're just a fan of boxing, I think you'll have a healthy respect for Usyk because he just carries himself like a champion. He's very, very respectful. He is obviously highly skilled, one of the best boxers on the planet. But he doesn't, he doesn't brag about it. He's very grounded. I just really like him. And he's funny as well. He's funny. He's got a personality. He's quite eccentric, but I like that. It's a bit different. He's a character. And you like to see characters in boxing. So even if this was Usyk versus Joe Bloggs, right? Just some random guy off the street, I would still be interested. Because I like Usyk, and certainly because of where it's being held. But add in the fact that it's Daniel Dubois getting his opportunity as well. I'm on board, man. I'm excited. I'm actually really excited for this. I've been looking forward to this for a good few weeks as it's, been getting closer and closer. And it's here. So, yeah, that's why we're doing this week. I'm genuinely... I'm engaged with it. I'm proper, excited for it. And I hope you lot are... excited as well. Right, let's I did just see we had a super chat. Do you want to jump into the chat and say hello to everyone? Of course I do. And I hope everyone's doing well. Obviously, if you join us for the wrestling stuff, last night was heavy. In fact, the past 48 hours have been heavy as one of the most popular wrestlers sadly passed away. And it's been difficult. It's been obviously a challenge for people, and last night was a challenge. But, I feel like we can take a breath. That's what I'm looking to do here. Take a breath and focus on a completely different sport. Focus on something positive. Focus on something exciting and kind of take our mind away from the other stuff that's been going on, And, this is welcome. This is very welcome. It's very well. I've said before, I love the fact we do lots of different things on the channel. It's all kind of fighting related, UFC, boxing, wrestling. It's all kind of connected in that way, in that world. But it is nice to just have a look at something different right now because the wrestling stuff's pretty heavy. So yeah, boxing and, as we said, something to really look forward to. Jordan James, shout out to you, my friend. Norma Anderson, shout out to you. Dylan Long as well, all people that have kindly jumped on to support the channel. Really appreciate the support. We are going to do a wrestling watch along on Thursday. It was meant to be Thursday just gone, but obviously what with the news and everything, it's been pushed back. So we are going to do a watch along on Thursday. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. That should be a lot of fun. Gonna do Payback, and yeah, I think we'll still do Payback. I was thinking then, is that the right show now that Bray has passed? Is it right to watch the show where Bray loses the title? I don't know. Perhaps I'm just a bit overthinking it, but as of right now, we will still be doing that show. We also have, they're just showing the fight cards. So Lapin against, I must admit this undercard, it has not grabbed me. I think there's a lot of Polish fighters, a lot of Ukrainian fighters. I am interested in seeing Adam Hamid because that is Prince Nassim Hamid's son. He is in the co-main event slot as well. Berinchyk against Yigit. I'm looking forward to that. That is one that I've done a bit of research on. Sharez is someone who is British, is English, is in the middleweight division. He's someone that I don't know much about, to be honest. I've just been doing a bit of research into. So there's a couple of things on the undercards, but really this is all about that main event, and that main event is pretty juicy. So we do have the coverage. We're seeing inside the arena. It's actually a stadium that can hold 40-odd thousand people. And we've got, obviously, it's filling up. There's a lot of Ukrainian flags, Ukrainian colors. It's going to be firmly behind Usyk. And honestly, I'm really pleased for him because he hasn't fought at home since 2015. He has constantly gone to other people's countries to fight them, and he's won. He's undefeated. He came over and fought Joshua twice and undefeated. Obviously, he's faced Chisora, all of his cruiserweight fights. He's gone to all these various countries. He hasn't been fighting within the Ukraine. And even now he can't fight in the Ukraine. But here we are in Poland, as close as we can get. And it's going to feel like the Ukraine. Because as we said, I think there's 250,000 Ukrainians in Wroclaw. Imagine that. 250,000 people have come to that city. And I think it's 40,000 of them are getting into the stadium. So 40,000 have got in tickets and into the stadium. But there's 250,000 that's just around in the area. So, yeah, this is going to be a very pro-Usyk crowd. And actually, I do want to get to the chat and get to your comments. But how's that going to affect things? How is that going to affect things? How is the fact that this is going to be so pro-Usyk? Is that going to be a problem for Dubois? Is that going to motivate Dubois? Is that extra pressure going to be a problem for Usyk? Is it going to extra motivate Usyk? I mean, the only thing I would say is Usyk has not struggled without having that pressure. He's actually done well, obviously really well, going to other countries in his career. So it's hard to say that this is going to be of benefit for Usyk, because Usyk's been one of the best in the world. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's just going to look devastating tonight. Maybe we're going to get the absolute best version of him tonight. But equally, we might not. Equally, it might be a bit too much weight for him to carry, with this whole place going bananas, and maybe that's going to get a bit of adrenaline going, some extra adrenaline. I think he's used to feeding off the crowd booing him, and so the crowd being on his side, just don't know, man. You just don't know how these people are going to react to this. So it's very, very, very interesting. Very interesting. We got the first fight that's coming up. This is Lapin against Schwartz. I must admit, I mean, I did try to have a look to see what was on the main card tonight. There's so many fights on this card. I think the undercard started hours and hours ago, and they didn't mark as to what was on the undercard and what was on the main card, so I didn't actually know where to draw the line. So, to be honest, I've just really dialed in on the main event. I think that's pretty much why everyone's here. So I've really dug deep into the main event, got loads of little bits of information. Obviously, we've watched both guys quite a few times before. So, we were pretty good, pretty knowledgeable when it comes to both of these fighters. We can break it down and go through it. There's going to be loads of time to do that. I do want to jump in the chat and see where the conversation's at. And as I said, I hope everyone's doing all right. If it feels like I'm talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour, it's because I've got so much to say, because I am so looking forward to this event. Regia Productions says, R.I.P. Bob Barker, 99 years old. Bob Barker, has he passed away, has he? I don't know much about Bob Barker. I feel like he's a very famous game show host, but I couldn't tell you what he hosted. Was it maybe Jeopardy? At a guess, I would have said Jeopardy. Certainly, it's weird because not a celebrity really here in the UK. not known over here, but he's so famous in America that even though I couldn't even tell you what shows he hosted, or the fact I didn't even know he hadn't passed away already, I still know who he is. I can picture him. And I think it's because he's like, appeared on, I don't know, probably The Simpsons, or, he's been mentioned so many times on various different things that, I think when you get to a certain level of fame, it just doesn't even matter if they're on TV in your country or not. You just hear them being mentioned in interviews, or, being referenced in films, or popping up in TV shows, or, whatever. So yeah, I didn't know that news. That's interesting. Bob Barker, 99 though. No, you can't. That's not a bad innings, is it? It's not a bad innings. 99. Right, let's try and get to the chat then. So Break It 46 said, I can see Usyk throwing down the gauntlet for Tyson by doing a proper job on Dan, a fear me type of thing. I love that. I love that comment, because I think that what tonight needs is that little bit of extra spice, to be honest. There's a lot of people. I don't expect this stream to do well. I don't expect this stream to be like popular, right? If we can do, I don't even know. If we can just do what we would normally do for like a UFC show tonight, I'll be over the moon, right? I must admit, this is really a show for me. This is one that I don't want to miss this fight. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I really want to watch it. And so, that's why we're doing this event, because I'm really engaged with it. I'm on board with it. But I don't expect this to be, a popular stream, because I think that Usyk is a well-respected fighter, but I don't think many people know about Daniel Dubois. And I also think as well that Daniel Dubois has not looked great recently. So I think that even if you are a fan of Daniel, there's plenty of reasons to go into this with doubt. Plenty of reasons to think, no, he can't do it. It's too soon, right? Or he's still got a few things he needs to iron out, right? So I feel like there is just a little extra spice that's missing. It feels like there's something that's missing, something that's not grabbed people's attentions, It would be great if Tyson Fury was actually going. I think that would have done it. I think that had Tyson Fury have been going, and then we would have the potential for like a face-to-face afterwards, then I think that could have caught people's attention. Tyson Fury obviously brings that kind of star power. A lot of people wanted this to be Usyk against Wilder tonight. Could you imagine if that was the fight we were getting tonight? How insane that would be. Usyk against Wilder. Ugh, what a fight, man. What a fight. Because Usyk can be hit. He is hittable. Like Anthony Joshua caught him quite a few times. So he definitely can be hit. You do not want to get hit by Deontay Wilder. But the one thing I would say is that Usyk is so clever in the ring that I think that he would be able to avoid the big power shots from Wilder. I think if he did nothing else, I think that that would be at the forefront of his mind. He would know, I have to avoid that shot. If someone like Tyson Fury is able to largely, not totally, but largely avoid the big shots of Wilder. They faced 3 times. Fury was winning the first fight, ended up getting knocked down in the final rounds. That meant it was a draw, right? Then in the 2 fights that followed, Fury won those. So I feel like Fury definitely showed that he knew how to, work out Wilder. I mean, look, if Wilder and Fury faced 10 times, it could be something like 7-3 in favor of Fury. But we saw them face 3 times, and it was 2 wins to Fury and a draw. And I'm sure Fury would say that if he had had a bit longer for that first fight, because he was not in great shape, then he probably would have done a bit better in that first fight as well. But, he said, she said, whatever. But I think that Usyk would be able to work out Wilder's shots but it would still make for an incredible fight. And oh my God, that would be mental. There'd be so many people excited for that. That's a fight that I hope that we still get, to be honest. So, but yeah, as a result tonight, you know, if you compare tonight to Fury Usyk or Wilder Usyk or even Joshua Wilder, like Usyk Dubois is just nowhere near that same level. It's nowhere near that same level. The excitement for tonight is not that high, to be brutally honest, right? Just because people are like, it's Usyk's going to win. It's going to be easy night's work. You know, there's nothing that Daniel can do. He's got a puncher's chance, and it's nothing more than that, right? And I don't massively disagree with that, but I think there's definitely a lot more to say than just that. I think you're really boiling it down to, like, you know, the bare bones, when there's actually a lot more meat on those bones. There's a lot more to it than just that. So I'm still going Usyk personally, but I do give Daniel Dubois a little bit of a chance here, because I can definitely see paths to victory for him. And I also think that at these odds, which is like plus 800 for Daniel Dubois, I also think that in heavyweight boxing, one punch can like change everything. Yeah. But I also think that at plus 800, that's pretty good odds. It's pretty good odds, because I think that Daniel's got a chance. I don't know that I'd be willing to put money on it, but I did think about this. I was like, this is the kind of fight where I think Daniel and Usyk could fight 10 times. I think Daniel wins, say, once, right? That's how I see it. I think like 9 times out of 10, Usyk wins this fight. But I do think that once out of 10, Daniel Dubois wins the fight, right? So I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if you could find some like fights like this. And if you was to bet, say, £100 on 800 to like this plus 800 type thing, if you just put £100 down, I think that makes it like 8-1. So if it hits, your 100 becomes 800, right? And I was like, if you was to do that, and I haven't done it yet, but I'd be interested to know, like, how often would you make money out of that? Like, how often do these plus 800 underdogs actually come through? Because if you can, I don't know, say lose 5 times, but then you win, when you only have to win once to make 800, right? So you would have got your 500 back, and you'd be a couple of hundred up as well, if you know what I'm saying. But I haven't looked to see like how regular these kinds of plus 800. You don't want people that are just completely have no chance, right? You can tell when someone's got no chance. And there'll be a lot of people saying that's Daniel Dubois tonight. I disagree. I think the big reason why I disagree is because we've seen that Usyk has struggled in this division. He didn't finish Joshua in either of those fights. And Joshua landed on him in the 9th in the last one. Don't forget that last fight was a split decision win for Usyk, right? So Usyk wins by split decision. Both fights went to decision. Usyk definitely won both. Not saying he didn't. But it's not that he's going in there and sparking people out in the first round, right? And the thing is, as long as that fight goes, Daniel, you would think, is going to have a great opportunity to land some of those big power shots. Like, Daniel carries some serious power. He carries some really serious power. And Usyk just doesn't look like he's got it in him at this weight class to kind of be putting people away. So I don't know that he's going to put Daniel Dubois away. I don't know that he's going to be able to do that. And I think what happens and what we see is, I think he's going to wear Daniel down. I think that he's going to be too quick. I think he's going to fire off his shots. And I think that round after round is going to go by and Usyk's going to win the rounds, right? The only way I can see a stoppage is if Daniel takes so much punishment that the ref just calls it and the ref says, no, enough's enough, right? That's the only way that I can see that happening. But to be honest, I think that Daniel's going to have to really impose himself, really apply himself, really put the pressure on, really like take the fight to Usyk, make it uncomfortable, do a few things that he shouldn't, as long as he's not getting disqualified, just like a few warnings and whatever, just like stepping on the toes and leaning all your weight on. And, if you just kind of like land in the odd shot that you shouldn't, just really make it scrappy, make it dirty, right? You are not outboxing Usyk. You are not outboxing Usyk. But, little digs to the body, work the body. We know that Usyk doesn't respond well to the body. So there's a few little things like that I look at and I'm like, well, Usyk at times hasn't looked brilliant at heavyweights. And, he struggled against Chisora. I don't think he lost that fight to Chisora, but he was struggling against Chisora. And he's also quite inactive. He's only fought, I think, like 4 or 5 times in the past 4 or 5 years. He tends to have a fight once a year. And I think there was one whole year where he didn't fight. So he tends to fight once a year. He's largely inactive as a result. He's not someone that's like, like constantly fighting and constantly like, adapting to the heavyweight division. I think he has bulked out. I think he is like quite settled in the heavyweight division now. Before he felt like a cruiserweight that had moved up, but now I think he's pretty much there in this division, filled out a little bit more. And actually seeing him head to head with Dubois, there wasn't really much in it. They both looked about the same size, to be honest. There really didn't seem too much in it at all. But they were kind of 2 inches in it, I think. I think Usyk 6'3", and I think Dubois 6'5". And Dubois is definitely heavier. Dubois coming in at about 13 pounds heavier. But I don't know that that's a massive advantage for Dubois. I don't know that that's like a crazy difference. But it is a difference. Dubois is that bigger fighter, and he's going to have to use all of those extra 12 pounds to his advantage. But I do think that because Usyk's not looked brilliant at heavyweight, he's looked good. Right? Certainly good enough to get past Joshua, but not the world-beating cruiserweight, right? And also, let's not forget, he's 36. He's 36 as well. He's getting on in age. And Usyk's style is very much all about speed, reflexes, agility, footwork, right? They say power is the last thing to go, but Usyk's not really carrying much in the way of power. He's all about accuracy and speed and footwork and timing, and all of that is just going to get worse and worse and worse. Why do you think that Fury is stalling on fighting Usyk, right? Because he'll do it, but he'll do it when Usyk's 38, right? Because when he's 38, he's going to be a lot slower. His reflexes are going to be slower. His timing's going to be slower. Everything's going to be slower. And Usyk doesn't carry much in the way of a threat, right? He'll kill you by volume. He'll kill you with accuracy. So if he's going to start struggling to land the shots, his time at the top could be over relatively soon. Now, I don't know that time is now. I don't know that he's going to step in the ring and look that little bit slower. He's looked all right. He's looked perfectly fine. So I can't really say that Daniel can bank on that. But I do think that as a result of what I've said, I do think that Daniel could find a way in the early stages, land some like a body shot that really makes Usyk uncomfortable. And once you've got that opening, once you've got that chink in the armor, then you can maybe go to work and do a few things and do some interesting bits. And that's what's going to make tonight really interesting. Can he find that shot? Can he find that shot that's going to really buckle the knees of Usyk? Like, you've got to put water in the basement early. You've got to make him uncomfortable early. You've got to let him know that you are there. Like, he'll know you're there, but like, leave no doubt that you are there. Make him feel that you are there. Like, really land some, dig it in. And this is what I want to see. I heard their trainers saying that really this needs to be treated like a 4-round fight. I love that mentality. It's high risk. It's high risk. because if you don't do it within the first 4 rounds, you are gassed. If Dubois is going to treat this like it's a 4-round fight and he is going to put it all out there for the first 4 rounds, knowing that if he is going to win this, he's got to really hurt Usyk early, which is exactly what we're saying. And I think it's exactly the correct game plan. That means you've got to go at him, right? Thing is, Usyk is slick. He's agile. He's beautiful with countering. You are going to get pieced up. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. You're going to have to take shots to land shots. What it comes down to is, we know that Dubois shots are a lot more powerful than Usyk shots. That's what it comes down to. Like, yeah, Dubois is going to take punishment. He's going to get hit. But he got hit by Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce hits a lot harder than Usyk. A lot harder. And Daniel Dubois went 10 rounds with Joe Joyce. He was getting smashed so hard, he broke his orbital bone, right? And in the end, had to, like, take the knee, and he gets a lot of criticism for that. Well, I don't criticize him for that. I don't criticize him for that. I think if you've broken your orbital bone, right, I think at that point, you're having to worry about saving your vision, and you're having to worry about your career, not the fight, right, but your career. Listen, the greats lose. People lose. Things happen and you lose fights. And I think that if it was a case that he can feel that his eye is basically broken, I would imagine in that moment he's worried about doing permanent damage, worried about his whole career being ended. And as a result, I don't criticize him. I know it's not the manly thing. The manly thing is to be like, oh, he took the knee, he quit, he's got no heart. Come on, man. Come on. This is high-level elite sport, and he has got plenty of heart. But I think if you've broken your orbital bone, like, I'm willing to forgive you. I'm willing to go, do you know what? Yeah, fair play. Don't worry about it. It's all right. So, you know, that's his loss. That's his loss. That's his only loss. 19-1. And it was because he was getting hit so hard by Joe Joyce that he broke his orbital bone. So I think that there's nothing here that Usyk's going to do that's going to really scare Daniel Dubois. The problem Dubois is going to have is that, as we said, you know, Usyk kills you with volume, kills you with accuracy. Dubois is going to have to make sure that he can weather that, and he's going to have to make sure that he can respond to that and actually land big shots. This is what Joshua struggled with. Joshua tried to outbox Usyk in the first one. You ain't going to outbox Usyk, right? Pointless. Pointless. Joshua learnt that, and he looked better in the second fight. He looked better. Problem is, he still could not land the big juicy shot on Usyk. And, you know, if I'm a gambling man, I'm going to say that Daniel can't land the big juicy shot on Usyk, right? It's one of those things where you go, I feel like this is how you beat Usyk. How you beat Usyk is by landing the big juicy shot on Usyk, right? Early, making him, like, uncomfortable. Certainly if you can land something to the body. We've seen some body shots go in some of his previous fights, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't take them well. I don't know why, but it just, you can tell he's uncomfortable. The blueprint is right there. And so I think what everyone's looking at, I mean, look, Usyk's undefeated. You could land the juiciest body shot you've ever seen, and he might just shrug it off. But what we've seen previous would suggest that he wouldn't just shrug it off, and it would be a problem, and the alarms in his head would be going off, and the systems would start to shut down, right? And certainly at the age of 36, I've got to think that there's a real good chance that something will shut down. And so that feels like a path to victory for Dubois. But it's one thing to say this is what he needs to do. He needs to land something significant. Usyk needs to feel Dubois' power, right? That's an easy thing to say. It's a much harder thing to actually go in there and achieve it when the person in front of you is just moving around, coming at you from different angles. And, you know, you go to throw a shot and they're already switch position. You know, he was there a second ago, now they're over here, and it's like, you know, his movement, his agility is such a positive for him, and it's going to be such a conundrum for Daniel Dubois to have to try and work out. But that's the challenge. This is not easy. It's not meant to be easy. Plenty of people are saying he can't do it. I'm saying I don't think he will do it. I'm saying that there's a path to victory for him, but I don't think he will do it. And then it's going to be very interesting to see where we go after here. It's going to be very interesting then to see, can we get Usyk and Fury? I'm not feeling too confident about Usyk and Fury. I think Fury knows how good Usyk is. I think that they would do the fight, but it's got to be for astronomical money. I think that the money is a bit of a stumbling block because I think it is ridiculous money. Also, Usyk is coming back with a few of his own demands now. So they've said if the fight's going to be in England, it's going to need to be 50-50. I think at one point 70-30 was agreed in favor of Fury, which is mental. That means that he gets 70% of the purse. But they've said if it's going to be in England, then it's got to be 50-50. And these kind of things you just know are going to be stumbling blocks. You just know that these kind of things are going to be problems. It's really hard to see this fight being made. I don't know how much determination, that's the word I'm looking for. I don't know how much determination there is on both sides. I don't know how desperate both sides are to make this fight. I hope there is determination. I really do. I hope there is determination because certainly it's the fight to make for the fans. Usyk Fury is one of, if not the biggest fights in boxing. I mean, we were very fortunate to get Spence Crawford, and we watched that on the channel. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Hell of a showing, hell of a fight. But I must admit, I was quite surprised. It didn't seem like people were actually as crazy for that as what I thought they were going to be. Just felt a bit, listen, plenty of people were into it. But I can't say it's like the mega fight that I was expecting it to be. Like, it didn't, rock the foundations of the boxing world and of the combat world. Like, already very quickly, we feel like we've just moved on from it. I don't know that it's like this big marker that's been set, I don't know that it's like this all-time classic that we're going to be talking about, or this kind of massive moment. And it felt to me like it was the fight everyone wanted for so long. But I feel like Fury Usyk would be that moment. I think there's something about the heavyweights, hence why we're watching this right now. There's something about the heavyweights that just hits different to the public. I think it's because there's no heavier division like this. Really, if you're the heavyweight champion, you should be able to beat all the other boxing champions. You should be the man. That's what it comes down to. If you're the heavyweight boxing champion of the world, you are the top guy. You are the heaviest champion, and you should be able to use your size and strength advantage over any of those other weight classes to beat them and to be the best. And so I think that's what resonates with people, is really the heavyweight division is seen, rightfully or wrongfully, as the best. I mean, we know that Usyk was a cruiserweight. He moved up and he's won the titles. And so, it kind of shows that it doesn't quite work out that way. But I sort of feel like that's why this division is so respected and loved. And this is why it's so popular. And of course, you've got the names of the past, haven't you? Your Mike Tysons, your Muhammad Ali's, your Evander Holyfield, your Lennox Lewis's, like all of those names from the past that just resonate with people. That massively helps as well. So very, very excited about tonight. I've got Usyk winning. I've got him winning by decision. That would be my pick. But as we've said, and I think we've detailed it quite well, I think there's definitely paths for Dubois. I think he does need to treat it as a 4-round fight. I think he does need to put water in the basement, as they say. I think that he does need to find a finish. I think if we go to the judges, I don't see any way Dubois wins, right? I don't see any way he wins because Usyk's so good at landing shots, so quick, so skilled. It's really hard to see Daniel winning rounds. I can't see him winning rounds. So I am definitely leaning towards Usyk picking up the victory if we go that far. But hopefully Dubois can end it early, man. I would love for that first round, because we know that Usyk, the other thing as well, Usyk's a slow starter. He's a slow starter. I would love it. I would love it if he landed somewhat juicy in that first round and we saw Usyk wobble. And do you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, the word would go out around the world at that point that something is happening. Summer is happening. You need to tune into this fight because the world boxing heavyweight champion got 3 of the 4 championship. He is rocked. He is rocked. He is in trouble. And, you know, how's the rest of the fight going to go? I would love it if that happens. I would love it if that happens. I actually can't lose tonight because I love Daniel Dubois, right? I do think he's a good fighter. I have always wondered as to whether he would be a champion. I felt like he would. That loss to Joyce sort of changed my mind a little. Not because of him quitting, but because he wasn't able to get to the distance. You know, all of a sudden, I felt that he was of the 2 boxers, I thought he was the more skilled boxer. I thought he was the better boxer. And actually, if you watch that fight, he is. I mean, he is. It's a really good fight, actually. But I saw the injury end that fight, and all of a sudden you go, if that's happening in this fight, that could happen when he faces Fury. Like, you know, that could happen when he faces Wilder. I mean, obviously, the threat with Wilder is just getting clipped anyway. Forget getting injured. It's getting knocked out, isn't it? So, but I feel like everyone knows that when they step in with Wilder about making sure you take that right hand away. But yeah, since he lost and I've seen him lose and I've seen how he can lose, I think that knocked him. And I think it knocked his confidence and I think it knocked his progression. And I do worry that this is quite quick after that. I mean, that fight was, what, 2020? It's about 3 years ago now. He's had 4 fights since. His last fight, he didn't look great. He didn't look great in that last fight. And actually, he got clipped on the top of his head. It wobbled him. And I think as he was, like, stumbling back, he did his ACL. So he completely messed up his ACL. That got used a little bit as an excuse, I think. Like, yeah, I got knocked down 3 times, but it's because I did my ACL. Don't know that tells the whole truth, to be honest. I think you got clipped against an all right fighter, but no one on the level of a Fury or a Wilder or an Usyk. And we've seen him in a bit of trouble. So I don't know. I'd love to see him. I wish he'd beaten someone like a Wilder, you know? If he'd had Dubois, Wilder, and he'd got past Wilder, I'd be coming into this with a lot more confidence. He is unproven. It's the truth. He is unproven. There is something a bit exciting about that, though. You know, the fact that he's unproven means that he could surprise us, you know? He's managed to win 19 of his 20 fights. He's managed to get 18 knockouts in those 20 fights. His only loss was because of an orbital bone injury. He is seen as like a rising star, a really good fighter, carries power. But yeah, this is a big test, man. This is a big test. I see Usyk throwing down. The gauntlet said break it. That's how we got onto that topic. Did you see Edge saying the rumors of his contract being rejected by WWE were not true? What were your thoughts? I saw a video on this, but I couldn't quite make out what he was saying. So he said something along the lines of he'd seen news of the contract disputes. He said that he had a contract extension in his thing. I need to rewatch it. I couldn't work out if he was saying that that was not true, right? That the negotiation thing was just had broken down, right? Or the deal had been declined. I couldn't make out if he was saying that that categorically wasn't true. I've got an extension. I've just got to decide if I want to sign it or not. Or was there a bit of back and forth? Because as we said, you know, with negotiations, you might come in with an offer, it might get declined, and then there might be a counter offer. So was there an offer that came in that got declined? And then they went back to the table and now there's another offer waiting for him. There's another, like, how is that the first offer? Is he only had that one offer? And that's it, and he's just having to decide whether to sign it. Has there been multiple offers that have been made, and there's been a bit of back and forth? So I couldn't quite tell as to what had gone on there, to be honest. I couldn't quite tell as to whether that news, because if that news is not true, then PW Torch were the ones that reported it. That news went everywhere. And I said, like, if it does come out that news is just categorically not true, you know, that would be enough for me to not treat them as a source going forwards, because I'm not interested in talking about like made up rubbish. Like if it's just fake made up rubbish news, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in like just doing, you know, talking for the sake of it and videos for the sake of it if there's nothing truthful behind it. I would hate for people to, well, I see those channels and I don't want to be those channels. I want to just talk about and report on stuff that's good information, you know? So if it turns out to be that, then I'd be quite happy to say, yeah, I'm not going to use them as a source or reliable source going forwards. But I did see that video, but I couldn't tell as to what draft that contract extension was. Was it the first draft, the second draft, the third draft? Had there been some back and forth? So that was my thoughts on that. Russell Andy said, do you know when the main event is on? No, I don't, unfortunately. I mean, I think the show has started. We're just done our first undercard fight. We're, you know, just working our way through. There's a few undercard fights tonight. I would imagine that we're a good at least couple of hours away from the main event. I think we've still got a bit of a way to go till we get to that main event. But yeah, you know, we've got so much to kind of break down and talk about still. Like we've got so much to go through. It's going to be a really, really interesting evening. And don't forget as well, Prince Naseem's son is going to be on the undercard. I think he is legit the co-main event. Never had a professional fight. Never had an amateur fight. It's mental. It's mental. Because he's Prince Naseem's son, he is going to be fighting. Like for the very, very first time. Obviously, he's been doing sparring and stuff like that, but yeah, that's mental. Right, I want to jump into the chat, get people's thoughts. Days, what do you think of Spain's head coach, women's football being suspended? What are your thoughts? I don't know. I don't really have much thoughts when it comes to like all of that. I think that's something for them to work out. I mean, it seems like a developing story. I mean, he's come back and said that she something to do with she picked him up. I don't know if you heard about this, but apparently she went over, put her arms around his waist and sort of leant back and sort of picked him up. And I think that because she had physically like manhandled him, he wanted to respond with a, you know, you beauty kind of, oh God, yeah, this is kind of amazing. I don't know. I think anything like that that's not consensual is, you know, clearly in this day and age, not acceptable, right? I don't think there'd be too much argument on that. But then his counter argument is, well, it sort of was consensual because she grabbed me and picked me up. And there is a picture, actually, 2 pictures I saw. One of her with her arms around his waist. And then the next picture is her sort of slightly leaning back and him off the ground. And I think he might have took that as a bit of, because, I don't know, you can kind of counter it by saying, is that acceptable? Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable for one person to pick up another person? I mean, the whole thing was done in joyful celebration, right? I don't think anyone would argue that the kiss was wrong, right? I would say the kiss was wrong. But I don't know, there just seems like there's more that's coming. I mean, they're talking of suing her. It's mental, isn't it? They're talking of suing her, and she's going to get sued because she's come out and said, like, her statements He's come out and said his statements. His stuff is out of sync with hers. She's saying no, that's not what happens. So it's messy, man. It's really messy. It's a very interesting one. It's one that, you know, I can't sit here and say that I've got a firm opinion on, because I think that there's a bit more to this than what meets the eye, and I am interested to know kind of how it all plays out. I think it is getting people to ask those questions themselves, isn't it? Like, what is consensual? Like, is that a problem? I mean, I think it's a problem. I think, like, I'm trying to think, like, where is that line? I think that line, you know, is clearly you can't just randomly kiss someone on the lips without their consent. But he's countering by saying, well, I felt I had that consent. How is it acceptable for her to grab me and pick me up off the ground without my consent? The one thing I will say, though, is he is in a position of power as the head of the Spanish FA. That is, I would argue, different as well to her position as just being a player, right? So he is someone that's meant to be respectable, in a suit. He's representing the Spanish FA. He should not be getting... he should not be getting carried away to that extreme. So you can counter it by saying, well, it doesn't matter if she picked him up off the ground, right? That's just a player, just giddy with excitement, right? Being a bit cheeky. That doesn't matter. He should not have done what he did. And I would definitely listen to that. I would definitely listen to that, because I can't say I disagree with that. But it's difficult because I keep, like, finding out new little bits. And it's one that I'm very interested in just seeing how it plays out. So I can't really say, like, I've got an opinion. I'm not going to sit here and say, yes, he should absolutely go. But I'm equally not going to sit here and say he should absolutely stay. Because I just keep reading more and more stuff that keeps coming out. He is adamant that he has not done anything wrong. And for the Spanish FA to now go and try and sue her, like, who saw that coming? Who saw that coming? Where the Spanish FA came out and they're like, we're going to sue that player. The player that got kissed on the lips. The one that seemingly is in the right and the Spanish FA is seemingly in the wrong. They've responded by going, we're going to sue you. Mental. It's mental. It's mental. The whole thing is, like, crazy. I'm having a lovely time watching it, though. They had Bray Wyatt's entrance music play at halftime at the Arsenal game, says Perry. Who have you got winning, Usyk or Dubois, said the Joker. We broke that down, but we spoke about it. I'm leaning Usyk. So just briefly, he is quick. He is amazing footwork, amazing agility. He is so hard to pin down. I'll tell you one thing you need to do with him, and that is really cut off the ring. Don't allow him space. Don't allow him, like, room to work. You've got to really cut the ring off, which is easier said than done. You've got to impose yourself. You've got to bully him. You've got to really, like, put your weight on him. You've got to really go to town, really put the work in. This is why a lot of people are saying that the amount of effort that it's going to take to beat Usyk, you probably can only fight a 4-round fight, because you're not going to be able to do that over 12 rounds. You're not going to be able to, like, cut off the ring and, like, try to, like, and eat the shots that are clearly going to be coming, and from all angles as well. And all the while you're taking these shots, trying to restrict the movement, you've got to try and land something big and significant, and something that really sets the alarms going off in Usyk's head, right? We all saw him covering up against Joshua in the 9th. We all saw that he was hurting. The only thing I would say is I don't think he was actually hurting. I think that was his defense. I think what happens is when he does get hit, right, he doesn't do anything that adventurous. What he does is he covers up. He shuts up shop, right? He covers up. He shuts up. Everything gets tight, and he weathers the storm, right? Until the, like, you know, he can get through it or whatever, or he can find a way of getting out of there, or the round ends, or whatever it might be. But he basically takes no more punishment, and he just shuts up. And the thing is, we saw that in the 9th, and then he looked so good in like the 10th and the 11th and the 12th because he hadn't took any further damage. If Dubois lands on Usyk in the early stages of this fight, we could see Usyk shut shop, weather the storm, right? And then just seemingly be okay. Like, Dubois is going to have to land something big, but he's going to have to follow it up. What I will say is Dubois is a great finisher. If there's an injured, wounded opponent in front of him, Dubois is very good at turning off the lights. As we said, 20 fights. One of them was a loss. 19 wins. 18 knockouts. 18 knockouts. This guy can bang. He's got some good power. They call him Dynamite. That's his nickname. Like Triple D. So Dynamite. He's got dynamite in his hands. He's not a Wilder. He's not a Wilder. But he's got some good power about him. But the problem is that, you know, he doesn't have a speed advantage over Usyk. He doesn't have a boxing skill advantage over Usyk. He's got youth. He's got power. And that's about it. That's why really people are just saying he's got a puncher's chance. And that's it. He's got a puncher's chance. I think, I keep saying that. I think there's more to it than that because it's not... like anything can happen in the heavyweight division. That is true. But equally, we know that Usyk is someone that doesn't have loads of experience at heavyweight. This is you know, a division he moved up to a few years ago. He's one of the greatest cruiserweights ever, right? Absolutely, what he did in cruiserweight division is incredible. So he's one of the best ever cruiserweights. He's obviously doing it in the heavyweight division, but he hasn't looked great. Like, against Joshua, I think he faced a very lackluster Joshua in the first fight. I think Joshua had completely the wrong game plan in the first fight. He wanted to outbox Usyk. He wanted to show that he could box, and he wanted to outbox Usyk, right? I mean, that just strikes me as stupid. And in retrospect, it was stupid. And in the second fight, he knew that he had to use his size. And he tried, but he just wasn't able to do it, right? And I think what we saw with Joshua in the second fight, and don't forget that second fight is a split decision, okay? So it's a split decision. Granted, we know the judges are a little bit biased, you know. But even so, definitely Usyk won. But it goes down on paper as a split decision. I think you will see Dubois fighting like Joshua did in that second fight. I think it'll be a mixture of Joshua in the second fight and Derek Chisora. I think the Derek Chisora in particular, because Don Charles was Derek Chisora's trainer. And I don't know if you saw the press conference. Oh, man. If you haven't seen the press conference, Don Charles was so good. He was so good. He said, right, that he has he's got ready to face a few Ukrainian fighters throughout his career, and he said that when he was like first going up against a Ukrainian fighter, he had a fighter, and he was new to the game, right, as a trainer. He had a fighter, and they did an open workout. And he was like, I don't know how to do an open workout. I've never done an open workout. So they stepped in and they did an open workout. They basically did a workout in front of people, right? And Don Charles said, I was really excited to see what my opponent was going to do because I wanted to learn. I wanted to see what they're all about. And he said, I was so disappointed because when I saw what they did the absolute bare minimum. And he said, of course they did. Like, now I know an open workout is just nothing. It's for show. You don't give anything away. But we did a proper workout. And apparently that fight fell through. It fell through. And he said years later, he had a phone call from he bumped into one of the guys that worked with the potential opponent. And they said, as soon as we saw your open workout, and you showed just, you know, we saw how good your fighter was and how well prepared they were. we knew that was going to be a bit too much of a difficult night, and so that's actually why the fight ended up getting scrapped. They didn't give that reason at the time, but years later he said this is what he was told. So he said, like, you know, I've got that experience, and then I had the experience of like training up Derek Chisora, and he says, you know, we proper rocked Usyk. Usyk definitely knew that Chisora was there. We provided the blueprint for anyone that wants to beat Usyk. We showed that he can be beaten. We showed how to beat him by making him uncomfortable and like really going after him and bullying him and using that size. And he says, you know, we just weren't able to see the job through. But I've got a fighter here that's younger. I've got a fighter here that's hungry. I've got a fighter here that's got power. Like he is excited. Don Charles is excited. Like he really believes that Daniel Dubois is going to do this tonight. Frank Warren really believes that Daniel Dubois is going to do this tonight. Frank Warren, legendary promoter, he said that we had the opportunity to step aside, but we didn't. We easily could have stepped aside and allowed someone else to fight Usyk, and we could have had our shot further down the road. But he is ready. He is ready. It is the right time right now for this opportunity. And so Frank Warren he's been very clear. He's been going around telling everyone he's gonna knock out Usyk. Frank Warren, you know, he's a promoter. Right, I'm not stupid. He's a promoter and he's promoting the fight, right? But I appreciate the little things where, you know, little things like him saying we could have stepped aside. We could have stepped aside. We didn't have to do this tonight, but I believe in him. I'm putting my name behind him. Like, I believe he wins this fight. And like, it's little things like that that for me just really make this a much more engaging evening, because none of us want to sit here and watch a fight that's going to be so one-sided and really dull, and Daniel Dubois just not doing anything and whatever. And so we're looking for reasons as to why should I tune in? Why should I give this my time? What is the purpose of me tuning in tonight? For me personally, as I said, I've been to the place where this is being held. I love the place where this is being held. It's a beautiful city, and the foods, the beer is cheap. It's not like crazy cheap, but certainly a lot cheaper than here in the UK. You definitely feel you're getting a good bang for your buck, right? So like, you can go and have a good meal, you can have a good night out, you can have a good, like, a fair amount of beers, and it ain't gonna hurt the wallet too much. People are really friendly, and everyone I met was just lovely. Really cool people. They had some really great shops, really good shopping malls. They had this one shopping mall I went in, and had like this glass fish tank that went from like the lower floor all the way up to like the 4th, 5th floor. It was like this massive monumental thing, and this shopping center was spotless, right? Had loads of great shops in there, clothes shops, whatever, but just like this massive like fish tank in the middle that just looked really cool. And I don't know about you, I mean, I had this preconception, this notion that Poland was going to be quite grey, was going to be quite industrial, was going to be, I don't know, probably still feeling the effects of World War II, right? Because that's really all I know about Poland, was that it's obviously suffered because of its geography, and obviously it was behind the Iron Curtain and all of that kind of stuff, right? So in my mind, it's a country that has been robbed of its kind of resource, you know, like people have took from Poland, and in my mind it just means that Poland's had it quite hard, and I thought that would reflect in probably, you know, the people not being that friendly, the places being a bit run down. It's not that. I mean, the architecture is beautiful. There's like an old town that's just beautiful, and the town square like is just amazing. All the buildings, you can sort of see it on screen. The picture behind me is a picture of Wrocław, actually, where the fight's coming from. what I might do is just momentarily bring it to the front. Look at that. Look at that. That is the background picture. That is an actual picture of the town square in Wrocław. And beautiful sunny day. You can see the architecture. That's not just for the town square. Like that kind of building, that kind of architecture, it's all over the city. And as I said, you know, the beer, the food, the people, just everything's amazing, man. It is a really cool place. So I want to see this because, like, it's just cool to know that there's like a big sporting event, a global sporting event coming from that city, which is really cool. And I also am a fan of Usyk. I really am. I've got so much respect for him. His promoter was saying that he spent 3 days on the front line in the Ukraine. And I don't know if you saw, but like he got a gift, a painting from the military, the Ukrainian military. He is a hero in the Ukraine. Part of the reason is obviously is the world champion, but another part of the reason is because of the fact that he is small in the heavyweight division. He is seen as, and he's not really, but he's seen as the underdog, right? He's the smaller guy that's taking it to the bigger guys. And in a way, you know, that kind of conjures up feelings of Ukraine and Russia and all of that. And, you know, he goes and spends time on the front, like the actual front line, like with the actual military, with actual live weapons and conflict. And, you know, it's his country that he loves and he's passionate about. And, oh man, I've got so much respect for him. So much respect for him. I really like Usyk. Really, that's why I'm saying I can't really lose. If Dubois wins, then England, Britain has got another heavyweight world champion. But if Usyk wins, good guy. Something good has happened to someone good. Something good happened to someone good, and I'm always happy for that. So, yeah, just a really great fight in a really great place. And it does, for me, just make it a little more entertaining when, you know, you've got the promoter of the underdog, the other guy, like so confident. Frank Warren was so confident, and Don Charles making, like, you know, the noises he's making, saying we are ready. I know the blueprint. I've been there. I've faced Usyk with Chisora before. I know where we fell short. I will make sure that Daniel Dubois does not fall short. He's very confident as well. They've worked a lot on his mentality. They've worked a lot on his mindset. And they're really trying to make sure that Daniel goes into this fight really switched on, really in a good place, and ready to, you know, really bring his best and apply himself. Because it's one thing to have power. It's one thing to, like, you know, believe in yourself. But you've really got to put that out there. You've got to be able to express that. And I think that at times that's something Daniel has struggled with. I think at times, like, his demeanor hasn't felt quite right, even though you'll talk to him and he'll say that he believes in himself. And, you know, we know that he's got power and we know that he's got skills. Sometimes his demeanor can seem a little bit off, and during fights as well. And I was listening to TalkSport, and Don Charles on there was saying we've really worked hard on his mindset, on the way he carries himself. And you're going to see a happy fighter this week. You're going to see a confident fighter this week. And confidence is going to be critical in this. Think about that. Like, everyone is telling you, you are not going to do it. Everyone is telling you, you are the underdog, not just the underdog, a pretty sizable underdog as well, right? Plus 800, right? It's pretty sizable. And everyone's saying it's too soon and whatever, right? You've got to shut all of that out. So the critics, right? You've got to shut that out. You're then going to walk into a stadium with 40-odd thousand Ukrainians, right? You're going to have to shut all of that out as well. Then you're going to step into the ring, and across from the ring is one of maybe the pound for pound best boxers in the world, right? You're going to have to deal with that, right, situation. Like, if you are not walking into that moment just overflowing with confidence, believing that you are just moments away from becoming, you know, a heavyweight champion of the world. Like, if you're not going into that with that, then you've already lost. I think you've lost. Because you have got to impose yourself on Usyk. You have got to take the fight to Usyk. You are going to have to drive him back, starve him of space, eat shots, throw without any kind of, you know, reckless abandon. You've got to just go for it. As I said, you've got to treat it like a 4-round fight, and you've got to land something juicy. You've got to make it uncomfortable, and you've got to make sure that Usyk, after round 1, round 2, is definitely feeling the effects of being in there. Because the problem is, Usyk's got great conditioning. He's got great cardio. Like, if Usyk survives those early stages, he'll just go on and win the rounds. I can see him just running away with it, right? Daniel has got to find a way of, like, you know, as I said, 4-round fight, 6 rounds at most. He's got to find a finish. And, I mean, he's got to do something no one else has done, and that is knock out Usyk as a professional. He's got to find a way of stopping Usyk as a professional. It is Everest. It is Everest. But everyone knows it's Everest. Like, no one's in any disillusion that this is, like, you know, Mission Impossible. Yeah, we've already given up Tom Cruise. We've given him a phone call to ask some advice. Because if Tom Cruise feels like he's had a few Mission Impossibles, he ain't got nothing on Daniel Dubois tonight. It's going to be tough. It's going to be unlikely. I fully expect to sit here and say at the end of this stream that Usyk has picked up the victory. I totally expect to do that. But I do give Daniel Dubois that little flicker of a chance. I do. I give him that little flicker of a chance. I think there is definitely an opportunity for him to go in there and do something. He's 25 as well. I mean, he's young. He's young. This isn't like a guy that's like 33, 34, who's, you know, pretty beat up and is, you know, kind of wore down and whatever. I mean, like, this is someone that should, I mean, you could make the argument, maybe not even quite at his prime yet. Certainly not in a heavyweight division. Heavyweight division, you know, they tend to go a little bit later, don't they? Rather than the other divisions. So Daniel, if anything, you know, you could make an argument maybe too soon. But equally, you know, you've got to play to your strengths, and one of his strengths is youth. He's the younger fighter. He's coming in as the younger fighter. He's coming in as someone that's only 25 years old compared to Usyk that's 36. 11 years difference. That's got to count for something. And if it doesn't, you've got to make it count for something, right? You've got to get every little advantage that you can. I can tell you that on Tapology, 96% of people have gone with Usyk. 4% have gone with Daniel Dubois. So if you want to put it into perspective of what people are thinking and feeling, 96% have gone with Usyk. I am going to jump into the chat. But I do want to just have a look at our poll. If you are just joining us, leave a like if you haven't already. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. I don't think this is a stream that we're going to be anywhere near troubling getting to 1,000. So that is not the expectation tonight. I have no expectations for this stream. The only thing I want to do with this stream is just have a good evening. I just want to chat with you guys, talk about the fight, get excited about what's coming. We've got Prince Nassim's kid that's going to be fighting for the very first time. I can't even tell you anything about him because he's got no amateur fights. He's got no professional fights. What I do know is that he moved to Birmingham so that he could really like up his training and really commit to this. He looks pretty good at the weigh-in, like physically he looks to be in great shape. So it's not like he's some kid that's just going to give this a go. He's been putting the work in, but what his skill set is, I have no idea. There's no footage to go off. You've got like a bit of training footage, whatever, but I don't really feel like you can... I don't feel like you can get loads from that. So, yeah, he's going to be, I believe, the co-main event. He's taking on someone, Wojtek Hardy, who is 1-2. I mean, I don't know anything about this guy. 1-2. He's got 3 fights to his name, and he has won a fight. But yeah, that's mental. It's a mental card. As we said, lots of Polish fighters, Ukrainian fighters on this undercard. Obviously, because that's the crowd. The crowd are Ukrainian, and we're in Poland, so it would make sense as to why there was a lot of Ukrainian and Polish fighters. But really, I know why people are tuning in. They're not tuning in for the undercards, or at least I don't think they are. We will watch that Nassim Hamed's fight when we get to it, but it's Usyk Dubois that people want to talk about. But yes, let me just have a look at the poll and then we'll jump into the chat. So, who wins and how? And we've got a little bit of a spread. It's quite interesting, actually, because 19% of you think that Daniel Dubois is going to get the victory. So, over on Tapology, it's 96% to 4. But over here on this channel, you've gone a little bit more behind Dubois. Nearly 20% of you have gone with Daniel Dubois. So we're looking at, what, 81% to 19%. So still very firm favourite in Usyk, but seems like you lot are giving Daniel Dubois just that little bit more of a chance, which I can respect. I can definitely respect that. So Usyk by stoppage, 52%. Seems like a lot of you are quite fancying Usyk to get the job done. And what I will say is that if Daniel Dubois, it plays it safe and conservative, which I don't think should be the game plan. But if he does that, I expect Usyk to win by decision. If he's going to come out and go all guns blazing in the early stages, trying to get that finish, then Daniel Dubois might be able to get that finish, right? Might be able to get that finish. But it is just as likely, if not more likely, that he won't find that finish. He will get himself knackered. His cardio will start falling away, and then he will be susceptible to really eating too many shots from Usyk, and that's when Usyk could find a finish himself. I think it's probably more likely that the ref would call it rather than it be a knockout. I think it'd be like a technical knockout rather than a knockout. But even so, a finish is a finish. And I think there is a very good chance of that as well, yes. I agree with Usyk winning. I'm probably leaning more towards decision, just because I don't think Usyk has got him in him to put Dubois away. But it's going to depend on how hard Dubois goes at the start. Because if he goes hard at the start and doesn't have anything left, well, it's going to be very easy to put him away then. But if he's going to be a bit more reserved, then I think it becomes harder for Usyk. It's going to come down to how brave Daniel Dubois wants to be. You know, this is such a crazy situation because on the one hand, like, this is Daniel Dubois' moment. This is hard, isn't it, when you think about it? This is his moment. His life, young life, 25, has led to this, right? He's had 20 fights, and he was meant to be at Tokyo in 2020, but he decided to turn pro instead. So he hasn't got that Olympic experience. He's just been doing like this professional stuff, I think just before the Olympics. And so he's been like professional for a little while now, 5 years or so. And he's obviously built himself a good record. He's got himself a good reputation. He's got himself into a great position. Everything's been building to this moment tonight. It's all about tonight. There's no guarantees that he gets another opportunity at world titles after this, right? He's young. I'd like to think that he'll find his way back to a title in the future. Like, he should be able to, but there's no guarantees that he will be able to. And so, like, this is your shot. This is your moment. Think about Eminem, Lose Yourself. You've only got one shot, right? This is his shot tonight. So how brave is he going to be? because the brave thing to do is to go in there all guns blazing in the early stages, because you know that you're emptying your gas tank. You know that you're basically robbing yourself of rounds. You're robbing yourself of time. You're robbing yourself of opportunity to create opportunity. You're taking opportunity away later in the fight when you're going to be gassed to give yourself a better opportunity in the early stages of the fight. That's a brave thing to do. When this might be your only shot, and this might be the only chance you get at a proper world title, are you going to take that chance? It's so much easier said than done. So much easier said than done. When the more conservative thing to do is to just not go as heavy in the early stages, know that you've got 12 rounds, and just try and land some at big across those 12 rounds, because you've got more time to work. You've got more time to work, which would surely mean you've got more opportunity to land something big. And so, that would, to me, seem like the safer, more conservative route would be to go down that road and not rob yourself of rounds, not rob yourself of time, giving yourself more time to find that victory, So I don't know. Even just the strategy of the fight, I think, is going to be so fascinating. It's going to be so interesting to see how he's going to approach this, to see what the game plan is going to be, because you never know. I mean, Don Charles has said he knows what needs to be done. He's got the blueprints. We all think we know what he's talking about, because just, we saw what Chisora did, and that was Don Charles's last guy up against Usyk. So we saw Chisora's game plan. We think it's going to be similar to that, but what if he flips it on his head and gives us something different? What if it's a different game plan? What if it's a different strategy? What if it's go slow in the early stages, but then smash him in the middle rounds? What if it's just be really conservative throughout the whole fight? What if it's just save it right for the end? I mean, I really don't think that's the right way forward at all, because we know that Usyk grows into fights. If anything, he's a slow starter. So it would seem to be that the right strategy would be go hard, fast, early, when Usyk is still warming up. He's like an engine, He's like an engine. It takes a little bit of time to warm up, get going. Once he's going, fluids like water. Lovely to watch. Not that I watch water, but I would, if it was a quiet day. But lovely to watch once he's up and running. But brave to go big or go home right at the start, So I'm looking forward to so many different interesting things about this fight. Kian said, have you not heard that Saudi is trying to buy Mo Salah? I have heard. I think it's unacceptable that they're taking the players from the Premier League, and I agree with Klopp. Yeah, I have heard, but I don't think it's unacceptable. I mean, to be honest, this is what the Premier League has been doing to other leagues. So I sort of feel like it's only fair that another league has come along now with even more money, and now it's doing to us what we've done to others. We don't have to accept that money. Just like how Syria and Bundesliga didn't have to accept the Premier League money, but they have been selling their players to the Premier League. I think that the financial fair play, I think, is a very interesting one, isn't it? Because you would question as to how these amounts of money are being spent within the confines of financial fair play. My understanding is, though, that there's some sort of leeway, because for a league to catch up, if you've got a league like the Saudi league that's basically starting from nothing, I think they do grant them a bit more lenience than they do, say, the Premier League or the Bundesliga, whatever, because they want the Saudi Pro League to catch up. They want it to, which I suppose makes sense. If you want to start a league in a country and, you'd have no chance, your teams would have no chance, because you're not going to attract the best players. because there's no players there, are there, that's going to really be worth playing with or against, or any teams that's got no history, or so I think there's a bit more leniency, which I can sort of understand why they allow it. But it is, it is obviously a massive disruption at the moment. But I don't know. It's hard to have sympathy, man. I mean, I'm a Man United fan. I enjoy the Premier League. I mean, I think it's a very entertaining product, a very entertaining league. But it's hard to have sympathy when the Premier League's been doing this to a lot of other leagues around the world. Carlin 1985 Gareth said, have a good stream tonight, Days. Have a great night as well. Looking forward to the boxing. Carlin 1985 Gareth, really appreciate the support, my friends. Really do. As I said, there's no expectations on this stream or on tonight. I think for me tonight is just a fun night, boxing, talking about the fights, certainly the main event in particular. We will dig into the Hamid fight as soon as it starts, and we will turn our attention to some of the action that's on screen. I mean, at the moment, we're still pretty low down the card, to be honest. I think we've still got a little while until we get to that main event. I think the main card itself only really started like 25 minutes ago. We did start early, as you can imagine, because there was plenty to go through. I mean, we've been talking for about an hour and a half, and it's I feel like we could do another hour and a half easy, just by breaking down the fights, talking about like different strategies and whatever. Really appreciate the support, Carl 1985 Gareth, and I hope that you enjoy the night as well. I hope you have a great evening. I hope everyone has a great evening. I hope this is going to be a night that we remember. I hope that we get a great fight. That's what I want. I mean, I would love Daniel to do it, but as I said, I am a fan of Usyk as well. So I think really the only thing I can ask for, or the only thing I can hope for, is a really good competitive fight. I don't think anyone would feel like they were cheated if Usyk wins this, but it's a banger, It's a really good scrap, and Daniel gives a really good account of himself. Let's say Daniel takes the first 4 rounds and like Usyk is rocked, and he's managed to impose himself and land some big stuff early, and then like he can't put him away, and then Usyk starts to come back. But like it's going to take 4 rounds for Usyk to just get level, and maybe Daniel pinches a round in there. We're getting into round 9. We're all square going into round 10. Like, that kind of which way is this going to go? I mean, by that point, to be honest, I'd be feeling pretty good for Usyk. I would imagine that would suggest that Daniel had gone big early and hadn't been able to get the job done. So I'd be feeling good for Usyk. But if we're in a 10th round and this is all even Stevens and it's been back and forth and it's been a bit of a barn burner, like, wow, I don't think anyone would have any complaints about that. I think that would be a real treat. So, yeah, keeping fingers crossed, keeping everything crossed that we just get a really good fight tonight. And it's not just going to be really flat, and it's just not going to be just completely one-sided and Usyk destroys Daniel. It will be interesting, though. I mean, just moving away from the fight for a second, it will be interesting to know what gets said after. Usyk, in my mind, is not really someone that does a lot of calling out. I can't really remember him saying much after the Joshua fights. I remember Joshua saying a lot after the last fight. Obviously, Joshua had a mini breakdown after he lost that rematch. I mean, I think he'd given everything. I think he'd given absolutely everything. I think the first fight he felt was the wrong game plan. So he went into the second fight with a slightly adjusted game plan. Tried to use his size a little bit more, not rely on his boxing technique as much. I think he went in with a lot of confidence that was going to get the result for him. And when it didn't, I think there was a lot of confusion, frustration, anger, overwhelming disappointment. I think he had this whole cocktail of emotions, which just resulted in this just really cringy, embarrassing outburst, which, was not his finest moment, and one that he's had plenty of ridicule for. But you know, it is what it is. This is high elite level sport, and you know, this is why boxing is so amazing, because it requires everything. You know, they say, don't they, that like boxing, you know, it's a mental game. It's a mental game as much as it is a physical one. Like, your mentality has got to be absolutely switched on. It's not just about like your actual physical ability, although that is a big factor, of course. But mentally, like, you've got to be switched on as well. And I think sometimes it can just drain you and take everything out of you. And I think that's what we saw with Joshua. I think it took everything out of Joshua. And it's going to take everything out of Dubois tonight as well. He's going to have to give absolutely everything if he's going to get any kind of result here. So yeah, Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you. Knight Rider said, this is going to be domination. It's going to be worse than Joshua. Let's go down. I wish it was Fury, said Snake. I wish that greedy belly will retire after beating a boxer in his first debut. Yeah, it's true. I think that there's a lot of people down on Fury because I think he is getting the blame. Did you see at the press conference, though, how aggressive Frank Warren was when that topic came up? You know, he was very, like, on it. He was like, I'm sorry to do this, but because you've brought it up, we need to address it. Like, did you or did you not send us an offer? Because I have not received any offer for a fight with Fury. And they were like, yeah, we spoke about it. There was an offer. He went, right, well, okay, if you're telling me there's an offer, I will put a bet on right now, right? £1 million to charity, right? If you can produce evidence of an offer that got made for a fight, if you can produce evidence that an offer was made to fight Fury from your side during those negotiations, I'll give $1 million to charity. And all of a sudden, I gotta say, like, they did go quiet, the Usyk camp. Usyk was like, oh. Usyk was like, oh, he's confident, man. He's confident. I'm not saying that Usyk is ducking Fury. I'm certainly not saying that. I don't believe that for a second. I think the only reason Usyk came up to the heavyweight division was to unify it, so no way is Usyk ducking. But I do think there's a little more to it than Fury ducking. I think Fury is making it hard. I think Fury is making it really difficult, right? I think that Fury is looking for the moon on a stick. He wants the money, he wants the purse split, he wants whatever he can get, right? He is not making this easy, right? Which you have to look at that and question it. You have to question that. I mean, if he genuinely believes that Usyk is just a jumped up middleweight, right, which is what he keeps saying, if Usyk is just a jumped up middleweight, why is he not moving heaven and earth to just make the fight? Because his legacy would be so greatly enhanced if he was the first undisputed heavyweight champion in the 4-belt era. He keeps saying that he's not bothered about that, but it doesn't compute. It doesn't add up. I can't figure out why he keeps saying that, because it's not a good look. It's not a good look for him. He should be bothered about it, because, like, we want that. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants their guy to be the first heavyweight in the unified in the 4-belt era. So at the moment, Usyk's got 3 of the 4 belts and Fury's got the other 1. So Usyk wants to be the guy to have all the belts and be the first to do it in the 4-belt era. And but apparently Fury is not bothered. He's like, it's not something that motivates him. But it doesn't make any sense, because it should. This is all you do. This is your life. You are the world heavyweight boxing champion. But I mean, I was watching his documentary the other day. I caught the first episodes. It was all right. The Netflix thing. And on there, he's talking of, like, at the time, retiring, because he's like, I've done everything that needs to be done. It's like, you haven't. You haven't done everything that needs to be. You're not even close. Like, the whole world has been waiting for you to fight Joshua, right? Never happened. Like, okay, whatever, right? I don't know why it didn't happen, but it didn't happen. right? So now the whole world's waiting for you to fight Usyk. And he keeps coming back with the statement of, yeah, but, you know, if I fight Usyk, there'll always be someone else. If I beat Usyk, then you'll want to see me against Joe Joyce. If I beat Joe Joyce, you'll want to see me against Daniel Dubois. If I beat Daniel Dubois, you'll want to see me against Hrgovic, right? There will always be a demand for me to face someone else. And I do agree with that. I do agree with that because we know that this is a never-ending conveyor belt of challengers, right? There's always going to be someone that you can find. But I cannot get my head around why he doesn't want to. If he just unified those 4 belts, right, and did nothing else, then I would be like, I get it. I understand. Because there will always be another challenger. So if he faced Usyk and beat Usyk and got those belts and then retired, I would understand that, because people would be like, oh, why didn't you fight Joshua? Well, I don't need to fight Joshua, do I? Because Joshua didn't have the belts. He lost the belt to Usyk and I beat Usyk. Ergo, I would beat Joshua. And if I beat Joshua, then you'll want me to fight someone else. And then you'll want me to fight someone else. I think that's a perfectly understandable, acceptable answer. But I can't get my head around why he is not moving heaven and earth, moving mountains, why he's not motivated by going after those belts in the division that he's meant to be king of. Does it not bother him that there's someone walking around with 3 belts, right, compared to his 1 in his division that he's meant to be king of, right? He's meant to be like the king. He's meant to be the guy at the top. And I mean, look, I think this is where people go, well, listen, doesn't take Einstein to work out that the reason why is because he is legitimately scared of Usyk, and he is fearful that he will fight him and lose. He'd rather keep the 1 belt and not win the other 3 than lose his 1 belt and end up with nothing, right? So he is worried that he will get pieced up, and maybe that is true. Maybe in those personal, private moments when the cameras are away and he can be very honest with himself, maybe he has sinned enough to know that Usyk would be a problem, right? And maybe there is some dodging that is going on. But I did think that it was interesting, Frank Warren getting as passionate about this topic as what he did. Like, he really was, like, sticking it to that side. He really was, is it Alexander, his name, the promoter of Usyk? He was really going, like, you know, I'll put like $1 million down. You prove that you made that offer. You prove that you made that offer. And he was getting quite aggressive about it. It was, I must admit, it was quite entertaining. It was quite entertaining. But yeah, I think the Fury Usyk stuff is very interesting. Very interesting. I can't quite get a read of it, but it does feel like it's Tyson dragging his heels and maybe being a little bit concerned. And I think that's the perception that the majority of people have got as well. But then you listen to Frank Warren, and Frank Warren paints a slightly different picture. I mean, this fight with Ngannou, the fight with Ngannou is an interesting one because, like, I don't think tonight is going to do crazy numbers because, you know, I think everyone's expecting Usyk to get a win and get a comfortable win. But the numbers are looking really good. Like, the engagement around Fury and Ngannou is actually looking pretty good. But that doesn't seem to be good for the sport or good for him. Like, it doesn't seem like it's good for Fury, because is this going to really enhance his legacy? Is this going to make him more credible that he was able to beat someone that's not a professional boxer? Like, I don't know. I mean, like, I understand Ngannou is, like, in many people's eyes, the best heavyweight MMA fighter, but this isn't MMA. Like, this is boxing. Like, it'd be like taking LeBron James and, like, saying that you're going to smash him at Tiddlywinks. You know, it's like, it's a different sport. Yes, there are crossovers and there are, you know, there is striking in MMA, but there's a lot more to it. And actually, MMA striking is very different to boxing striking because of the stance and the footwork and like the fact you're in a cage and you've got to worry about takedowns, and you've got to always be worrying about a takedown defense, which that's a concern in MMA. It's not a concern in boxing. So it's very, very different. This was something that Anderson Silva spoke about when he was talking about the differences between MMA and boxing. So obviously he's done both, and it's a challenge to really adapt. And so, like someone like Ngannou, I don't think anyone's really given him much of a chance. I don't think anyone's given him much of a shot at beating Tyson Fury at boxing. So I don't know. I mean, maybe to those that aren't in the know, maybe to those that just see the names, you know, the kids on the street that are excited about this dream match, like, oh my God, the baddest man on the planet, like Ngannou taking on Tyson Fury at boxing, like who's gonna win type thing, you know? I don't know. But I think if you watch MMA or if you watch boxing, like this does seem a bit of a clown show. It does seem questionable. I'll still watch it. I like clown shows. Do you know what I mean? I'll still watch it. We'll still be doing the watch along for it. Don't get me wrong. But it is certainly one that's a bit more questionable, considering we should be getting Fury Usyk instead. And we should be trying to unify the heavyweight division instead, right? But we're not doing that. Instead, we're just faffing around with Francis Ngannou in a sport that is not, you know, I don't even know what his experience at boxing is. I don't even know if he's ever done it. I don't know if he's ever done it. I don't know if he's ever done this sport. It's pretty mental stuff. But you've got to say the numbers are looking good. You've got to say that the engagement is definitely there. I do not expect that fight to bomb. I expect that fight to do some really good numbers. So this is definitely one that is grabbing people's attention. But and it will do better than what tonight will do. But yeah, we probably need to get back on track and focus on Daniel Dubois and Usyk. Let's see what people are saying. European dudes always underestimate Wright, just like Joshua and Ruiz. There's 12 fights on the main card, hence why Usyk Dubois is at 11. Is it at 11? Nah, can't be that late. It can't be that late because Poland's an hour ahead. They're an hour ahead of us here in the UK. So if it's 11 here, that means the fight ain't starting until midnight in Poland. Does it start 11 in Poland? If it starts 11 in Poland, I think that means it's 10 o'clock here, which that would still be quite late, but that would be a little bit more understandable. At the moment, it is coming up to about 7:45 here in the UK. So we probably are, like, you know, still a little way off. We got Frank Warren on screen right now. He's just doing a little interview. He is obviously Daniel Dubois' promoter, very famous promoter. He's just talking to the pundits, saying that Daniel Dubois is going to have to be really tuned in tonight. But he's been very vocal about his belief that Daniel can do this. He's been very vocal about the fact that he thinks the game plan is going to be right. He's been really impressed with the training. He's really impressed with the mindset. We are seeing footage of Daniel Dubois arriving as well. So Daniel Dubois is backstage. We haven't seen Usyk arrive yet, but shots of Daniel Dubois arriving inside this stadium. It is called an arena, but it is a stadium, and it holds like 40,000 people. It's going to be rocking, man, when Usyk comes out. This place is going to be bouncing when Usyk makes his way down there. And we spoke about it earlier, and I do apologize. It might be the odd time we do repeat ourselves, because obviously there's people joining us for the first time all the time. And a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Feel free to put in your thoughts about the main event tonight, which way you think this is going to go, who you think is going to be victorious, how they're going to do it as well. Because I definitely want to go down and start reading some of those comments. But yeah, I think that this is going to be very interesting to see how this atmosphere affects Usyk, because Usyk is known as a road warrior. He's known as someone that goes on the road, goes to other people's countries, beats them in front of their own countrymen, takes their belts, gets the dubs, and just goes on to the next place. Like, he is someone that is very, very comfortable in hostile situations. This is not going to be a hostile situation. This is going to be a very pro Usyk crowd, and we just don't know how that's going to affect him. We just don't know how that's going to change his approach. Like, is he going to get a bit more of an adrenaline rush because everyone's like showing him support, cheering his name? Like, you know, is he going to feed off that? He's notoriously a slow starter. So how does that impact his start? You know, is he going to be a little bit more aggressive in the early stages, come out the gates a little bit quicker? I would like to think he's 36. He's very seasoned. He's very down to earth. I think he knows that he is very well respected and loved by his country. I think he knows what tonight is going to feel like. I don't think he's going to be caught off guard by anything tonight. But the last time he fought in front of his countrymen, you have to go back to 2015. You have to go back 8 years. Like, this is different. It is different. You know, we are looking for any little things that are going to maybe present a bit of a challenge for Usyk, because it does largely feel like it should be plain sailing, right? But we're just looking for little things that might just cause a problem for him. And one of those things, has to be said, is the fact that he is fighting in front of his own countrymen in Poland, which you would think is going to be an advantage. But it hasn't been an advantage for any of the opponents that Usyk has faced, because the vast majority of them, he's beat them in their own countries, right? And actually, I would make the argument that Joshua in that first fight was actually like distracted by being in England, because if you watch that fight, he's walking like to the ring. He's got a big AJ sign. He's doing some shadow boxing on his entrance. He's got the crowd cheering him on. He's really like in the moment with them, you know. What I wanted to see from Joshua is someone really dialed in, really focused, just goes to the ring, gets it done. But you know, when they do these big stadium shows, they have to do these big moments, you know. And I always remember that. I always remember him standing with the AJ letters and looking at him thinking, oh, don't know about this, man. I don't know about this. It felt like we was not fully concentrating on Usyk. I know you got to be relaxed and comfortable and all that. I know you can't get too worked up and heads up, but I think don't know. Yeah, I don't think he overlooked Usyk at all. But I can definitely remember that him coming out and maybe just being a bit too interactive with the crowd. So sometimes being in front of your countrymen and having that support, it's not always the big beneficial factor that you would think it would be. Well, Usyk's going to have that tonight. He's going to have it tonight, and we're going to see if it is going to be beneficial for him. It's hard to see how Usyk can be any better than he's been, but maybe it will inspire him to give us the best version of himself, or maybe it slightly throws him off his game plan and distracts him momentarily. And I don't think it will, but it's worth just mentioning. It is something that's going to be a little bit different. It is a little factor tonight, as we said. It is something that he's going to have to be mentally prepared for, but I'm sure he will be. He's one of the best in the world. 36 years old. He's been there, done it, got the T-shirt. I'm sure he'll be ready for any and all eventualities by the time we get to that main event. Fury the Money will make a trilogy out of it. Usyk is the best cruiser and heavyweight of this era, says Knight Rider. It's going to be Mike Tyson versus Buster Douglas part 2, really. Upset. Upset on the cards. Anna Dawes, shout out to you. I hope you're well, my friends. Anna, a big supporter of the channel. Good to see you. I hope you're pumped for whatever's coming up. Bob says Usyk will smash him. If it goes the distance, it will start to show. He can't afford that. Asking for Fury and all. Drew, who said, I'm 6'3" and 19 stone. Crazy that I'm bigger than heavyweights. That's a big size. That's a good size. Let me tell you, Usyk's, I think Usyk's 6'3". 6'3". I don't know what he comes in with stone. I don't know how pounds translate to stone. But Usyk's 221 basically pounds. 221 pounds and 6'3". Daniel Dubois is 6'5". In fact, is it on screen? Yeah, it's on screen. It's on screen anyway. And that's on screen as well. I was trying to. I've got it here in pounds, but up there I got it in stone, which is good. So Usyk is what, 15 stone 11. That is quite light. I think my dad's like 16 stone. 17 stone 1. Starting to get a bit chunkier now. There's Daniel Dubois. But yeah, great record. You can see like knockouts. I mean, Daniel Dubois, 19 wins, 18 knockouts. Usyk, 20 wins, 13 knockouts. He struggled a bit at heavyweight to get those knockouts. Faced Joshua twice and couldn't get the knockout against Joshua. So he has struggled a little bit. Usyk a southpaw as well. That's going to be interesting. Southpaw, and that's tricky for Daniel. Daniel said he struggled to find like heavyweight southpaws to spar with, and they asked him, does that mean you've brought in like cruiserweights, southpaw cruiserweights? And he's like, I'm not gonna go through my training or whatever. So he's been a little bit coy about who he's been sparring with and like what he's been working on, but clearly he's been sparring with southpaws, and clearly he's going to have been sparring with fast, agile people that match the same criteria as Usyk. Not that you're going to find anyone the same as Usyk, but you can try and get as close as you can. So yeah, I'm sure he's been sparring with all of those. I think there was a bit of excitement for this fight. So I believe this is the Shiraz. Hamza Shiraz fight. This guy is English. I believe he's had 11 straight finishes. Very exciting. He's very good at close range and good at distance. 17-0, undefeated. He's ranked number 6 in the WBO. He's ranked number 9 in the WBC. This is in the middleweight division. And he's taken on a Ukrainian as well. That's tricky. It's not massively full, though, at the moment. So the crowd haven't really turned up yet. So I don't think he's going to be experiencing too much of a hostile environment. But this is for the WBC Silver Middleweight Championship. And this is one that we could keep an eye on here. I think, to be honest, I think we've got this fight. Then I think we've got the Berinchyk fight. Then I think we've got the Hamid fight, Prince Nassim's kids. And then I think we've got the main event. I think there's 4 fights left. What I will say, though, is that co-main, I think it's only 4 rounds. So I don't think there's very much to that at all. So really, it's going to depend on this fight and the next fight as to how long these fights are going to go for. But this is one that I know people have been asking about as to how Shiraz has got on. So this is one that I think may get our attention. Not sure I can pronounce the person that is facing Mitrofanov. Apparently the number 1 ranked middleweight in the Ukraine. I did look to see if he was ranked in like the WBO, WBC in the rankings. I couldn't see him in there at all. So minus 400 for Hamza, plus 300 for Dmitro Mitrofanov, which I am a big fan of. Okay, both fighters inside the ring. Tyson Fury has only fought Wilder of note since returning, said John. His win over Klitschko years ago was impressive, but I genuinely think he gets beat by Usyk convincingly. He should be stripped. Did you hear that Arsenal played Bray's theme? I did, yes, I did. Robert said, I hope Dubois wins for Britain, but selfishly, I want Usyk to set up the Fury fights. Yeah, everyone wants this Fury fight, man. I'm right there with you. I don't know that we get it, but I am right there with you. Okay, they're just doing the intros for this one, and it is... I want to see how you pronounce his name. He lost to Anthony Yigit in 2011. Anthony Yigit, I think, is in AEW now. Was. Mitrofanov. It is Mitrofanov. Mitrofanov. Right. He's got a heavyweight title hostage whilst he fights a UFC fighter that he'll beat easily, says John. Yeah, we touched on that. We were talking about his fight, his upcoming fight with Ngannou. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. To be honest, I don't think really there's anyone that's people that are into boxing. I don't think there's anyone that's really a fan of it. I've seen nothing but ridicule, to be honest. But it is going to grab the casual fans, you know? The casual fans that probably aren't tuning into this tonight. You know, they tend to turn out for Tank Davis. They'll turn out for, you know, Fury. They'll turn out for Canelo. You know, there's a few that they'll turn out for, but, you know, those kind of people, they'll turn out for Fury and Ngannou. I suppose we're starting to live in a bit of a crossover influencer type boxing world, aren't we? Where these kind of fights just don't seem as crazy as they would have, say, 10 years ago. Because we're just seeing crazy fights on a regular basis, what with the influencer boxing stuff that goes on as well. Right, we are about to get underway with this this one. Shiraz and Mitrofanov. WBC silver middleweight title on the line, and we'll keep an eye on it. So this is round 1, and it can go 12 rounds. Shiraz in black, and Mitrofanov is obviously in Ukrainian colors. So he's in the yellow, the gold, and the blue stripped down the sides. As we said, I think we've got this fight. Then we've got Denys Berinchyk fight, and then we've got Prince Nassim Hamid's kids. His first name is it? It's Adam Hamid, who's got no previous experience. He's in that kind of co-main event spot. Mitrofanov has already gone down. Referee counting already. So this actually, I mean, look, Shiraz is minus 400. Mitrofanov is plus 300. This is relatively close. So he got clipped and he already went down. We'll keep an eye on Shiraz at the moment. Shiraz just, he's the bigger, taller fighter. He's got a good size advantage. He seems very comfortable. He's just throwing out jabs, keeping Mitrofanov at bay at the moment. Mitrofanov trying to find a way forwards. Shiraz, again, just throwing out that jab, keeping Mitrofanov busy. Mitrofanov, he's trying to stay off the center line, but just kind of plodding forward, to be honest. I mean, there's not really a great deal there in regards to footwork. There's a lovely little dig uppercut there by Shiraz. Mitrofanov, again, continuing to come forward. He just feels a bit like a punching bag that moves. He's trying to keep things quite tight, but oh, look at these shots. Getting through by Shiraz. Shiraz looking good here, actually. He's looking good. It looks like he's really already worked out Mitrofanov. Mitrofanov bouncing around on the outsides. And oh, there's another shot that comes in there by Shiraz. Mitrofanov just sort of like concertina down. Referee counting again as he comes forwards, and Shiraz really pouring it on. Oh, Mitrofanov wobble him. Shiraz. Referee again as a standing count here. I think that's the third count in this round. Jab coming in. Shiraz, oh my God, man. He's just pouring it onto Mitrofanov. It's just, he can't cope. He can't cope. It's just been an absolute onslaught. Straight down the middle. Lovely little uppercut. This is brutality, man. This is brutality from Shiraz. I had a few people asking like how Shiraz had looked. Wow, I don't know how he's managed to get through that round. He has been absolutely on. He looked really good, man. He's looking really good. I don't know if it's so much Shiraz is looking good or if it's Mitrofanov that's just looking really bad. But it looks to me like Mitrofanoff's like a slow starter. Looks like he's trying to get into the rhythm of the fight. He's keeping it quite tight. He's kind of bobbing around, but his footwork and everything is quite plodding. It's not really anything exciting or dynamic about him. He's just sort of moving forward, trying to keep things tight. But the thing is that Shiraz is so open, so flowing with his shots. And he seems to have quite a reach advantage that, like, even though Mitrofanov's keeping it tight and coming forward and trying to stay off the center line, you've just got Shiraz who's just digging in these shots to the side, uppercuts coming in. There's just stuff coming from everywhere, man. There's stuff coming from all kinds of angles. He's having to deal with all kinds of problems. So Mitrofanov really struggling here against Shiraz. So Mitrofanov on the outside, I mean, 1-2, straight down the middle. Jab coming in, Mitrofanov. It's going to be a minor miracle if he can make it out of this round. Oh no, do you know what? He couldn't even make it out of that sentence. He couldn't even make. Oh. Damn. Statement made. Statement made. Listen, that was a Ukrainian as well. That was a Ukrainian that just got beat in front of a very, very pro-Ukrainian crowd. This place still filling up, of course, so not loads of people out there, but Shiraz looked so good. 24 years old. 24 years old. And he has just humbled Mitrofanov, beating him in 2 rounds. And the referee had seen enough, man. Referee had seen enough. He'd already had to count like 3 knockdowns in the first. It's just a lovely counter right. Lovely counter right, and the ref's seen enough. Wow. Lovely. Yeah, Shiraz looking really, really good. As we said, he's ranked 6th in the WBO and 9th by the WBC. Yeah, he was outclassed. Definitely someone worth keeping an eye. He moves to 18-0 now. He moves to 18-0 with 14 knockouts. Definitely someone, if he wasn't on your radar before, definitely someone that you need to have on your radar now. He's got a big smile on his face. It's a really good showing from him. Hamza Shiraz getting the job done this evening. Can Daniel Dubois do the same? Can Daniel Dubois shock the world? I know people will be excited by that because I think there's only a couple of fights to go until we get to the main event. So we are getting there. And one of those fights is only 4 rounds. So we should be getting there. Second round finish. That could have gone 12 rounds then, but it didn't. Yeah, Mitrofanov was undefeated. They're just saying on commentary, this guy tonight was meant to be giving Shiraz a lot of trouble tonight. He was expected to really cause some problems, but he hasn't. He didn't. He absolutely dealt with it. And as we said, you know, could Daniel Dubois do something similar? Could he learn from this? Shiraz has gone out there and just made it look so effortless, made it look so comfortable against the Ukrainian in front of such passionate Ukrainian support. Right. Hopefully I can get cheaper on fight here in Bahamas. Bahamas, shout out to you, dudes. Daz says, what did Daz say? Daz had a prediction. Daz said, what did you say, Daz? Oh, my prediction, Daniel in 3 to 4 rounds. Miss Clown, shout out to you, says the reach and height is a problem for Mitrofanov. Yeah, brilliant win. Really good win. They're saying undefeated fighter. This was meant to be a test. It was no test. He just was so comfortably ahead. The size difference was significant. You could tell that the difference between them in height seemed to translate in reach as well. I didn't see what the reach difference was, but to perform like that on a stage like this is very, very impressive. So definitely someone to keep an eye on. Andy, shout out to you, dudes. Conor Benn is my favorite Euro fighter, said the Boxing Prophets. Prince Nassim's son versus Ricky Hatton's son would be a UK super fight, said Knight Rider. Obidjak said, why isn't this on ESPN yet? I don't know. Is it meant to start already, was it? Did they say it was going to start now? I actually don't know where this is being carried in America. I'm not sure where in the US this is being shown. Here in the UK, it's on TNT Sport Box Office. We've spoke before about how we're very lucky here in the UK. We don't really have much in the way of pay-per-views. But this is actually a pay-per-view tonight, which I think people were a bit down on. It doesn't really feel like it should be a pay-per-view. But it is a British fighter, and it is for the heavyweight championships. So as a result, it's, I think, about £20, which, you know, it's not the end of the world, is it? 20 quid. But yeah, a lot of things, like a lot of the UFC cards, even a lot of the boxing things, we don't get on pay-per-view. They, you know, as long as you're subscribed to TNT Sports, you tend to just get them. We're pretty good in this country when it comes to pay-per-view, but I've got a feeling that's just going to get worse. Your favorite fighter is a drug cheat, said David. Howdy, AB, shout out to you. That was a cakewalk, said Miss Clown. Yeah, it was really impressive. Really impressive. I think Jake Paul's girlfriend, Nina, could beat Dylan Dennis in a fight, said Mr. Unfamiliar. She has got a 10-inch reach advantage at least. I don't know who that is. Big John is rooting for Dylan Dennis. Yeah, we're definitely doing that, that fight. Definitely doing that. But I don't think that's till October, is it? They've been doing, like, press conferences. But I don't think that fight is for a while yet. So there's quite a lot of stuff coming up before we get to that Misfits event. LA Dort Knight said, "Who would be the best boxer in the world if performance-enhancing drugs was legal?" I don't know, dudes. I don't know. Bembo said, thoughts about Dean Henderson's move to Crystal Palace on loan with an obligation to buy for 20 million. Dean Henderson, I think, is quite interesting because I, like many people, thought that he was going to be the replacement for David De Gea. I don't think, I mean, I think his distribution was better than David De Gea, but I don't think his distribution is better than Onana. So I think that You know, we've got a way that we want to play at Man United. I think Dean Henderson would have been fine in goal, but I think that he's not quite what Ten Hag was looking for. And so we've gone out and got the player he wants. And so as a result, it means that Dean Henderson is sadly surplus to requirement. And so he's ended up going out. I think that's a good purchase for, is it Palace you say that he's gone? I think that's a good purchase for Palace. I think that's, he's a good player. And I think that it's a good deal for everyone. I think United get 20 million. I think, which you could say is relatively cheap. You could probably have sold him for more, but I think United get 20 million. He's not someone that was going to be getting into our team past Onana, and Crystal Palace have got a bargain, and the player will get to play. So yeah, I don't know. I think that kind of wins for everybody. I think as a United fan, I would have wanted a bit more money because I think he is a very good player, and 20 million in this day and age isn't that much, but you know, it is what it is, isn't it? You know, could he have gone for 30 million? But sure, I think United would have tried for more money if there was more people in for him. But goalkeeper is a very specialist position, isn't it? Like goalkeeper, like a lot of teams tend, you know, it's not often that teams are in the market for a new goalkeeper, so it can make it tricky when trying to sell a goalkeeper because so many teams already have a goalkeeper. So yeah, it's a bit tricky, that one. You know, I think United are just desperate to get money in because there's players we want to buy. Like we'd love to get Amrabat. Like we'd love to go and get him. And we need to potentially get like another right back because we keep playing with Wan-Bissaka, who's not very good going forwards. And Dalot just doesn't do it for me. Luke Shaw's just got injured as well. Kind of feels like we could do with another world-class centre-back as backup because whenever something happens to our centre-backs, we have to turn to Lindelof, who's all right, but you could definitely upgrade. And as we said, you know, if we have any issues with Casemiro, you know, we have to turn to McTominay. You know, I sort of feel like we need to strengthen. So unbelievably, considering the amount of money we've spent. But our problem is at United, and I'm sorry to talk football for a little moment, but our problem is that we go for these players that have such big price tags that then underwhelm. Like, we spent so much on Sancho. We spent like 70-odd million on Sancho, who's underwhelmed. We spent 70-odd million on Anthony, who's underwhelmed. Got to say, you know, considering like his goals and assists and his returns on investment, he's underwhelmed. We spent 80-odd million on Maguire, right, which is obviously underwhelmed. Like we spent 70-odd million on Højlund, and we haven't even seen him play yet because he's been injured. Like, I just feel like we go out and we spend these big sums of money when, you know, there's bargains to be had out there. There's players that you can get and pick up for like 20 million, 30 million that, you know, can do a job for you. I mean, I reckon we could have gone out and got a winger for 30, 40 million that I think would have been a better return than Anthony has been or Sancho has been. Easily, we could have spent 20, 30, 40 million and got a much better centre-back than Maguire, right? So I just think that United's just, I don't know. I understand that it's United, and if it's United, the price goes up. I understand that. But you've only got to look at, say, Brighton, and I know everyone loves looking at Brighton. But you've only got to look at Brighton, who have gone and found these absolute gems, right? I mean, like, they are just reinventing the game, aren't they? They are just like Moneyball to the extreme. They're going out, finding these hidden gems, bringing them to Brighton. They're, you know, killing it. I think they're currently like second in the table. Well, I don't know how it went tonight, actually. I know they were playing tonight, but they were doing really well. And then they sell their players for like 70-odd million. They bring them in for like 20, sell them for 70 or 100. And they've just been raking in the money. It's going to be hard for them to keep finding those gems, but it does show that they are out there. They are out there. You can go and get those gems. Like, they are available. But United, we just, splash the cash, don't we? We waste the money. So I don't know. I think we've been really silly in the transfer market. I think United have got so many areas they need to strengthen that if we can get 20 million for a goalkeeper that we could then maybe reinvest, I would be over the moon with that, to be honest. I'd be very happy for us to get some money in and go and get a player. Amrabat, I think, is like 30 million. It's nothing, is it, for what you get him? Seems like a great player. AB Jobson said it's pretty much home advantage for Usyk as Poles love the Ukrainians. Sucks to see how bad the Gypsy King is ducking Usyk like a plague and taking an easy fight against Ngannou. Roberto said Usyk by decision. Fury will duck Usyk and age him out. Sanchez versus Usyk is the fight to make, says the Boxing Prophet. Boxing said Fury beat Steve Cunningham in his 8th fight. He beats a champion with 30 fights with 4 losses. Wrestling God said, are you doing Smith Eubank Jr. next Saturday night? Haven't got that far, to be honest. So, I've been so focused on this weekend that I haven't got to next weekend yet. Otherwise, I would say as to what it is that we're doing. But I know there's a decent looking UFC cards next weekend. I know that we've got Eubank next weekend. There's a few juicy things around. I think, is it Payback around as well? Is Payback next weekend? Something in my head is saying that Payback might be next weekend as well. So, I don't know. I haven't even looked at it. So, all I know is we're doing the boxing tonight. We've got AEW tomorrow, and then we're back with professional wrestling on Monday with Raw. And, obviously we're not done paying our respects to Bray Wyatt. That will definitely continue on Raw. Definitely continue. And then we will have to, find a way past that, That's why I'm so glad we're doing something different tonight, to be honest. But Fury is absolutely not ducking Usyk, said Chris. When they fight next year, Fury will win. Deontay Wilder knocked down 43 men and Tyson after 3-year break. Wilder knocked down 43 men and Tyson after a 3-year break, says Boxing. Here's Usyk. I said we hadn't seen him. Well, we have now. Usyk arriving. This is footage of him arriving earlier. I don't know what. I always get excited when they arrive. Of course, they've arrived. But Usyk walking down a corridor. He just kicked something on the ground there. Okay, lightweight division next. Is this going to be the Berinchyk fight? Is it the Berinchyk fight? It's not the Berinchyk fight. We've got another low-level fight. This is just 3 fights, 2 wins, 1 draw. He's actually got sponsors, stamped onto his chest. He's actually got, sponsors, here and here. I think they're stamps. I don't think they're tattoos. But he's actually put, sponsors on his body. This is a Polish guy against a Ukrainian. Very, very low level, though. Very, very low level. I actually don't even know if this is a fight that I had, written down anywhere. I wonder if it's, because of that last one ending so quickly, we're not quite ready to get to our next couple of fights. This is pretty low level, as we said. Both of these guys have only had a couple of outings. So we'll continue our chat about Fury, Usyk, and Dubois. Obviously, we've been getting stuck into that this evening, so plenty for us to continue talking about. If you are just joining us, a massive shout out to everyone that's stopped by this evening. Obviously, we're building towards that main event. Really, for me, tonight's cards is the main event. Although I really enjoyed the Shiraz performance. Second round finish. Look fantastic. So I really enjoyed that. We do have Prince Nassim's son making his first outing in the co-main event. So we do have that coming up as well. So that's something to look forward to. But it's all about the main event tonight. This is Oleksandr Usyk. For many people, the pound-for-pound best boxer in the world. Certainly in the conversation. But he's taking on Daniel Dubois. I think quite a few people won't know about Daniel. In all fairness, Daniel hasn't really had that big showcase spotlight fight. He is someone that, I mean, he has faced Joe Joyce, but this was during the pandemic. I think even Joe Joyce hasn't quite made his name yet. I think we know about him here in the UK, and I think if you're really into your boxing, you know about him as well, but certainly far from a household name. But he did, that's probably his most high-profile fight, facing Joe Joyce and sadly losing. So Daniel did suffer a loss, but it was due to a broken orbital bone in the 10th round. And so he's won since. That's his only loss. He's got 19 wins, 18 knockouts. He is powerful. He is 25, so he's got youth on his side. He is going to struggle here because Usyk has got him beat in every department, right? There isn't a department other than power that I think you could say that Daniel Dubois has got over Usyk. So you would definitely look at that. I mean, even their reaches are exactly the same. So you would look at that and think, well, this is a foregone conclusion. And sadly, a lot of people have done exactly that. A lot of people have looked at this and said it's a foregone conclusion. Like, there's not really much point in watching the fight, right? But I think that Dubois has a path to victory. I think he has got the skills to do this tonight. I'm not saying he will do this tonight, but I'm saying that he could do this tonight. I think if these two fight 10 times, I think Dubois wins once. I think that he can do this because I think I've never felt, and this is probably the big deciding factor, I've never felt that Usyk has looked completely comfortable in the heavyweight division. I think he's looked good, fine. I think he's done what he's needed to do. He's got the results, but I can't say that he has shone or like sparkled or like, you know, really been all that impressive. This is something that Frank Warren was saying as well. Like, there's not really much fear around Usyk. Like, he is a great boxer with great boxing ability, and he definitely, we know what his game plan is. Like, he is all about volume and accuracy. He's going to try and win rounds, try and wear you down. If he's going to get a finish, it's going to come late. Daniel Dubois is not going to have to worry about being knocked out in the first round, right? Because we know that Usyk's power is not great enough to knock out heavyweights with. He doesn't have one-punch power, right? This is not Wilder. So we know that he's someone that wears people down and then, you know, just uses his accuracy, uses his volume to try and get Dubois out of there. But the thing is that that's going to take time. You know, this is where, like, his game plan, his strategy is fine and it's worked for him. But that does take a lot of investment and a lot of work. So what Dubois needs to do is he needs to make that process as difficult as possible. And the way that you make it difficult is by landing big, heavy body shots so that the movement slows down, right? You can try and go upstairs and find the knockout. But the thing is, the head is always moving off the center line, right? He's always like darting around, always bobbing and weaving, always moving. The one thing that doesn't move as much is the body. The head can move around, but the body doesn't move as much, right? So landing on the body should be a much easier task than landing headshots. Obviously, if you can land a clean headshot, that's going to rock his world. But we've seen a lot of people try and fail. Whereas whenever Usyk has had to withstand like a vicious body shot, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. It doesn't sit well with him. He really struggles when a big, heavy body shot connects. So what we need to see from Dubois, and we spoke about this earlier, is we need to see him putting that pressure on in the first 4 rounds. We need to see it being a case where he's going to really land these big shots, really land. He's got to land. Not just make Usyk uncomfortable. He's got to land, and he's got to really give Usyk something to think about that's going to slow him down, that's going to make him hesitate a little bit, right? Usyk needs to be fearful of what comes back the other way from Daniel Dubois. The longer the fight goes, the more it favors Usyk, because unless you can really slow him down and really work the body, unless you can really put some water in that basement, which is Teddy Atlas saying, I believe, unless you can do that, then the longer this goes, the more it will just play into Usyk's game plan. So we know what we're looking for here. We have seen the blueprint, right? Chisora did this exact thing and looked good. And the problem with Chisora was that he didn't quite have the conditioning, the cardio. He didn't quite have what was needed to fully execute the game plan properly. Whereas Daniel Dubois is 25. He is hungry. He is obviously well trained. He's with Frank Warren. Frank Warren's, obviously properly looked after him. And now he's got Don Charles, who was the guy that trained Chisora. Don Charles knows the blueprint, knows the way forward, knows exactly what needs to be done. He knows where Chisora fell short. And he said, I will ensure that Daniel Dubois will not fall short. He said, they were talking at the press conference about being hungry for the victory. And Don Charles was like, I am starving. I am starving. You don't realize how hungry I am. Like, he was good at the press conference. He was really good. He was really entertaining, insightful, motivating, inspirational. I would hope that Daniel has just been filled full of confidence. Must be good having someone like, you can do this. I believe in you. I've been there. I know what it takes, and I know that you've got it. Hopefully he is walking around looking quite confident, looking quite good, Daniel, at the moment. So this is why I think there's definitely a chance. I mean, it's one of those that's easier said than done, but my official pick is Usyk wins. But I do think this is one of those fights where there is serious, real potential for one of those OMG upsets. Sometimes with boxing, you just cannot see any way that the one guy is going to win. You can't see any way. You can't find any paths to victory. Unless the other fighter's knee just explodes on its own. I just can't see any way that this fighter wins. He's got nothing. I can't find any strategy. I can't find any path to victory. The other guy's got him beat everywhere. I don't feel that way about this fight. I don't feel that way. I feel like Daniel... I feel like there is a strategy. I feel like there is a template. I feel like there is a blueprint. I feel like there is something that can be tried. It might not work, but it can be tried. And then we can see how Usyk responds. Usyk might take this punishment in the early stages, suck it up, weather it, and then just go about his business, right? He might be like the T-1000 out of Terminator, just shoot me in the face. I'm not bothered. He could just be unstoppable, because we haven't seen him stopped. So at this point, we're only dealing with theories. We're only dealing with what ifs. What if we do this? What if we do that? We're having to look at what has rocked him in previous fights. We're having to look at things that have bothered him in previous fights, and we're having to take that and put it into some sort of game plan, and then take it from there. So, yeah, I'm really excited. I know this is a little bit of a weird one for people because it's not really a household name, Daniel Dubois. Usyk is. I think everyone knows Usyk. It is for the heavyweight championships, which I think always grabs attention. But I as I said, I completely understand it's a bit of a weird one this weekend. But I am so excited for it. I really, really am. I think there is a very, very slim chance that Daniel can do this. What with him being British as well, obviously I'm British, I would love to see him do it, but I really like Usyk as well. So like if Usyk wins, I'll be over the moon for him, to be honest. It's weird. I mean, like, they said that like, I think there's a lot of British people that really respect Usyk. And so Usyk's actually got like a good amount of support amongst the British public. Like, we really like him. The way he carries himself, like, he's just really seems like a top guy. Just a really nice person, really good guy, really skilled as well. We're talking about someone at the very top of their game who carries themselves like a champion, carries themselves with dignity. I think we can all respect like the fact that he's been there for his military and he's so passionate about his country. Like, you know, even if you were Russian, I think you could respect the fact that someone was so passionate about their country and so passionate about, you know, like being with their military and all that kind of stuff. And he's very, very much there for the Ukrainian people. They love him, absolutely love him, and you can understand why. And as we said as well, you know, he is undersized for this division. He is one of the smaller guys in this division, but that just makes them love him even more because now he's very much seen as someone that is just like, you know, a David fighting Goliaths in a land of Goliaths. And I must admit, I think he has filled out a little bit now. I don't think he is as small as he was when he first arrived, but I think that he's filled out a little bit. I was very surprised that there wasn't a bigger difference between them when I saw them face to face. I know that's something a lot of people have said. Like, I felt that Daniel was going to be quite noticeably bigger. But I don't know, Usyk, as we said, has just sort of filled out a little bit more. He doesn't seem as small as he was. The other thing we have to talk about as well is the fact that Daniel has come in, I think, the lightest of his career. Like, he is light for him. So part of the reason as to why I don't think there seems to be as much difference as what we thought is Usyk has come in a decent weight, right? Coming 15, 11, whatever. I think it was actually, I've got it written down, 220.9 pounds, basically 221. Daniel came in at 233. So there's 12 pounds difference, but this is one of the lightest weights, if not the lightest, that Daniel has ever weighed. And I think it was Joe Joyce said that could really play into Daniel's advantage because that can only help his agility. It can only help his movement. And so he thinks that's the right way forwards. I'm a little bit split on it, to be honest. I mean, for me, if you're going to go down in weight, it's because you are wanting to like improve your agility. You want to make yourself faster and slicker. But I can't see Daniel being faster and slicker than Usyk. So shouldn't you just like play to your strengths, which is your power, and like just try and really go to town in the early stages? For me, it's like you go big in the first 4 rounds. That's the way I would approach it. Go big in the first 4 to 6 rounds. Throw everything in those 4 to 6 rounds. I think if you've got a bit of weight behind your shots as well, that's not going to hurt. So him actually coming in smaller, I don't know. I can understand like wanting to, like, you know, be agile and, you know, not just be plodding and heavy, whatever, not just be a sitting duck, not just be a target that can be hit. I totally get that. But I do just question as to whether this is the right strategy, whether it's the right strategy to go down to one of your lightest weights when it feels like you've got to go hell for leather in the first 4 rounds. And this is what I keep saying. You're not going to outmaneuver Usyk. You're not going to. Not going to. I mean, clearly you're not going to. You're not gonna have better movement. You're not gonna have better boxing ability. You're not gonna have better timing. You're not gonna have better head movement, right? You know, none of that. You're not gonna be better. You're not gonna be faster, right? I don't care what. You could come in at like 5 pounds. You could weigh 5 pounds, right? Like that. You ain't gonna be quicker. He is so highly skilled that I don't know. I don't know if this is the right way forwards. But again, this is what I love about heavyweight boxing, is that you've got all these little wrinkles. You've got all these little things that you can just chew over, you know? I think for a lot of people, unfortunately, say a lot of the casuals, they look at it and it's just Usyk, an amazing fighter against Daniel Dubois. I don't know who that is. Usyk wins. That's it. That is it, right? They look at that and that is it. And that's fine and understandable, right? But I think if you are passionate about boxing and you really enjoy boxing and you have watched boxing, I think then there's all these little wrinkles and there's all these little things. You know, you start talking about the weight, you start talking about the age, you start talking about the strengths, the weaknesses, you start talking about paths to victory, little areas that can be exploited. You start talking about like the power, you start talking about the shot selection, the decision making, the ring IQ, the footwork, the experience. Like you start talking about all these little things. We were even talking earlier about how is the fact we're in Poland in front of Ukrainian fans, how's that going to impact on Usyk? You know, you start really digging into those stuff. I think it becomes a little bit complicated. Maybe you then overcomplicate something that's actually quite simple, right? But I do also think that it does make it a lot more interesting, because you are then starting to just dig into these little factors that are factors that can be things that play out on the night. You know, they can be reasons or become reasons as to why the miracle happens. You know, and it would be a miracle if Daniel Dubois can get past Oleksandr Usyk tonight. It will go down as one of the biggest upsets in the heavyweight division history, you know. And we're seeing Daniel backstage. He's got his robe on. He's got a purple robe on, and Frank Warren just giving him a few words. We are getting closer. We are getting closer. So we're inside his dressing room right now, and he's got the Triple D on his footwear. Obviously, Dynamite is his nickname, and there's posters all over Wrocław. They're just showing us some of the posters, some of the fans arriving at the arena. We are getting closer. I don't know when the fight is going to begin, but as a rough guesstimate, I would say about an hour and 20 odd minutes. I think we've got 2 fights left to go. I think we've got the Berinchyk fight, and I think we've got Prince Nassim's kid who's still to fight as well. Right now, there's just a video package looking at Usyk, looking at his career so far. What a career it's been. And now we're looking at Daniel Dubois also. Days, the blue universal title Roman has, he has retired it. He's giving it to Bray's family on last night's SmackDown. I saw a post. It was reported by Pro Wrestling World. No. Sounds like, whether it was done backstage, but to be honest, I mean, I don't believe that Bray's family was at SmackDown last night. There was no Bo that was there. That was certainly not shown on screen. Someone else said this as well during the stream last night, that the blue title had been retired and handed to the family of Bray and all that kind of stuff. Like that was said last night during the stream. I have not seen this reported, so I don't want to say it's completely made up nonsense, but we know that there are YouTube channels and news outlets out there that do make up complete nonsense, because it gets them clicks, it gets them views, it gets engagement, and the world runs on engagement now. It's not money that makes the world go round. It's likes, it's views. So it really wouldn't surprise me if that has been completely made up. But equally, you know, could it be a nice, kind gesture? I mean, look, to my knowledge, Roman wasn't at SmackDown. And to my knowledge, Bray's family weren't at SmackDown. And certainly there was no moment during the show where any title was retired. And I would think if that was going to happen, that WWE themselves would show us that moment, or at least tell us about that moment. I don't think it would be a personal, private thing that a news outlet reports. I think it would be something that would be made very public on social media. I must admit, today I've been very dialed into this fight, so could some have happened and been posted and I've missed it? Sure, definitely, because I've been very dialed into this. But to my knowledge, I'm not aware of anything. Usyk takes a knee in round 3 and then beats the shiz out of Daniel Dubois and will knock him out in round 6, says Min. Al said, no chance. AJ is far bigger than Wilder. Check it out. Wilder is the lightest heavyweight. Triple D is composing himself in the changing room, said OFTP. Is it O? Oh, yeah. I didn't know if it was an O or a Q. OFTP. Usyk wrestling a polar bear in the car park. Irish Rebel, shout out to you, dudes. The Boxing Prophet, here's a better question. If Usyk loses, is he out of the top 10? Nah. I mean, do you know what? I actually saw some conversations about if Daniel Dubois wins, how amazing that would be for the heavyweight division. I did think that, though, that surely there's a rematch clause built into this. Because they were saying if Daniel wins, then, oh my God, the Fury fight is so easy to make because they're both with Frank Warren. They're both with Frank Warren. They're both going to be like, because normally it's the TV networks that are a problem. So like normally, you know, AJ, for example, will have an exclusive deal with DAZN, whereas Fury's got an exclusive deal with TNT Sports. So trying to bring these two worlds together and make it financially work for everyone, as well as making it work for the fighters, as well as like the sponsorship deals that are involved, is just a nightmare, right? But they were saying that if Dubois does win tonight, so many headaches are removed because Fury and Dubois are both on Frank Warren's Queensberry, which means that it's such an easier fight to make. Such an easier fight to make. So they were talking about that. They were talking about Joshua against Dubois, which would be amazing, right? That would be amazing. I'd love to see Joshua against Dubois. A lot of people think that Joshua is the better fighter and would beat Dubois. But, man, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Don't forget, the only loss on Dubois' record is Joe Joyce. So, again, you could do Dubois against Joe Joyce. Of course, Deontay Wilder is going to want to crack at Daniel Dubois because Dubois would feel like he was there for the taking. It is true. It does blow it all wide open. I think if Dubois wins here, I think you do have a very exciting, and I think it's quite exciting anyway, but I think you've got a very exciting heavyweight landscape. Very exciting heavyweight landscape. But I was listening to the conversation of this being spoken about, and I was thinking like, yeah, but surely Usyk gets the first rematch. He gets a rematch. That must be in the contract. I'd be stunned if that wasn't in the contract. So I would imagine that a rematch would be in place. So chances are, I mean, if Dubois does do it tonight, he's going to have to sadly try and do it again. One thing I will say is Usyk doesn't take anyone for granted. And so it is believed that he seems to have been training as hard as when he was getting ready for Joshua, if he was getting ready for Fury. Like, he only fights once a year. So I don't expect him to be taking Dubois for granted. I don't expect it to be a case that he's looking past Dubois dreaming and looking at Fury and dreaming about that fight instead. So I do expect it to be a fully focused, fully dialed in, as good a showing as what you can get out of Usyk type performance. I don't expect this to be Dubois catching him off guards or Usyk to not be properly prepared. Usyk is, I mean, he's going to be performing in front of his fellow countrymen. He means so much to them. There's no half measures with Usyk, so I can't say that that's going to be a factor tonight, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because I'd be really excited if Daniel Dubois could do it. I'd be really excited if he could find a way to, get him past Usyk. But as I said, if Usyk wins, and I expect him to win, I'll still be all right with it. I'll still be pleased, actually, even though I am English. I'll be all right and pleased if he does, because I really like him. He's one of my favourite fighters. And I think that's true of a lot of British people, actually. I think it's true of a lot of boxing fans. I think he is a very likeable fighter. I asked, will he be out of the top 10 pound for pound? Oh, the pound for pounds. Would he be out of the top 10 pound for pounds? I don't actually know who's 10 on the pound for pounds. I think it's some pound for pounds is first, some pound for pounds is like third. Pound for pound, we've got Usyk. Oh, he's third across the board now. So for Ring, BWAA, TBRB, ESPN, he's ranked third straight across the board. Terence Crawford is the pound for pound now. Inui is second. Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? So who's like 10th? Who would he be with? Charlo is 10th. Shakur Stevenson is 10th. Lomachenko. Devin Haney. Haney is 10th in the BWAA. That's low, man. I am going to say no. I don't think he would drop out the top 10. Just because if Lomachenko is 10th on the Ring Magazine's pound for pound, I don't think a loss suffered by Usyk tonight would mean that he is below. Even a loss, I don't think a loss would mean that he would drop below Lomachenko. So yeah, I gotta say though, it's pretty stacked. I'm looking at the rankings. You've got like Tank Davis is 10th with ESPN, and you've got Devin Haney. I mean, it's just a flipping who's who, isn't it? It is just the absolute goats, as you would imagine. I mean, I'm looking at Crawford, Inui, Usyk, Canelo, Bivol, Spence, Haney, Tank. Actually, Teofimo Lopez is ranked 9th on 2 of them. Lomachenko is ranked 10th for the Ring. Tyson Fury is ranked 6th in 3 of them. Beterbiev, Charlo, Shakur Stevenson, Estrada, Triple G. Triple G is ranked 5th according to BoxRec. There ain't no way that Triple G is 5th. There ain't no way. I don't know if BoxRec haven't updated their pound for pound list for a few years, but there ain't no way Triple G should be on a pound for pound list in 2023. So I've got to say that I think he may drop out of one of them, but I think that in fact they probably haven't updated their pound for pound list, because even Beterbiev's not in BoxRec's. Usyk's not in BoxRec's. BoxRec's pound for pound list does not have Usyk, but it does have Triple G at 5. You drunk, mate? Go home. Go home. Oh, hello. Look at this outfit that's made its way down to the ring. So I would say that he would drop out of a couple, but not all of them if he loses tonight. Tell you what, that's quite the outfit that's just made its way down to the ring there. So this is Berinchyk, who is Ukrainian taking on Yigit. Tyson gave Usyk 70-30. Usyk still wanted to fight him, said Scott. Fury gave him a shiz deadline. Right, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you've not left a like, leave a like. There's absolutely no expectations that we're getting to 1,000 tonight, but it'd be nice to pick that up a little. We're at 231. Could we get to 500 tonight? Maybe 500 could be a little target. Normally during our big UFC pay-per-view shows, because we do the big UFC shows, we also do the big boxing fights as well. We did Crawford Spence not long ago. Obviously, the other week we did Joshua against Hellenius a couple of weeks ago. Definitely got eyes on the big boxing events that are coming up this year. But yeah, for those we tend to get around 1,000. But I don't know. It's pretty chilled tonight, to be honest. I think it was very difficult to know how engaged people were going to be with this fight because it hasn't had much promotion. Well, I think it has, but certainly I think a lot of people have looked at it and just said that it's going to be an easy night's work for Usyk. So I think I expect the masses to kind of stay away from this one. But you can't escape the fact it's for the heavyweight titles. You can't escape the fact that we've not had any heavyweight championship fights in 2023. This is the first. So people love the heavyweight division. They love heavyweight championship boxing. So it's always going to draw attention. And certainly got my attention. I'm really, really excited for that main event. This, I believe, is our last proper fight until we get to the main event. There is a fight after this, which I think is going to be Prince Naseem's kid making his debut, but that's only a 4 rounds kind of, you know, something for the fans. Something a bit juicy, something to get people to tune in. Like, everyone loves Prince Naseem, and to see his kid competing, that's something that people might tune in for. It might be a sweetener, you know. But it's only 4 rounds. That it's his very first fight. He's got no amateur experience. This is his first professional fight, and I believe they have put it in the co-main event slot. So we've got that coming up. This one, as we said, it's Ukrainian, number 4 in the WBO in the lightweight division. Berinchyk is obviously, you know, in a very stacked lightweight division. Totally expect him to pick up the victory here. 96% of people on Tapology expect Berinchyk to pick up the win. He's 17-0. He is 35 though. He's got 9 knockouts. He's got good height, good reach. He's got good power. He's a very, very heavy hitter. He's got good brute strength, and he's quite aggressive as well. So we are just seeing him controlling things at the moment. Yigit is on the outside, and you can just tell Berinchyk just getting into a bit of a rhythm. I love the ring, actually. Oh, he gets clipped, though. Did he just slip, did he? I thought he might have just... I thought Berinchyk just got clipped there, because he did just go down, but I think it might have been a slip. Okay, well, he's back on his feet. There's no count or anything. I want to see a replay of that. Because there was a right hand that came out by Yigit. It mustn't have landed. It must have been that Berinchyk just tried to avoid it, and as he did, he slipped over. But minutes left to go in this first round. And as we said, I think this is the last proper fight. Well, I say proper fight. There is another fight, but Berinchyk has been controlling things, holding that center ground. Right, let's go into the chat as we'll keep an eye on this. Richard said, do you think Bray Wyatt now goes into the 2024 Hall of Fame? I think he goes into the Hall of Fame. Whether it'll be next year, I really don't know. They might have already got a bit of a plan as to what they want to do for next year's Hall of Fame, but there's plenty of time to change that plan. Plenty of time. So yeah, I mean, I don't know that they would have made any phone calls yet to tell people they're in or whatever. But Batista, he was meant to go in a few years ago, and he hasn't gone in yet. I think they announced it, but then as soon as the pandemic hit in 2020, he said, "I don't want to go in if there's no crowd, no fans. I'd rather wait." So he is someone that's been announced that's not gone in, and there was a bit of a school of thought that Batista might be the main event for 2024. But they could postpone that, and they could actually make it Bray instead. I think he definitely goes in. I think there'll be a lot of people that want it to be next year, but it might not be. As we said, it could be that it's Batista. Jake Paul is being shown on screen, and he was on his phone. So he was on his phone and he was chatting away, and someone just tapped him and went, "Look, you're on screen." And then he started to like act a bit cool. So Jake Paul is ringside for this. I don't know why. Well, he is a boxing fan, and this is heavyweight boxing. But Jake Paul is in Wrocław. He's in Poland. Okay, we are underway with the second round of this one. So Jay, shout out to you, dude. Appreciate the support as always. I want to jump into the chat. I was wrong to scream. Was I wrong to scream when my girlfriend bit into her hot dog, says Bill Will. No, I think you should do it every time, bud. AB Jobson said, Berinchyk is a heavy hitter with lots of brute strength for punching and the ability to use his height and weight to his advantage. He likes to go aggressive for a knockout victory. Well said. Lane Wilson said, Usyk has got power, just not real knockout power. He's like Loma. Yeah, yeah. Very, very highly skilled, very technical, but yeah, lacking that kind of finishing ability. As we say, like kills you with accuracy. Dubois is younger. He's hungrier, said Scottish Budges. It's not just a fight. It's life-changing. It is true. I mean, it's true. This is life-changing. I mean, this is, if he beats Usyk, this goes around the world. I mean, I feel like the eyes of the boxing world are going to be watching this anyway. But if he beats him, I mean, wow. Life-changing, absolutely. Absolutely life-changing. You know, he will forever be a world... just like Andy Ruiz. You know, Andy Ruiz is forever a world champion and got bumper payday, got a bumper rematch. He's getting, like, good opportunities since. You know, Andy Ruiz is a name that a lot of people hadn't heard of until he beat Joshua, and then the world heard of him. So Andy Ruiz, you know, got made for life with that one victory over Joshua. And actually, I can't remember. We watched that fight. I can't remember what the odds were on Andy Ruiz beating Joshua. Andy Ruiz, Joshua odds. Let's have a look. It might not be a heavyweight championship fight that fans crave, but the stakes will be high when Anthony Joshua battles Andy Ruiz at Madison Square Garden. This is their first meeting. Joshua can't overlook Ruiz. He's a quick fighter with good hand speed who's 32-1 with 21 knockouts. Sportsbook list Joshua as a minus 2,500 favorite with Andy Ruiz at plus 1,100, right? So the bigger the number, the more of an underdog you are. So Andy Ruiz was plus 1,100. Tonight, Daniel Dubois is plus 800, right? He's plus 800. He's got more of a chance against Usyk than what Andy Ruiz did against Joshua. And spoiler, Andy Ruiz beat Joshua, right? So it can be done. It can be done. We can dare to dream. So that's interesting. I didn't know what the odds were. We watched that fight, but I didn't know the odds were as wide as what they were for that fight. Right, we got both fighters stepping into the center, and we are underway with round number 3. I'm just keeping a passing glance on this one. It's a totally fine, acceptable fight, but yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point now where we can only be an hour at most away from the main event. That's what everyone's interested in. That's what everyone's come for. That big, juicy main event fight. Oleksandr Usyk against Daniel Dubois. Feel free to get your thoughts in. Feel free to keep voting away. We've had nearly 2,500 votes. So nearly 2,500 votes. So Usyk by stoppage, 53%. Usyk by decision, 28%. Daniel Dubois by stoppage, 15%. Daniel Dubois by decision, 4%. So that's not moved at all. Still 19% of you are saying that Daniel Dubois is going to get the win one way or the other, either by stoppage or by decision. So it's 81% to 19% in favor of Oleksandr Usyk at the moment. This fight, quite spicy. They're really going at each other in this one. Like, it's all action here. And at the moment, a little bit of back and forth as Yigit is unloading. Berinchyk is trying to throw in some hook shots, but Yigit managing to get out of the way. It's a fun little contest. As we said, we'll keep an eye on it. Usyk will be in the zone and he will put on a clinic, says Roberto. Scottish Budges said Fury won't fight Dubois. He's said it himself. Mr. Gray said, what is a Zen training style? Does he meditate and do tie metal shoes and jump up steps like a Shaolin temple? Who's this? Usyk. I know Usyk does a lot of dancing. He does a lot of dancing for his movements, but I don't know about a Zen training. There is nothing Zen about my life, so I'm not sure what a Zen training schedule would look like. Sudoku? I don't know. Ask Bellew about Usyk's power, says Michael. Gassiev, who is a murderous puncher, Usyk did a job on him in Russia. Dubois is useless. And Lorena, nobody had him out there. Usyk's a different league. Yeah, the last fight that Dubois had was the one that he had against Lorena. That was obviously not a good showing. He got clipped, I think, on the top of the head, and he ended up going down like 3 times in the first round. There's a lot about that fight, actually, that looks a bit suspect, because apparently if you get knocked down, I think, was it WBC? If you get knocked down 3 times in a round, like, it's automatically over. So from that point of view, it should have been done. And then also, when they ring the bell, you can see the clock on screen still says there's like 8 seconds. So that also looks dodgy, right? So there's plenty about that that last fight that Dubois has that does not look right. But he did have a torn ACL, didn't he? There's a moment in the fight where I think he's already been clipped, but it says he stumbles backwards. He does his ACL. The fact that he was able to, having sustained that injury, and granted, he didn't look good. No one's making excuses. He didn't look good. But the fact that he was able, with a torn ACL, to overcome that and then go on to get the victory is quite impressive. It's quite good that he was able to do that. It is going to be a challenge tonight. It is, as of this point, though, he has not been knocked out. He's not been TKO'd, right? We haven't seen him finished other than his one loss, which was to Joe Joyce, and there's no shame in that, right? But other than to Joe Joyce, he went 10 rounds with Joe Joyce, And obviously he suffered that injury at the orbital bone. So I am not disagreeing with what's being said. He did not look good. Daniel Dubois did not look good with his last outing. But as we said, you know, he did suffer that ACL tear. He did still manage to get the victory. And as of right now, we have not seen him knocked out. We have not seen him technically knocked out. He had that stoppage. He did take that knee, but that was injury related. It was round 10. His orbital bone is busted. And so, yeah, it's gonna be mission impossible. He's gonna have to climb Everest. He's gonna have to give everything. It's gonna be hard, right? It's gonna be unlikely. I think there is a chance. I give him a definite puncher's chance. But I agree as well that we know that Usyk can take shots. We know that his chin is, you know, he's taken big, heavy shots before. So it is going to be difficult. I think you are, what I want to see is I want to see Dubois go to the body. I want to see him really land in something significant, and I want to see him exploit that. The one thing I will say about Dubois is when a finishing opportunity presents itself or an opportunity presents itself, he's normally very good at capitalizing on that. So he definitely has got some weaknesses and there's areas of concern. But if he can land, and this is the, you know, the big if, right? It's massive. But if he can land in the early stages, because I think he's going to go for it, right? If he can land in those early stages, and we know that Usyk's a slow starter, if an opening presents itself, I feel good that Daniel is one of the best to capitalize on that opening. I think he's one of the best to like, you know, go for the kill. So, but it's all of it is unlikely. All of it is unlikely. So it is a little bit of a clutching at straws type situation. But as I said, I mean, I don't mind if Usyk wins. Like, I really like Usyk. So I can't really lose personally tonight. Like, if Dubois wins, then Britain, England has got another world champion in the heavyweight division after having Fury and obviously Joshua no longer, but we would have another one. Or Usyk wins, and I just think he's a really good role model. He's a great fighter. He's one of the pound for pound best fighters in the world. I think it'd be great for the Ukrainian people. Yeah, can't really lose, to be honest. But I do give Dubois like a slim chance. I really do. I give him a slim chance. I think that there is a strategy. There is a game plan. And are they going to cover it? Oh, no. Is he cleaning it? Okay, well, the dude was doing something with the camera in the dressing room there, just as we were looking at Usyk, seeing him getting his hands wrapped, getting ready. We're getting closer. Just watching as that was happening. The dude, I don't know if he was trying to cover over the camera or if he was trying to clean the lens or something, but he was doing something with it. We are up to round number 5 with this one. I think we've still got one more fight to go after this. As we said, Prince Naseem Hamed, his son, who has never had a fight before, is going to be in action after this. His son trains in Birmingham, has got no amateur experience. It's going to be his first professional fight. It's crazy, man. I mean, I remember watching Prince Naseem, and I think for a lot of British people in particular, he was just such an inspiration. He was so exciting. I don't know that Britain has got a real proud history of exciting fighters. Like, we've had some good heavyweights, and we have had some really good, credible fighters, but I don't know that we've had anyone as charismatic with the personality, you know. I mean, as Prince Naseem, he used to come down with obviously the leopard print and everything, used to flip over the top rope. He was always a great speaker as well. And actually, in the build towards this, his presence at the press conferences has been fantastic. He's been so charismatic. It's been brilliant having him around again, actually. So, you know, that's something that I've personally really enjoyed in regards to the build to this, having Prince Naseem back around again, you know. And I thought he was great in the build, in the various interviews at the press conference. And they've really looked after his kid here, giving him like the co-main event slot, even though he's got no previous experience. Clearly only doing it because of his dad, of course. But there'll be plenty of interest in that. Plenty of interest. People will want to know how he's done and how he's looked as well, you know? So I think we've got that coming up after this, and then we're at the main event. So I reckon we're about less than an hour away right now. I reckon we're probably, it depends how long this fight goes for, obviously. But yeah, we can't be too far away. Because I think Poland is an hour ahead. I'm sure they're an hour ahead. I'm trying to remember to when I went to Poland, and I'm sure it's an hour ahead. Hrgovic is next with Usyk. Yeah, he won't stand aside, will he? Hrgovic has said that he won't stand aside. He wants to be next, but Hrgovic has not looked good either. You know, he hasn't looked good in his most recent outings. He struggled against Zhang and struggled the other day as well. Not looking good, Hrgovic. I'd imagine Usyk should get past him quite comfortably if he does get past Dubois tonight, which I think he will. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that the Fury fight is going to be anytime soon. I do think it's the fight that Usyk wants, though. I genuinely believe that Usyk does want to unify this heavyweight division. I want to see all the Fury fans crying emojis in the chat after Usyk wins. I don't think Fury fans will be crying. I would imagine most Fury fans are expecting Usyk. I'd imagine everyone's expecting Usyk to win. I don't care. I'm a fan of the truth. I speak facts, says Boxing Prophet. Billy said, can you give a sneak peek? There's no fight to show apart from this Berinchyk Yigit fight. And I don't think, Billy, that you're interested in that. Scottish Budges said, Usyk has been down in the amateurs several times and once professionally due to body shots. A.B. Jobson said, Usyk is arguably the toughest Ukrainian alive, or at least in hand-to-hand combat terms. And that is saying something. He is the pride of the Ukraine for sure. Scottish Budges said, I'm a Fury fan, and F that donkey. He didn't pull from the Usyk fight. He's clowning, and rumors has he's coked up again. Who? Fury. He's coked up again. Okay. I mean, look, we spoke about it earlier. I think everyone wants Fury Usyk. I think that Fury is not telling the truth. Surprise, surprise, right? I think he's not telling the truth. I think that he is more concerned about Usyk than he's letting on. If he wasn't, then I think it would be an easy fight to make. I think that if you're a heavyweight boxer and you are, you know, the heavyweight champ of the world, and someone else is walking around claiming to be the heavyweight champ as well, if you are as confident as Fury says he is, then wouldn't you just get that match made? Smash the other person and take their belts, and then no one else in the world can claim to be the heavyweight boxing champ of the world. Like, I do look at that and I'm struggling to find the answer as to why this is being made so difficult, why this fight is so hard to make. I understand there's a lot of sponsors, TV networks, boxing organization. I can imagine that there's just a lot of things involved. I can understand that, right? I can understand that it's not totally straightforward, but it does seem like the boxers are making it more complicated. It does seem like this is, you know, it doesn't seem like both sides are desperately moving mountains to get the fight made. Like, it is the fight to make as well, right? I think, I can't be the only one rolling my eyes at Tyson Fury against Francis Ngannou when we're all waiting for Fury and Do you know what I mean? Like, just make the fight. Make the fight. Like, we're waiting for this fight. We're watching Usyk against Dubois tonight. And probably next will be Usyk against Hrgovic, right? So these are the fights that are happening for Usyk. Fury is doing Ngannou. Last year, he did Dillian White. Fair play. Dillian White had waited for ages. But then followed that up with Chisora, right? So you look at it and you're like, just make the fight. There's one fight that needs to be made in that heavyweight division. And it should have been Joshua Fury. And it wasn't, right? And now it's Fury against Usyk. But this is what I'm saying. I just don't buy that heaven and hell is being moved here. I don't buy that heaven and earth is being moved to try and make the fight. So I think that Fury is not being completely honest with how easy he is claiming this fight would be for him. I do think that Usyk wants the fight. I think this is the whole reason why he moved up. Surely he wouldn't have moved up if he didn't believe he could win the titles and unify the division. He's unified cruiserweight. So I think, you know, this is the challenge he wants. Every time he talks, he's very clear about wanting the fights. And I believe him as well. I really believe him. I don't see any reason as to why he would be lying or why he would not be telling the truth on that. So I believe Usyk wants it. I think I can't say that Tyson is ducking Usyk. I don't know that that's true. I just think there's a lot of things involved. There's a lot of people involved. There's a lot of organizations involved. There's a lot of networks that are involved. There's just a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of pieces involved. And I just don't think that Fury is making it as easy as he could make it. And I said earlier as well, I think there is something to be said, definitely something to be said for Fury stalling, because he knows that the older that Usyk gets, the slower he will become, right? Usyk's not getting faster, right? Usyk's not getting a better fighter, right? He's 36. The older he gets, the later this fight happens, the more past his prime he's getting, right? His movement is only going in one direction, and as every day passes by and every year passes by, that is slower. So you could actually look at it and say that it's wise of Fury to stall and to delay, because if this fight ever does happen, like, I don't know, 2024, late 2024, certainly sounds better than late 2022, right? You've bought yourself a couple of extra years there. You're facing a much slower man. Yeah, Fury will be slowing as well, but Fury has got age on Usyk. I think Fury is like 33, 34, and Usyk is 36. And Fury doesn't rely so much on his pace and his footwork as what Usyk does. Like, Fury has got size, he's got power, and he can certainly utilize those. And I think it's not the worst strategy. So I think there might be some of that at play as well. But it is an interesting conversation. It is the fight that people want. We are working our way towards that fight. I'm just keeping half an eye on this situation at the moment. Yigit is agile and skilled, but he does lack raw power to compete with Berinchyk. Yigit lacks the power to keep Berinchyk from coming straight at him, and Berinchy's power is too much, says AB Jobson. Scottish Budgies said it's a £1 million part which Fury rejected. Fury needs another tune-up, said Knight Rider. Is Yigit beating Berinchyk? I can't catch a break on these parlays, said David. Well, Berinchyk just had a good round there, according to the commentators. If Dubois wins and fights Fury, and Fury wins, does he need to fight Usyk and AJ to compete his legacy? No. I think that Fury needs to... I think that Fury needs to get the belts. That's what I think. I think Fury needs the belts. So it's weird, man. I'm seeing Prince Nassim Hamid, and just a couple of seats down is Jake Paul. Yeah, they're just saying that I bet Prince Nassim is thinking to himself, I did all this stuff you're doing now, Jake, before you did it. He was such an entertainer, Prince Nassim. Such an entertainer. But yes, I think that Fury needs the belts. That's what I think. It's the only thing he needs to do. I'm not interested in him fighting Joshua in particular, right? I think that the Joshua fight made a lot of sense when Joshua was champion. And I think as soon as Joshua lost the belts to Usyk, you still could have done the fight. But I think almost definitely the interest had decreased, right? Because I think that a large part of that appeal was, yeah, two British guys going up against each other. But it was all the belts being on the line that was the thing. And I think once the belts weren't on the line, Fury Joshua was still, you know, one that people had spoke about so much, they absolutely would have still tuned in for it. But it definitely would have lost a bit of sparkle. Definitely would have lost a little bit of what made it so appealing in the first place. So for me, I think, I don't know. If Dubois wins and then Fury beats Dubois and Fury's got all the belts, I have no problem with him retiring then. And I would have no problem with like he's ducking certain people's stuff. It would be there for Fury haters. If you really don't like Tyson Fury, then, you know, you would be able to say, oh, he ducked Joshua, he ducked Usyk. That would be there. But it wouldn't be a problem for me. Because I think that the one thing he has to do, the top of the list, the number one thing, if he wants to absolutely cement his legacy, is get all the belts, unify the division, right? Because he could have done it against Joshua and he didn't. He should be doing it against Usyk, right? And at the moment he hasn't, right? So if Dubois then beats Usyk, then I think you can make a very comfortable argument that if Dubois could do it, then I think Fury would have done it. And so, you know, if he beats Dubois, then fine, right? So for a lot of people, there'll be a shopping list of things that Fury has got to do. He's got to do this, he's got to do that. He's got to beat Usyk, he's got to win the belts, he's got to beat Joshua. He's got to beat, you know, whoever, like, the next down the line is. But for me, I just think get the belts. Get the belts. Be the first person to unify this division. If you really, really want that legacy, if you really want to shut people up, then for me, that's what you need to do. Because you could have done it against Joshua. You didn't. You could do it against Usyk. You haven't. Right? It's got to be done at some point. Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to do it. So why not be the guy that did it? Why not be the first? It might be because the risk and reward are not quite in balance. Like, the risk drastically outweighs the rewards. Losing the one belt he does have and losing his undefeated streak is too much of a gamble for trying to win the other 3 belts and unify the division. It might just be the risk outweighs the rewards, and so that's why he's kind of stayed away from it, you know? But no, for me personally, it would not be a problem if he just unified the belts and that was all he did. If he had one more fight, forget the Ngannou fight. He had one more fight and it was Usyk for the belts. And if he wins it, yeah, well, that's job done, innit? But even if it was one more fight and it was Dubois and it was for the belts, fine. He can retire then after that with my blessing. Right, we're still underway here. I think are we in round 9 now? Round 9. This thing going into the later rounds. If Fury retires before fighting Usyk, his legacy will be tainted, says AB Jobson. Fury is a clown, said Scottish Budges. If he does relapse, then he's done. If Fury Usyk does happen, it should be 50-50. Usyk is second best next to Fury, said Babies627. Clee said, I don't think Usyk could really fight Tyson, in my opinion. How could Usyk win? He's too small. He can't stop Tyson, let alone put him down. He can't get away from Tyson's jab. It would be an easy win, sadly. It's interesting. I think Usyk wins or loses, not a draw, said Robert. I used to like Fury, but not after this BS, says Roberto. Where is this live? In the UK, it's on TNT Sports. In the UK, this is a pay-per-view. And we don't get pay-per-views all that often. So this is one that you have to like pay for, really commit to. In the US, I would imagine it's just on ESPN. I'd be surprised if this is one you had to like, well, I don't know. In America, you lot go crazy for pay-per-views, don't you? Maybe it is a pay-per-view. It is the heavyweight championships, in all fairness. This is heavyweight boxing. But yeah, it's a pay-per-view here. It's on TNT Sports box office in the UK. How many fights before the Usyk fight? I think there's one more fight. One more fight, and that's going to be Prince Naseem's kid, who is just fighting a 4-round fight. I mean, it'll be quick. I'm surprised. I mean, like, this fight's, you know, we're in round 9. Obviously, we can go 12. I don't think they'll make us wait too long. So yeah, it's been a fairly long evening. We've been live for 3.5 hours. I must say though, it's absolutely flown. I remember like we did 1.5 hours and I was like, man, we've got so much to talk about. And here we are 3.5 hours in. And it does feel like we're getting pretty close to the main event. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We're on 281 and I can see we're just under 1,000 live viewers. So definitely more interest in this than what I was anticipating. I did think that a lot of people might just be a bit disengaged, what with, you know, I think a lot of people are just expecting Usyk to pick up the victory here. But I think there's definitely a path to victory for Daniel. To be honest, I think it's unlikely. I've said that all night. But I just hope it's a really good fight. And if Usyk gets the win by decision after a really good scrap and Daniel's given a really good showing of himself, you know, he's got to give everything, innit? This is his one opportunity to win the heavyweight championships. And so, you know, it's a big stage. It's a main event. It's everything that his life has been building towards. Like, you've got to think that he's not going to leave anything in the dressing room. So he's going to give absolutely everything. He's going to give a good account of himself. We know what the heavyweight division is like. It's a division that can provide shocks and has provided shocks. But this would be one of the biggest if he can do it tonight. But yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Plenty of thoughts and theories and excitement around. Continue to share your thoughts as to how you think this is going to play out tonight. Do you think it's going to be a case that we're going to see a new champ tonight? Or do you think it's going to be a case that it's going to be pretty straightforward work for Oleksandr Usyk? Wrestling God said, I'm going to go to AEW tomorrow. Have a great time, dudes. I hope you have a great time. Starts at 5 Eastern on ESPN Plus in the US, says AB Jobson. What time is it? 10. I've not seen actually them talk about ring walks, but I can't see it being that late because I think Poland is an hour ahead. So as I said, in Poland right now, I think they're coming up to 10:30 at night. It's 9:30 here. So you know, I can't see it going like super late or much later because they're already an hour ahead in Poland. Days, I don't normally watch boxing, but what does this fight compare to in UFC terms? Well, Usyk is on the pound for pound list. He's very highly regarded. He's number 3 on the pound for pound list. So I don't think he's not John Jones. Well, is he John Jones? Is he John Jones? I feel like John Jones is John. That's a really interesting one. He might be John Jones, you know, because John Jones killed it at lightweight, light heavyweight, and then moved up, and he had one fight in the heavyweight division. We wasn't sure how he was going to adapt, and he has adapted, and he won the title. And I don't think John Jones is top of the pound for pound rankings. I could be wrong. I think it's Volkanovski or Islam Makhachev. So I think Jones is around the conversation, but not at the top of the pound for pound. So I think Usyk is in the exact same situation. He's ranked third in the pound for pound. He's not number 1 or 2. 1 and 2 is Crawford and Inoue. And so he's third. And also, he's not been in the heavyweight division for a very long time, few years. And also, he made his name at cruiserweight, which is a lower weight, just like John Jones. So actually, I think John Jones is not a bad comparison. The only thing I would say is that John Jones, for a lot of people, is regarded as the greatest to ever do it. And I don't think many people are saying Usyk is the greatest to ever do it, because boxing obviously is a much bigger sport in the sense of there's so many more belts, there's so many more fighters. It's a global sport. It's not just UFC that happens like once a week. Like once a week you get 13 fights. I mean, think about how many boxing fights take place around the world every weekend compared to UFC where you get like 12, 13 fights. So boxing is so much bigger that, you know, Usyk can't be regarded as the greatest to ever do it. But he is regarded by many as the greatest cruiserweight. So I think there's a slight difference between him and John Jones, but I don't think the John Jones comparison is that clunky. Okay, so let's say John Jones, and then Daniel Dubois is British prospect, young, upcoming, unproven. So I actually think this is John Jones versus Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall is young, British, unproven. He's someone that you could see being a champion, like if the timing was right and the circumstances were right, then you know, you could see him being a champ. But if we were to have John Jones versus Tom Aspinall, like soon, I think a lot of people would say Aspinall's got no choice, no chance, like no opportunity, like he's going to get murdered. Just like how we saw Cyril Gane getting murdered by John Jones. But Tom Aspinall would definitely have a path to victory. You know, John Jones is getting older. Tom's a lot younger. Tom's got some good power as well. So I feel like I feel like the odds would probably be about the same. You know, John Jones would probably be like minus 1,400. Tom Aspinall would be plus 800. You could see that being the odds for that fight as well, actually. So yeah, if I was to put this into MMA terms, I would go John Jones against Tom Aspinall as being a comparison as to what we're going to see tonight. So, you know, in that regard, you would say that very comfortable win for John Jones. But Tom Aspinall is seen as someone that's upcoming, that's, you know, I expect Tom Aspinall to get a shot at the heavyweight title at some point. He trains with Fury, used to. I don't know if he still does, actually. But, yeah, he's probably the best British prospect we've got at the moment. In regards to the heavyweight division, of course. My favorite WWE Hall of Famer is the Ultimate Warrior, says Andy. Andy, shout out to you. Gamian said, I think Usyk's going to get this by decision. Tony said, Usyk and Holyfield are probably the best cruiserweights. Clee said it's going to be interesting to see how Dubois handles the pressure of the crowds. I think Usyk is super skilled for Dubois, but if Dubois can fight and not box, he has a chance. But if he boxes, it's Usyk. 15% DDD. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. I agree with all of that. I don't think the crowd is going to be a problem. I think the crowd, if anything, might be a motivational force. I'm trying to put myself in the situation of, like, you know, I can't imagine boxers stepping into an environment where the crowd are booing them out the building and that actually affecting them. I can't imagine that being a distraction. I can't imagine, if anything, like I would be like very much F you. And I'm sure many of you would as well, you know. If you walk into an environment where the crowd are so against you, booing you out the building, chanting for your opponent, like I would be that would super focus me. And I would be very much like, oh, well, I'm definitely here to ruin this party. Definitely. And I do ruin most parties that I attend. So I would find that I would find it actually very motivational. I don't think that's going to be a problem for Dubois. Maybe I'm being super naive, but I genuinely don't think it's going to be a problem for Dubois. I actually think the opposite. I worry as to, or I'm interested to know how it's going to affect Usyk. Because if you are so used to the crowd being against you, like Usyk is, because he hasn't fought in front of a home crowd since 2015, and this is a home crowd for him. So he hasn't fought against a home crowd since 2015. He is so used to the crowd being like so against him. We're up to round 12. He is so used to the crowd being against him that this is going to be quite different, like having that support and, dare I say, not even being able to feed off the negativity, which is something that he may have been doing. As I just said, if I was stepping out there in front of such a crowd that really was not on my side, I would have been drawing off a bit of an FU type mentality. If I now step out there and I've got to draw off a crowd that's really for me, I've got to make an adjustment. There has to be an adjustment there. I've got to draw off the support rather than the negativity, which honestly, I mean, I've never been in that situation. I've never had any support, or I can't say I've had any hate thrown at me in such a public display, right? Surprising, I know. But so it's hard to know as to how difficult that adjustment would be. I don't know. I don't know how difficult that adjustment is, but there is an adjustment that has to be made. And that adjustment, I don't think is going to be a problem for Usyk. I don't think it's going to be a factor. I don't think it's going to be a challenge or a barrier or anything. I don't think it is. But I can't say with 100% certainty that it's not something that could still be a factor. It could be. I think Usyk's too skilled for something so minor, and I would think that minor. I think he's too skilled for something that minor to really affect him. But I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. It might be the Daniel Dubois fan in me just clutching at straws, trying to find any straw I can get a hold of and clutch a hold of it, you know. But it is definitely, that is something that I am interested to see how he responds to that. Logan Murphy, shout out to you, my friends. Logan said, hi, it's Logan. Logan, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Hope you are in a good place. Obviously, our wrestling friends suffering a bit at the moment after the loss of a very, very popular young wrestler as well. 36-year-old passing away, heart attack. Took us all by surprise. No age, got a family, wife. Horrific news. And there was a bit of a tribute show to him last night, and pretty heavy stuff at times as well. So definitely a struggle at the moment for our wrestling friends, but yeah, somewhat different to focus on tonight, and very welcome as well, I must say. So there we go, end of this fight. Both guys throw their arms in the air. We are getting closer to that main event. And this fight, crowd, some people really not bothered. Some people not really paying it much attention. I think everyone's there for the main event. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which way this fight goes and who gets awarded the victory. I can tell you that Berinchyk came in as, actually, you know what? Very similar to our main event odds-wise. Berinchyk minus 1,250 favorite. Yigit was plus 700. So this not a million miles away from our main event, and we have just seen a competitive fight that's gone the distance. Just shows, man. I mean, at the end of the day, it's two people in a ring, innit? That's it. Two people, and anyone can be knocked off their game plan. Yigit against Berinchyk, and we've got to see which way they've gone on the judges on this one. Some fun action. Both guys planting their feet and just swinging away. Both guys as well throw their arms in the air at the end, at the conclusion. Both guys think that they have done enough. It's a great fight. Big fan of both. Dubois will be made at 25 after this fight, which is epic for him. I hope he just keeps the hunger. He can still be the future, even if he doesn't win here, says AB Jobson. Jay said, see what happened with O'Malley and Sterling? The crowd got to him, the booing, and then I guess the mentality. He didn't want to make the fight boring, and in a rush to be loved, got KO'd, says Jay. Prince Nassim's having a fight later outside the chippy with 4 large kebabs, says Matt. Let's go. Let's go. Bob, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Aljo will get the rematch, says Roberto. Okay, we're just waiting for these scorecards. Yigit and Berinchyk. Okay, this arena is filled up now. As we said, we're really close. This one going 12 rounds, though, so... After 12 rounds. Scorecards. $117, $111. $115. $115, $113. $116. $112. It's unanimous. So it's Berinchyk that's got it. Berinchyk has done it. Denys Berinchyk, he was the favorite. Yigit was confident, man. He really felt like he had done enough to take that. Yeah, it's the Ukrainian that gets the victory there. Yeah, I tell you what, it's bouncing as well. Like the Ukrainian fans are dancing away, and you can tell that the energy has gone up a notch here. You can tell that the excitement has gone up a notch as well. Like things are getting serious now. Things are getting serious. We are getting closer. Please tell me Usyk is next, says Ujits. Not quite, buds. I think it's Hamid that's next. Prince Nassim's kids. It's only a 4-round fight, though. Yeah, it is coming close. I don't think that fight has happened. I don't think that fight. If it... Let me look on Tapology. Because I know they did show it up on screen when we first started the coverage. Certainly it's not been on whilst we've been live. So I think that is still to come, unless... I don't think they will have cancelled it or moved it. Sometimes you can get a fight after the main event, believe it or not. Sometimes they can do like the big fight. And then they like do a fight after it. So they're just talking to Chisora right now. Xenogray said, where are you watching the prelims? I've got ESPN and DAZN. I'm in the UK, so it's on TNT right now. This is the main cards. This is... Yeah, no result for Adam Hamid, so that fight hasn't happened yet, according to Tapology. According to Tapology, there's another fight, the Solominnikov against Goodell fight. That also hasn't happened yet. That's 6 rounds. So right now there's an interview with... Chisora. Right, we go back to the pundits. There's cheering and everything. Okay. So, yeah, I'm in the UK. I'm watching it on TNT box office. The undercard was being shown on YouTube, but I believe that stopped as soon as the main card started, which was around about 2 hours, 40-odd minutes ago. That's when the main card started. And, yeah, we've kind of been working our way through that. We're just seeing, I don't know if this is live, but we're with Daniel Dubois. He's getting his gloves tightened and tied up. He's got the gloves on. So his gloves are on. Hands are wrapped. Gloves are on. We really can't be far away. We really can't be far away. To my knowledge, I think there's one fight, and it's a 4-round little cheeky thing that's Prince Nassim's kids. And then we go to the main event. But I did just look at Tapology, and there was another fight that looked like it hadn't took place yet. But as we said, I'm pretty sure Poland's an hour ahead. That means that right now, it's 10:45 in Poland. I've got to think there must be some sort of curfew or something, you know? It won't be long, said Robert. Desperate to watch it. Not going to tell anyone we will be banned. Please do not bet on the knockout for Usyk. I promise you this is not going to happen, said Boxing Profit above all boxing profits. The pundits are on. Yep, it is the pundits at the moment. We are just seeing inside the stadium. Looks good. Looks really good. We're seeing Usyk as well on the screen. We've got some ring girls in the ring. Usyk, if those are live shots, doesn't have his gloves on yet. If those are live shots. What's going on? Just still waiting. Just making us wait. We're still waiting to get to the main event, and it doesn't look like it's coming just yet. Pundits are still chatting away. Feel free to get in your thoughts. We've kind of broken the fight down quite a few times tonight. I've got my notes, which we can just sort of blast through. Obviously, we've watched a lot of Usyk. We've watched a lot of Daniel Dubois. Dubois has actually been on quite a lot of undercards. He was on the undercard for, I think he was on Jake Paul undercard when he faced Tyron Woodley. So if you've seen a Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley cards, then Daniel Dubois was on the undercard to that. He was on the undercard to Tyson Fury against Derek Chisora. So if you saw that event, he was on the undercard to that. So he's appeared on quite a few undercards to various different shows. We've watched a fair bit of him as a result. But Usyk, you know, a fantastic cruiserweight, a southpaw. It is worth mentioning. There's not loads of southpaws in the heavyweight division. Southpaw can make it a bit tricky for Daniel. Daniel said, like, trying to find a southpaw heavyweight to spar with was quite a challenge. Usyk can be a very slow starter as well. He keeps a high guards. He defends well when under pressure. Like, he tends to just shut everything down, weather the storm, and can make it really hard for you to get at him. So he's very good at making sure that, like, a bad situation doesn't get made worse. And actually, that's going to be a real problem for Dubois, because I think Dubois can get through the defenses of Usyk, but can he make a bad situation worse? Can he capitalize on that bad situation? Can he, as we say, you know, find that finish? I think Dubois is very good at doing that, but Usyk's very good at making sure that that bad situation doesn't get made worse. He is got good free-flowing jabs. He uses that jab to control his opponents. So he's very good at setting things up with the jab, using the jab as a bit of a rangefinder. Very good at getting that jab and shoving it in people's faces. He's really good as well, actually, at throwing a jab and, like, stepping outside whilst he's doing it. So he's very good at actually confusing his opponents. Some of his footwork and some of his thought processes are quite unorthodox. They're not textbook. They're not the kind of thing that you would expect. Like, normally when you would step in to throw the jab, you might go on the inside, but Usyk can actually step onto the outside and kind of throw the jab. And it does make it very difficult to read. He's very good at throwing from different angles and unorthodox angles. And he's very good at making people have to answer questions that they might have never faced before. If you fight someone like Usyk, there really is not many fighters that you're going to have faced before that have fought like Usyk. Whereas the point has been made that Usyk will have fought a lot of people like Daniel Dubois. There isn't really going to be anything Dubois is going to bring that Usyk has not faced before. There's no real surprises that Daniel Dubois is going to spring that Usyk has not faced. So it makes it harder for Daniel. It makes it harder because he can't really do anything that's going to surprise Usyk, but Usyk can do plenty that Daniel, I don't think, will have ever faced before. Just some of his movements, some of his angles, some of the way that he sets up his shots. It's very different to anything that Daniel's faced. Usyk takes very good calculated risks. He's got great physical conditioning. He operates at pace, and he operates at pace for like 12 rounds. As we said, great footwork, great angles. He's shown that he can take a shot as well, Usyk. His chin is... I don't think his chin has been massively tested at heavyweight. I've yet to see that big killer shot come through and Usyk really get rocked. I've not seen that present itself. It shows how good Usyk is at avoiding those types of shots. That he's been in there twice with Joshua. He's been in there with Chisora. He's been in there with Washington. And he's not been like clipped with like that big nuclear bomb. I've not seen that landed yet. He's been, you know, some little shots have got through. Little things have got through that look like they've rocked him. But we know the body is susceptible. If you want joy against Usyk, going downstairs is definitely or seemingly a path that could bring you a victory. So that is definitely something that Dubois is going to look for. He's going to look to work the body. Usyk was hurt by Gassiev and AJ with body shots. Dubois is the bigger fighter and he needs to use that size to his advantage. There's no pressure on Dubois tonight. I don't think anyone is expecting him to legitimately do it, apart from Frank Warren, who's been very vocal saying that he thinks he will do it tonight. But I think the majority of fans really don't expect it to be a case that Dubois gets the win. So he shouldn't be coming in with the world on his shoulders. He shouldn't be coming in with feeling like loads of pressure. In a way, it's a bit of a free hit tonight because if he loses, everyone's expecting him to lose. It won't surprise anyone if he loses. So as a result, like that could that could work to his advantage. He does lack experience. And there will be moments where he's going to be tested and he's going to have to dig deep. That could be a problem, but it could be an advantage again, because it also means that he's not been in like wars. Like the Joyce fight was a problem because it broke his orbital bone and he definitely sustained some big injuries, but equally he's not been in big drawn out battles, gone into the deep waters. I think his body at the age of 25 should still have plenty about it. You know, he's not on the verge of crumbling and falling apart. It would be nice if he had a bit more experience, of course. I'd love for him to have beaten, say, Deontay Wilder. If we were sat here and he'd beaten Wilder and now he was facing Usyk, I think the belief that he could do this tonight would be so much stronger. There'd be so much more hype around this fight. The fact that he's not had that experience or secured that big killer notable win, that big victory, it is a problem. It is a problem. But as we said, you know, you could also spin it to an advantage that he's not taken that punishment. So it's sink or swim, in it. It's sink or swim for him tonight. We could keep going down all the different pros and cons. His mentality is going to be everything's going to be tested. There's nothing that isn't going to be tested tonight for Daniel Dubois. As we said, a lot of people not expecting him to do it, but as a result, the pressure is off. I think for every negative, a little positive can be found. I think he's in a really good headspace. I think that there's plenty of intrigue about this. I think there's going to be plenty of interest. I think that even if people aren't bothered or aren't checking out the event tonight and maybe have sat it out, I think they're still going to be having a little cheeky look on the phone to see exactly what's happened, you know? I think there'll be people, even if they're out having a meal, doing whatever, they'll still want to know, you know, what went down in the fight. There's interest in this. There's always interest in heavyweight boxing. There's always interest in heavyweight boxing. Can he do it, though? Can he shock the world? And it would shock the world. But we've got someone else that's looking to shock the world first. And I think this is our co-main event. 4 rounds, right? Not long. It's Adam Hamid's Prince Naseem's kids. He's getting his intro. We know that the Prince is at ringside. He's sat just a couple of seats down from Jake Paul, who is also at ringside. We're seeing footage of Prince Naseem. This is his kid. This is his son. This is going to mean a lot to certainly people in Britain. One of my favorite fighters, maybe my favorite fighter, is definitely in the conversation with the likes of Lennox Lewis. When I was young, growing up, whenever it was a Prince Naseem, you knew you was getting proper entertainment. Not just great boxing skill, but all the showmanship that comes with a Prince Naseem Hamid fight as well. Adam Hamid has got no amateur background. They're very confident, though. Obviously, the Hamid family are saying that he's ready, he's looking good. Prince Naseem would know if this is the right time or not. If he didn't think that he was ready for this, then I don't think he would put him on such a stage. But let's go, man. I hope this guy lights up. I hope this guy lights up this show. We've got the ring walk and everything. He's making his way down. Obviously, we're going to be looking at this one. This is one that's got people's attention. Maybe not globally, but certainly in this country. So, making his way down to the ring. I want to jump into the chat, see what people are saying as we're continuing to work our way towards the main event. I think the main event is after this. Like the stream, says David. David, shout out to you. We're at 320. We set a little target of 500. We are over 1,000 people watching live right now. And a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. You can tell the excitement has definitely stepped up. If you are watching and you've not dropped a... Is he going to go over the top? He's teasing it. Nah. Cheeky. He did think about it. He teased it. He teased it. Smile on. There's Prince Nassim. Nodding along. A very proud father. So, watching along. I love how he teased he was going to do it. Flip over the top rope. But he just steps through the ropes into the ring. Little bit of pressure on this kid, but it's pressure that he's brought on himself. I mean, to make your debut, like, you know, it's the co-main event of this international heavyweight championship cards. I mean, the guy that he's facing, I mean, just has got journeyman written all over him. 3 fights. 1 win, 1 knockout. He's got a knockout on his record coming out of the Czech Republic. Hardy Vojtek. I think you pronounce his name Hardy. He looks like he's just come out of school. But consider, like, if you was to, the eye test tells me that Hamid should absolutely get the victory here. And it shouldn't be a problem. And it should be a finish. That's what the eye test says. Adam Hamid then about to get going. Good experience this for him, though. Obviously, having an actual fight is good experience, but to kind of come out and do that ring walk in front of all these people, that's got to be good experience. Right. Here we go. About to get underway. Co-main event. I think it's only 4 rounds. Okay, Adam Hamid then steps forwards in the middle and doubling up on the jab straight away, which Hardy's standing his ground in the center. Both guys with black shorts, but Hamid has got a little bit of sparkle on his. No leopard print or anything along those lines. He wants to make his own mark in boxing, of course. Hardy bouncing around, jab coming in there by Hamid. Again, trying to step forward. He's got a nice little. I like his feints. I like his head movement. Couple of shots straight down the center line. It's a little bit of showmanship in there. Again, trying to throw out a jab. This guy Hardy just seems a little bit out of range. This Hardy guy is trying to show off a little bit of a shuffle as well. Both of these guys trying to show off their footwork. Hardy staying on the outside as Hamid's got him against the ropes and looks for a little uppercut. 4 rounds, that's all we've got. And I think this is our co-main event. And again, Hardy staying on the outside. Hamid's being a little bit timid. Yeah, again, he's not really overly committing at the moment. We are seeing Hardy just moving around on the outsides. Don't really like some of the footwork I'm seeing for Hamid. It's a couple of moments where, like, even with his footwork, he seems to, like, step in, like make these big movements, means that his base is not that solid momentarily, and against better opposition he'll get caught. Right now this Hardy guy is in the corner. Hamid is teeing off on him right now. The Hardy guy is just covering up. Want to see Hamid's... Oh, the towel's thrown, man. The towel's thrown. I mean, it's a first round finish, but I mean, it's not. It's tick to box. It's tick to box. He's took on the applause is a little subdued. I don't think he went into full kill mode there. That towel came in very early. That towel came in very early. They're talking about limited. I didn't know the opponent. How he's enjoying his moment though. It's like he's won the World Cup. Arms in the air. It's like he's just beat Usyk. Celebrate. He's bouncing around. Oh! King of the world, mate. King of the world. Nah, he did good. He proper beat up that 12-year-old. Don't even think these shots. Look, the guy is there, like covering up like this, like proper covering up, offering nothing in response. And seemingly the shots that are coming in, there's nothing coming back at all. I don't even think the corner could throw the towel in properly. That's how useless. That's how useless they were. The corner were watching their guy getting, like, you know, tapped. I mean, it wasn't even deadly shots. And he was so nonchalant with throwing in the towel. He kind of went like that. It hit the ropes, bounced back at him. He had to grab it and, like, chuck it back in again. Couldn't even in the towel properly. He's still celebrating. Fair play. Fair play. Take that, 12-year-old. The 12-year-old botched it. The guy throwing in the towel botched it. It is unfair. It is unfair. He's not had... I mean, look. He's had... That was his first fight. He's got no amateur experience. But that ain't my fault. Is it? That ain't my fault. I didn't tell him to not get any amateur experience. But, yeah, no amateur experience, no professional experience. Well, he does now. 1 win, 1 finish. I feel like there'll be, like, you know, reports of, like, did you hear about Prince Nassim's kids? First round finish. It'll be like, yeah. Yeah. Did you see who he was facing? 1 fight, 1 win, 1 knockout. I love Prince Nassim. I am fully behind Adam Hamid, but I don't know that we saw loads there tonight. There's going to be tougher challenges ahead. I think Prince Nassim was like, you should take on Jake next, and he pointed over at Jake, and Jake was like, yeah. Oh, I think Jake would be licking his lips. I think Jake would welcome that fight with arms wide open. Right, well, it's, I think the best thing you can say is that it's done, and I think our main event should be next. Was that some 14-year-old that they pulled out of school? Yes. Yeah, you got to give him credit for that, in all fairness. You got to give him credit. You know, it's co-main event spot. He is in front of 40-odd thousand people. Got to deal with that kind of pressure. And, you know, that'll hold them in good stead going forward. So I feel like I put on a performance, and it's only going to get bigger and better from here. I feel like my style is more suited to the pros. He's just being interviewed at the moment. He didn't even break a sweat. I don't think he broke anything. Prince Nassim's son won towel thrown in, said Scott. Who won out of Berinchyk or Yigit? It was Berinchyk. Usyk is a draft dodger, said Diddy drug dealer. He's actually 17, says Luke. Is he really? He looked young. I mean, I wasn't even joking. He did genuinely look young. Will there be another fight? He wants to be as active as possible. He said he wants to get 1 or 2 more fights this year. So we've just battered year 9. Watch out, year 10. Watch out, year 10. We'll focus on year 11, maybe college age next year. But the toughest year 10 kid you can find. Drop him in the ring. Let's go. How old's that? It's about 15, isn't it? I think year 10. About 15. Yeah. Well, done. Usyk. I think Usyk's now. I'm going to write it, and if I write it, it might be true. Usyk and Dubois. They said, they're just asking, what do you think his future's going to be? What can you tell from that fight? They're like, you can't tell anything from that fight. You can tell that he'd be like king of the cafeteria. That's what you can tell. You can tell that he would have everyone's pocket money if he wanted it. That's what you can tell. They said at this point, like, Adam just couldn't miss him. I mean, he was offering nothing. I love the fact they couldn't throw that towel in properly the first time. Brilliant. Is there a rematch clause? Oh my God, I thought you meant for that. Rematch, rematch, rematch. Oh, please. I hope there's a rematch clause. I hope there's a rematch clause for that fight we just saw. And I hope it's triggered. Is there a rematch clause for Usyk Dubois? I would imagine there is as standard. Yeah, I'd imagine there is. I don't know for a fact there is, but I would be completely shocked if there was not a rematch clause between Usyk and Dubois. If Dubois won. How many belts on the line? I believe there's 3. I think there's 3. Oh. She said, hang on, I've got something to tell you about, but she's just talking about... What we got? We got the WBA, the IBF, the WBO, the IBO. So 4 belts. Because what's Fury got? He's got the WBC, hasn't he? So plenty of belts on the line tonight. Dubois will be technically executed in a few moments, said Tony. When will it start? Well, I am under the belief that we are done. Okay, they're talking to Jake Paul. Yeah, I'm under the impression. Why is Jake Paul here? He said Jake said he's part Polish. I didn't know that. I think he said, I didn't quite catch who he was there to support, but I think he said that he was just wanted to pop in and see Usyk. So he said that the managers are quite close. He's just previewing Tyson Fury and Ngannou. Jake says that Dubois has got a puncher's chance. That's not unfair, in all fairness. Jake said he's been... It sounds weird, doesn't it? He's been on my cards before. Which is true. He has been on a Jake Paul card, which is just a messed up world, isn't it, really? How Daniel Dubois fights on the undercard of a Jake Paul card. But it's the world we live in. Daniel Dubois has a significant height and weight advantage in this matchup. Usyk will need to fight flawlessly in order to overcome such a disadvantage, as he is not known for a very strong chin. Is Jake just visiting countries and claiming heritage? Didn't he do the same thing in Dubai? I don't know. If he is, I've got a lot of respect for that. If that becomes like a bit of a thing where he just goes around claiming heritage in different countries, I'm here for that. We are seeing shots of the city of Wroclaw, and it is, as I said earlier, beautiful city. If you ever get chance to go, then definitely do it. We're just seeing the open workout. So I think we're building towards this. There's Don Charles, Daniel Dubois' trainer, who is used to training up fighters to take on Usyk. He was the trainer of Derek Chisora. But is it just Talk Sport Boxing, the fight on YouTube? Dubois' best chance is to come out giving it everything for the first 2 rounds. He'll never outbox Usyk, says Matt. That's true. That's true. But I mean, the noises that he's been making, I think, have been very positive. Like, he knows that he can't outbox him. He's said that himself. Like, we've all seen Joshua try to do that in the first Joshua fight. What you've got to try and do is you've got to make it uncomfortable. You've got to make it dirty. There's been plenty of fighters saying that if you need to bend the rules, right? If you need to bend the rules and you need to do some stuff that maybe is the wrong side of legal, as long as you're not getting disqualified, you know, even if you're getting a warning, even if you're getting a point deduction and points being deducted, it's probably irrelevant. You probably have got to go in with the mindset that you ain't winning on points, right? You ain't beating Usyk on points. If we're going to go 12 rounds, Usyk will win more of those rounds. So it's irrelevant. You've got to rough him up. You've got to make it a scrap. You've got to make it a brawl. You've got to make it uncomfortable. You've got to go after the body. And he's a big guy. I mean, he's got a good size to him, Daniel Dubois. He's got a good size to him, and he can crack. He can hit. He can crack. He can cause some problems. But yeah, I think we're all expecting Usyk to be able to get the victory here. The downer is that it looks like the next fight won't be Fury. The downer is that the next fight looks like it'll probably be Hrgovic. I don't think that fight is. I think that fight excites people a lot less than this one, and this one hasn't really excited that many people. We are seeing the face-to-face, the weigh-in. They're just showing the video package. We've gone back to the stadium right now. Keep putting in your thoughts. We'll have a look and see where we are with the poll. So we've had over 4,000 votes. 54% of you have said Usyk by stoppage. 27% of you have said Usyk by decision. So that means we're looking at, what, 81%? This hasn't moved, man. This hasn't moved. It's been 81% all night. Dubois by stoppage, Dubois by decision, 15 and 14. So 19%. So 81% of you say that Usyk wins. 54% of that being by stoppage. 19% of you say that Daniel Dubois wins. 15% of that is by stoppage. So that's where we are. That's where we are with the poll. Keep on voting. We'll see if it changes. If you haven't left a like as well, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. We are so close to the start of this now. We are so close to this thing kicking off. I think we're done with all of the undercard fights. I think we are just at the point now where we are moments away from ring walks. We are with the pundits. As we said, I think Poland is an hour ahead. So right now we are sneaking our way towards it being 20 past 11 at night, which is pretty late as it is. So I don't think this is gonna go much later. Got to bring everything he's got. They're talking about how Daniel's not had the best of times. Apparently his flight was cancelled. He lost his boots. They're saying that they wanna get a sense of Daniel Dubois. They want to know how he's looking. I think he's looked really good. I think he's looked really confident. He's looked really good in the open workouts. I thought he was looking good in the press conferences, during the interviews. I've seen loads of interviews with him. His demeanor seems really positive. Seems like he's in a really good headspace. You've got to remember, this is everything for him. I know it's everything for Usyk as well, but this is everything for Dubois. He has got an opportunity to shock the world. You don't get that often. You don't get this often. He might never get this again. So I've no doubt, he's 25 years old. I've no doubt that he will leave everything in that ring. I've no doubt that he will give it absolutely everything. I've no doubt that they've studied Usyk. They've got a good plan. I expect him to go hard early. I expect them to try and make Usyk uncomfortable. I expect them to go after the body. Is it going to be enough, though? Will even that strategy work? We don't know. We don't know. We just don't know. But we're going to find out. Okay, so the ring is empty. I think it is time. I think it is time. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm so excited for this, man. I am so excited. Main event time. Let's go. Put in your final thoughts. Will we see Howdy again? We might see Howdy again. I don't think we'll see him as a permanent character. Dubois, in his last fight, was dropped 3 times in the first round. He ain't beating Usyk, says Rahim. Dubois by knockout. Ukrainian Prime Minister? Zelensky. Is that his name? we keep standing. And we keep fighting. The strength of our people is as mighty as Oleksandr Usyk. The world that supports fair battle. I thank each and everyone that is with us tonight. Wow. A thank you to the city of Wroclaw. A thank you to the people of Poland for standing with the Ukraine. Or Ukraine. I think someone said before, like, don't call it the Ukraine. I think there is a thing about that, actually. Either way, that was cool. That was nice. I obviously didn't expect that. I know, like, this kind of stuff, you can say, oh, it's all, like, really political, whatever. You're going to get that. It's going to happen. Okay, let's go, man. Let's go. Daniel Dubois, Triple D, is about to make the ring walk. Just seeing, go on, mate. Go on, shock the world, mate. Shock the world. Oh, I'd love Daniel to do it, but I'm all right if Usyk does it as well. Frank Warren is so adamant that Dubois is doing it tonight. He is so adamant. Dubois. He's credible. He's credible. He is definitely credible. He's a credible heavyweight. Right, here we go. Daniel making his way down. It is ring walk time. He's got a big smile on his face, man. Big smile on his face. If he wins, it will be a seismic shock. That's what the commentators are saying, and they're not wrong. Daniel Dubois making his way down to the ring. He looks cool, calm, collected. Smile on his face. He's singing along. I think we got a bit of Bob Marley as he's making his way down. Dynamite Dubois, purple robe. Stepping in between the ropes, inside the ring. Dynamite Dubois. It's not the longest ring walk. It is a stadium, but he did it relatively quickly there. I don't think Usyk's going to play any games. You know, you do see it sometimes where they make the opponent wait in the ring. You do see that. I don't really expect that from Usyk. Don't think that's really Usyk's style. If this was Fury or Joshua, I think they'd make him stand there and, you know. Okay, Oleksandr Usyk getting his intro. Usyk about to make his way down. Aubrey said, I'm down with the Usykness. William said, this is like Max Dupree in a handicap match against the Brothers of Destruction. I love these video packages. We are fighting for our freedom, independence, and our country. So Usyk being shown on the big screens. The victory will be for my people, the heroes of Ukraine. It's funny, isn't it? Because he says that stuff, and you do think, like, wow, that's a pressure to put on yourself, talking about how victory is going to be for the people of the Ukraine and everything. Like, that feels like extra pressure that you maybe don't need. but it's not a pressure that I think I think it motivates him. I don't think that's a pressure that gets to him. I think it's a pressure that motivates him. Saying stuff like that, like it feels like it could be an extra weight, you know? It's just not for him. It's not. Right, Usyk then is about to make his way down, and he's in the entranceway. Is he? Who's that dude? Who's that boomer? Vasil Zhadan? No idea, man. It must be the Ukrainian Jay-Z. Here's Usyk then. Seriously, Usyk had better squash Dubois, says William. Buffer looks like he's struggling, says Johnny. Respect to Ukraine, hoping for Triple D. Zelensky will want more weapons, more everything, more. He is Oliver Twist on Heisenberg's ice. Here's Usyk. Usyk outworks him and stops him in the later rounds, or D quits before then. You can't get into Usyk's head. That's bad for Fury. Polska Gora, says Marcin. I love Poland. I've been singing Poland's praises all evening. I've been to Wroclaw. It's a wonderful city. It's a wonderful country. And here is Usyk. Steps out and gets a warm reaction. Hard to tell how big the pop was, but he's very focused. He's not singing along to the music. He's not really acknowledging the fans. He's probably confused that he's being cheered. But Usyk making his way down to the ring. I don't know who to support, says Mo. I like Usyk, but Dubois is from Britain. I'm in that boat. I mean, I can't lose. Here's Usyk then in the ring, and he does get a really great response, unsurprisingly, of course. Yeah, I would love Dubois to do it for Britain, absolutely. But it's really difficult to not be rooting for Usyk as well. A very, very popular fighter. Very, very good fighter. Number 3 on most of the pound-for-pound lists. I don't know if anyone really cares about the pound-for-pound lists, but basically... it kind of puts him as the unofficial 3rd best boxer in the world. Underline unofficial, but even so, it gives you an idea as to what we're watching here. If you're not a big boxing fan, we are watching one of the absolute best in the world. Taking on someone that's young, hungry, credible, a good challenge. You know, sometimes you see these heavyweights taking on, like, no chances, journeyman, you know, but Dubois is the mandatory challenger. He has won 19 of 20 fights. Of those 19 wins, 18 knockouts. He comes in with some good numbers behind him. Just getting the national anthem right now. For Great Britain. For Daniel Dubois, which you've got to say was well respected, actually. The Ukrainians, though, you know, they're fighting a war at the moment, you know. I don't think they're really looking to disrespect other countries' national anthems. I think they're probably grateful for every bit of help they've got. But do have to say that was well respected by the crowds. Now it's the Ukrainian national anthem. It's being sung live by a lady, a woman. Never seen her before. And obviously there's a few teary eyes to this one. Usyk singing along as well. He does look like he doesn't have a care in the world right now. But we all want to see Fraudley Harrison back, says Matt. We might be getting the extended version here of the national anthem, which would be understandable. So obviously, I think they said there was like 250,000 Ukrainian people in Wroclaw. So Poland has absolutely flung its doors open to the Ukrainians that have obviously left the Ukraine due to the war. 40-odd thousand in the stadium. I don't know if they've announced the actual attendance, but I believe it's around 40-odd thousand. It's a stadium. We're not in an arena. It's a proper stadium. It's a lot of people in attendance. It was built for the Euros 2012, I believe. Daniel Dubois then. Looking a little less calm now. Looks to me like Dubois wants to just get going, man. In his mind, he must just be going over the game plan right now. It's got to be smash him, innit? It's got to be smash him. Right from the get-go. Go right at him. Go through him. Throw everything. And then throw more. Go to the body. Put water in the basement. Fight a 4-round fight. Make it nasty. Make it uncomfortable. Get deducted points. Do whatever it takes. And actually, that's what Dubois has said. Dubois has said, by any means necessary, whatever it takes, whatever he has to do. We are seeing the judges, 2 from Poland, 1 from South Africa. I know it shouldn't make a difference, but I mean, I feel like if it goes to the judges, it'll be Usyk anyway. But the fact that 2 of those judges are Polish, and Poland has thrown their doors open to Ukrainians and their neighbors, and I would completely forget the judges. I would completely forget. I think you need to forget it anyway, because there ain't no way Dubois wins this by decision. I really don't see that. Let's end our poll. So it is, yeah, about the same. About the same. So the top pick, 53% of people from just over 4,500 votes was Usyk by decision. Daniel Dubois from Greenwich in England, which is in London, of course. It's where the O2 Arena is. Former Commonwealth champion. Bouncing around, Dynamite Dubois in purple shorts. 25 years old. Maybe lacking the experience. But I don't know that he's lacking the confidence. Go on, Dubois. Go on. 2 Polish judges. how do I watch it if I've bet over 500 on various Usyk knockout wins? I want to watch it whilst my money rolls in. Well, if you've bet 500 on it, dude, then I would imagine you can spend a 20 on getting the show from TNT Sports box office. Right, Usyk getting his intro. AB Jobson said, I'm loyal to Usyk at minus 1400. He has a Zen training style. Usyk will implement the dissentient. The dissentient. What the hell's that? Usyk puts his arm in the air and gets a big reaction from the fans. Of course, is the firm favourite and the crowd favourite as well. We knew that going into it. What can Daniel Dubois do? We are moments away. Okay, both of the intros are done. We're going to be underway with this one very, very soon. Usyk just embracing his corner. Dubois' corner. A few last words here from Don Charles to Daniel Dubois, and a few last words there to Usyk as well. They've made all the right noises, Usyk's corner, saying that they have not overlooked Daniel Dubois. They've made all the right noises. Dubois is, you know, the size difference isn't as big as what you would think, but there is a difference. You can see all of that 2-inch difference between Usyk and Daniel Dubois. Man, this is tasty. This is heavyweight championship boxing, baby. Let's go. Oh, proper feeling it. Proper feeling it. Here we go. Both fighters then step forward. Dubois stands his ground in the center, and we've got Usyk in white. Yeah, push him back. Push him back. Don't let him get into a rhythm. Already the first 15 seconds, I want to see more from Dubois. Dubois is bouncing around in the middle as Usyk tries to lunge forward with a jab. Yeah, I want to see him stick it on Usyk. I want to see him move forward. I want to see reckless abandon. That's not quite what we're seeing at the moment, but Dubois will have a strategy. There's a lovely left-hand shot there by Dubois. Both guys are in the center at the moment. And Usyk is just edging forward. It's Usyk that's kind of momentarily driving Dubois back. A couple of jabs coming in there by Dubois. So neither guy has been able to really stamp their authority on this yet. That is better for Usyk than it is for Dubois, because already a minute and 20 gone. Neither fighter has done much. But we know that Usyk is a slow starter. This is the round. Oh, Dubois goes to the body and he tries to go upstairs. Little moment there for Dubois as he just went downstairs, tried to go upstairs as well. He tried to create a bit of an opening for himself. Dubois firing a shot straight down the middle. Again, just falling short, but there's a lovely right hand there by Dubois. Again, bouncing around as Dubois backs up a little bit here. It's not the strategy I was expecting. That's a lovely right hand there by Usyk, and he tries to land a left. Usyk just opening up with a couple of shots. Oh, that was great. Great by Dubois. That was great. Slip the shot. Bang. Uppercut. That was good, man, to slip an Usyk shot. And then as quick as you like to throw an uppercut. Damn. Respect. Tries to get a right hook shot through there. Usyk tries to go to the body. Tries to get a left-hand jab off there, Dubois. Again, neither guy has really done a great deal. Jab coming in there by Dubois. I sort of feel like the judges' scorecards are going to be irrelevant. If we're going to go to the judges, it's going to be Usyk that wins. I think there is an argument that Dubois took that round. It's a close round. I think you could find a few moments for both guys in that round. I think the judges would have given it Usyk. I think Usyk will have got it on the judges' scorecard. As I said, it's largely irrelevant to be scoring it. I think if Dubois is going to win it, it's got to be by finish. It's got to be by stoppage. I think as a result, you got to say that's a disappointing round for Dubois, because that is the round where, you know, we know that Usyk is a slow starter. We know that he only gets better the longer that the fight goes. And if that first round was already close, it's probably a bad sign for what's to come. Right, here we go then. Round number 2. We've got a couple of jabs coming in there by both guys, actually. Obviously, Dubois, a couple of shots coming in there. 1, 2, straight to the... Haven't seen him go into the body as much as we'd like to see. Does need to turn up the aggression. We know that Usyk... Oh, jab coming in. That was good by Usyk. Shot coming back there by Dubois. Yeah, not what we was expecting. We was expecting all-out, ruthless abandon. We was expecting the first stages to just be Dubois really driving Usyk back, cutting off the ring, cutting off the space. It hasn't been that. It's been tentative. If anything, in that... Oh, that's better. That's better. Yeah, I think he was just complaining that that shot was a little bit low. Dubois won't care about that whatsoever. Combo coming in there by Dubois. Hook shot missing there by Usyk. Usyk standing his ground in the middle. Dubois on the outside. There's been a few moments where Dubois has tried to let the hands go. That's a nice left hand there by Usyk. Usyk just starting to flow. You're not going to outbox Usyk. You're not going to outbox Usyk. He's got to try and crash into Usyk and find these openings and exploit these openings. Again, a couple of jabs coming in here by Usyk. Yeah, he is so difficult to fight against, so difficult to find openings against. A couple of doubling up on the jabs there, Dubois. Doubling up on the jabs. Dubois again tries to throw a right hand, but Usyk moves out of the way. Usyk has just got a better flow in this round. He's grown into the fight already. He is just half a step. Oh, I love that shot. He's done it again. He's slipped the shot. Bang. He's done it again. He slips the shot and throws the uppercut. We saw him do it in the first. He's done it again in the second. That, if it lands, if it properly connects, could be, that's something to keep an eye on right there. Slip the shot. Bang. Oh. He does have to maintain the belief. So 2 rounds, 2 relatively close rounds. I think if we were to see some numbers, I think it would say that Usyk is landing more than what Dubois is landing. Feel like the jab is working better for Oleksandr Usyk. Oh, look at that. Landed right there. If he can get that uppercut, he did it in the first, he did it in the second. Corner telling him to keep believing. Keep believing. There's got to be some stuff that's happened in this fight that's got to have given him belief. He's got to find the finish. He's got to find the finish. So if I was Dubois, I would be really encouraged with the slipping of the shots and the uppercut. Moving forward, 1-2, straight down the middle. Dubois has just struggled a little bit with the distance here because Usyk with his jab is so good. He's constantly throwing. He's constantly keeping Dubois at range. He's keeping him back. You know, he's finding it really difficult to get in close. There's a jab that lands there by Usyk. Again, Dubois circling round on the back foot as Usyk continues to move forwards. Usyk in the center ground as Dubois edges forwards, but cannot find a way in. Shot to the body. That's not going to be enough. You know, that's not going to be enough. It's already took him a minute to land a shot, but there's a shot that comes in upstairs there by Usyk. Usyk, again, getting a few shots in. Dubois steps forward, couple of shots. We know that Usyk's power is not... Oh! And that seemed to just rock Usyk. There's a low blow. Usyk not happy about how low that shot was by Dubois. Referee having a word saying you've got to lift your shots. Dubois won't care about that. You've got to make it a scrap. You've got to make it uncomfortable. If it means landing a few shots that maybe aren't legal, then so be it. But yeah, we did see both guys just get a little bit rocked in this round. Nothing massive, just that kind of taking a backward step thing. But you know, there's definitely stuff in this for Dubois. Dubois doubling up on his jab. He's got Usyk on the outside. Usyk again just struggling. Usyk struggling momentarily here. Seems to have just lost his rhythm a little bit. Just not, can't get that jab working. I think he might have got it back though. He's got back into the center. Shot comes in. Right hand by Dubois. Usyk slips underneath it. Clock is ticking down. We are in round 3. Still feels nip and tuck. Neither guy has really established or opened up a massive lead. I feel like it's probably 2-0, maybe 3-0 Usyk after this, though. I've got it 2-1, sorry, to Usyk at the moment. But there's moments here for Dubois. But there are a couple of shots coming in there by Usyk. He is jabbing away at Dubois' head. He knew that he was going to have to take punishment. There's that slipping of the shot, looking for the uppercut, but good adjustment made by Usyk. He doesn't get caught by it. I tell you what, that's the concern, isn't it? Because he got caught with it in the first, he got caught with it in the second, but he avoids it in the thirds. He avoids it in the thirds. But it's exactly what we expected. He's using his accuracy. He's using his volume. He's getting shots down the middle. I feel like we're starting to see Dubois' nose starting to show some markings. Yeah, couple of double jabs, couple of moments for Dubois, but the longer it goes, the harder it gets. It ain't going to get easier for Dubois. It's only going to get harder. The longer it goes, the harder it gets. The uppercut is a setup for the overhand, right? You can see, I can see the legs, says Clee. Right, here we go. Back underway. Round number 4. Round number 4. So Usyk trying to establish that distance again. The jab has been working really well for him tonight, but Dubois gets a couple of shots off, but Usyk very evasive. I don't know how much of that actually got through. Jab coming in there by Usyk. We know that he's got a great free-flowing jab. And that jab does a lot of jobs for him. It maintains distance. It's is a very effective weapon as well. Oh, body shot coming in there by Dubois. Right hand to the body. Lovely. Usyk circling rounds, using some good footwork. Dubois backing up as hook shot comes in there by Usyk. Jab coming in by Usyk. Jab coming back there by Dubois. Dubois trying to find a way forwards. That's a big right hand there by Dubois, but out of range. And Usyk again. It is like a game of chess, this. It really is like a game of chess. It is the sweet science right now, and one of the absolute best at it, Usyk. I mean, you're not going to outbox him. You've got to find a way of landing some of those big body shots, or just landing something of significance to give Usyk something to think about. I love that right hand by Dubois. Just as Usyk came in, Dubois with a right hand. How much of it got through, I'm not sure. Oh, downstairs, upstairs by Dubois. Right hand down, left hook shot. None of it is causing big problems, but anything that you can land, we know that Dubois has got power, so anything that's getting through. They're saying that it feels like the shots that are getting through here by Dubois, I feel like Usyk is definitely feeling some of this. I feel like he's definitely feeling some of this. Again, if we was to look at the numbers I'm sure would say to us that Usyk has landed more. But there's some shots here that look tasty by Dubois. The concern is that it's seemingly not showing much effect on Usyk. Dubois on the outside, couple of jabs coming in. Yeah, it's, you know, it's like he's just building in Usyk. He just keeps building and building. The jab working well for him. Right hand coming in there by Dubois, and Usyk is able to get out the way. End of the round. End of the round. Yeah, they're saying that in that last round, Dubois definitely enjoyed a few moments. So the commentary here in the UK is saying that the first 3 rounds, close, but you might give him to Usyk. That last round just showed a few signs by Dubois. I don't know that it's enough to give him the rounds. I don't know if it's enough to give him the round, but there was definitely some moments where I think Dubois landed a couple of interesting looking shots. Usyk gets stronger, says Knight Rider. That is unfortunately very true. Right, round 5. Apparently the rain is falling quite aggressively in the stadium. Can't see that though, and obviously not focused on that. It's not a problem for the boxers. There is a covering above the ring. Oh! Is it low? Is that a low? Is that low? Usyk's gone down. There's a timeout. They're not counting. Usyk really felt it. Usyk is down in a seated position, really taking some deep breaths. Referee, I think, is saying it was a low blow. Usyk's not comfortable, not happy. Straight away, they said it was a low blow. Listen, this is the shot Dubois needed. He's not happy. He's not happy there. Crowd aren't happy either. There's a few boos, like Usyk went down. He's still down. So some juicy drama here in this fight. As we haven't seen a replay of it, and we couldn't see it when it hit live. The camera angle was over to the sides. Yeah, it was on the blind side, so we can't quite see it. It's hurt Usyk, though. He's definitely feeling it. He's trying to get back up to his feet. He gets back up, and there's a big cheer from the crowds. Usyk taking some deep breaths. Daniel Dubois is back in the corner. I think the referee is saying to Usyk, take your time. Takes a deep breath. Usyk, crowd are chanting for him as he goes over to the corner. And again, he takes a deep breath. Let's have a little look at it here. It's not as low as I thought. Not as low as I thought. I don't know, man. It's on the belt. I don't know, man. It's not as low as I thought. I tell you what, if I'm Dubois, I'm getting a lot of confidence. So I don't think there's a point deduction here. The referee is Usyk's talking to the ref. Dubois being brought forward. Oh, here's Usyk. Usyk's being brought forward. We've got a hell of a delay here. Hell of a delay. I've got to think this is playing to Dubois' advantage. This is giving Dubois a breather as well. He's got one more minute. That was a body shot. That is fine. Honestly, I need to see another replay of it, right? I need to see another replay of it. It looked okay. I could be wrong. I've seen one replay. But I was expecting, the way that Usyk has reacted, I was expecting to see it clearly low. Referee having a word. Usyk staring at Dubois. Usyk seems really angry. Usyk seems absolutely furious. Dubois with a right hand there. Tell you what, Usyk's not comfortable. He's not comfortable. He's in full retreat mode here. He's on the back foot as Dubois is really taking it to Usyk. He's got to go for it. Oh, again, he goes low. It's on the waistline there. Usyk's trying to take that center ground again. He's trying to establish the jab. Daniel Dubois. This has provided a very interesting wrinkle to this fight. Very, very interesting. It felt like there was a moment straight after the restart where Dubois was putting the pressure on Usyk. Usyk weathered it. Right now, oh, he goes low, he goes upstairs. Usyk again is not happy with that body shot, with that low shot. He's complaining again to the referee. Jab coming in there by Usyk. Listen, Dubois should keep doing it. Keep doing it because you ain't going to win on points. Again, he tries to go downstairs. Dubois, it's hard to see if they're getting through, though. We've got just over a minute to go. Yeah, he has recovered here, Usyk, and there's a couple of lovely shots that come in there by Usyk. On the inside, little dig there by Dubois. Dubois got the right hand ready. Oh, and again, and he throws it. I think Dubois has thrown some really nice shots here, and Usyk has seemingly just took them. We know that Dubois has got some power. That's a big left hand there by Usyk. Big left hand. Yeah, big cheer there by the crowd, but Dubois is fine. And actually, he's got some good head movement. He's managed to get out of the way of a couple of big shots there by Usyk. Dubois standing his ground in the center. Oh, another couple of shots coming in by Usyk. Usyk with some really good work here. It's Usyk that's ending the round the stronger. Usyk again trying to find a shot. There's a shot that comes through. We've got Dubois backing up. Oh! Responds with a big counter right. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so they're saying that that shot, they don't think it's a low blow. That looks absolutely fine. That shot looks absolutely fine. That shot, I've seen a second replay of it now. It looks absolutely fine. I tell you what, I don't know, man. I don't know. That looks like a perfectly acceptable body shot to me from Daniel Dubois. And the referee has deemed it to be low. My first reaction at seeing it was it looked fine, but I wasn't certain. I wanted to see another replay. Wow. Wow. I tell you what, they're saying on commentary, and obviously there could be some British bias here. I don't know. I'm watching it on TNT. But they're saying that Daniel Dubois should be the world champion right now. That shot that drops Usyk, and Usyk was down for an age, should have been counted as a knockdown. Now, whether Usyk would have got back up, we don't know, right? We don't know. But if I'm Daniel Dubois, I'm getting so much encouragement from that. The problem he's got is that if he does it again, there's every chance that he gets scored as a low blow again. Every chance it gets scored as a low blow. Big, big talking point. A massive talking point in that fifth round. Usyk chance. Jab coming in there by Usyk. Dubois again. Oh, lovely work there by Usyk. Lands a right hand. Straight left as well. Dubois having to cover up a little bit. Tries to respond with a hook shot, but Usyk moves out the way. Couple of jabs coming in there by Usyk. Dubois again trying to throw out some shots. Trying to get a jab going, but he can't connect with it. Usyk is just too evasive. We're in round 6 at the moment. There's a left shot there by Usyk that lands. Usyk standing his ground in the center. Dubois on the outsides. Lovely movement by Usyk. Usyk definitely landing the more shots. Oh, there's a shot to the body there, and Usyk responds as if it's another low blow. And again, a body shot there by Dubois. I tell you what, he is landing some body shots. He is putting that work in. It's going to be interesting to see if this is going to slow Usyk down, if Dubois can keep landing these body shots. Yeah, just hit him. I mean, I don't know. It looks to me like Usyk is not operating at full pace here. I think Usyk has tasted some of these shots by Dubois, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. We're not seeing a lovely, free-flowing Usyk at the moment. Yeah, he looks a bit sluggish, Usyk. He looks a bit sluggish. I don't think he's feeling 100% here. Dubois, I think there's a massive target all over Usyk's body. Bang! Lovely left hand to the side of the body. Again, a couple of jabs coming in by Usyk. I tell you what, man. DJ Chip said, keep smashing the body. Wow. Do you know what? We said a lot of people have skipped this one because they are so adamant that Usyk's going to win. And Usyk could win. I think Usyk wins on points if we go that far, right? But all we wanted was something to get our teeth into. All we wanted was a really interesting fight, and it has delivered. The rounds are relatively close, but Usyk is definitely outvoluming Dubois. Dubois has landed a sick body shot that looks like a body shot that's put Usyk down. Referee has deemed it a low blow. There was no count. That's going to be one that might divide opinion. But Usyk has not looked the same since that body shot. We might see that that was just a bit of an off round for Usyk, though. We have seen that before. Let's see what the 7th round is going to offer. But he is eating body shots. Yeah, there was a really good shot at the end of that last round by Daniel Dubois. Again, jab coming in there by Usyk. Dubois on the outside again goes to the body. Yeah, that's true. They said, you know, if anyone thought that Dubois was just going to be rolled over, well, it's not gone that way so far. We're in round 7. Dubois is in this fight. Again, Usyk tries to throw out a body shot there by Usyk. Dubois definitely taken some punishment in these 7 rounds. These shots are definitely going to be adding up. You probably would say that this fight has gone longer than it should have anyway, because I think if Dubois was going to get it, he was going to need to get it in the first 4 to 6 rounds. Dubois is struggling to find a way forward. He tries to go to the body. Usyk looks really concerned about these body shots. He's covering up. He's backing up in the corner. Another big body shot there by Dubois. Another big body shot by Dubois. Yeah, he is. He's really keeping like the body tight. He's keeping the arms close. He's trying to protect the body as much as he can. But Usyk's feet have slowed. Usyk's feet have slowed. Dubois is landing those body shots, but I don't know if he's landing them with the frequency that he needs. He's trying to land a couple of jabs here. Again, he's looking for the body. He tries to go to the body, but when he goes to the body, there's a left hand that comes back by Usyk. It's getting a bit scrappy. It's a little bit of pushing. Usyk trying to throw out a jab. Lovely movement there by Dubois, but he still gets caught. He's having to eat shots. Usyk trying to throw a flurry of shots upstairs. Dubois trying to throw body shots. You've got Usyk trying to throw stuff upstairs. You've got Dubois trying to go to the body. It's Usyk that's putting the pressure on Dubois. Dubois is taking a few deep breaths here. I feel like the pace of the fight is being felt by Dubois. And Usyk ends the round well. Usyk ends the round well. It is captivating stuff. It really is. The story of the fight is that Usyk is looking a bit limited since he went down. He is clearly winning the rounds. If we go to the scorecards, Usyk's winning. He is landing some shots, and these shots are adding up, man. They are adding up. You know, Dubois is taking punishment. He's getting jabbed a lot. He's getting hit in the head a lot. Even Dubois seems to be taking some deep breaths. This seems to be hard work, really hard work for Dubois. We knew that if Dubois was going to win, he was going to have to do it in like the first 4 rounds, the first 6 rounds. We're going into round 8. But he has landed some significant shots. That body has been tested of Usyk's. Yeah, no one expected Dubois to get it. So far, they've given it every round but 1 to Usyk so far. Dubois has got to try and land something big, something juicy. Needs to get to the body. Daniel again trying to go upstairs. Usyk on the outsides. Usyk just being a bit hesitant. I think he likes to save his shots for like a big flurry. Daniel, again, having a little look. Hook shot. Usyk moves out the way. Usyk standing his ground in the middle. Daniel, again, having a little look. Usyk throws out a couple of jabs, but they're not connecting. Usyk doesn't look comfortable, but unfortunately, Daniel doesn't look comfortable either. Daniel's took punishment. Usyk's took punishment. Daniel can go 12 rounds. Like, it's not like he completely gasses out or anything. It's just against Usyk, you want to get it finished, and you want to get it finished early. Such a difficult task. Again, lovely shot to the body, but I think Usyk manages to take some of the sting out with his arms. Couple of jabs coming in there by Usyk. Daniel trying to bounce around. It's a real task. This is for both guys, actually. This is not easy work, even for Usyk. Jab coming in there by Dubois. Again, body shot there by Dubois as well. He has been hit by Usyk, but Usyk has been hit by Dubois. Both guys are in there. Both guys are bouncing around. The uppercut misses there by Usyk. Usyk tries to throw a little uppercut. Don't think there was much sting behind that. Dubois trying to throw out a jab. Shot coming back there by Usyk. Dubois being quite watchful. Fascinating stuff. Oh, he tries to get on the inside. Throw a body shot. There's some deep breaths being taken by Usyk. Usyk is really taking some deep breaths. I tell you what, come on. If Daniel can find some juicy shots, it really feels like Usyk is there for the taking. It really does. We're seeing some deep breaths by Usyk. Some deep breaths. He's swinging away. Dubois getting out of the way of some of these big shots. Daniel on the outside. Usyk still landing more. There's no doubt about that. Oh, and again, look, Dubois trying to crash into the body. Couple of shots coming in upstairs. Daniel, I think he just slipped. Is the ref going to count it? He's counting it. He's counting it. Daniel goes down to one knee. 8, 9. 9 count. 9 count for Daniel Dubois. And there we go. End of the round. They're saying that he was winning that round right up until the end. I think he got caught with some. It looked like he momentarily slipped. I think he took a bit of a breather during that 9 count. He was literally looking at his corner, waiting for the referee to get to the 9, and then he immediately stood up. Again, it's irrelevant. It's largely irrelevant. If we go to the judges, Usyk wins, right? If we go to the judges, Usyk wins. We've known that all night long. We also know that this is probably too late in the day for Daniel Dubois. There will be a big talking point about round number 5. There will be a big talking point as to whether that should have been counted as a knockdown. But what I will say is that I don't know that Dubois would have won, because I think there's every chance that Usyk would have got back up to his feet. Yeah, how much has the head cleared? The referee having a word with Dubois. Usyk gesturing that another shot there was a low shot. Whatever you've got, Dubois, it really feels like we're getting into the now or never territory. Swinging away, but couldn't land on Usyk there. Usyk showing, Usyk feeling. Usyk's got Dubois back against the ropes. There's a shot that comes back there by Dubois. Dubois stepping into the center. I think that this might have opened a few eyes to Daniel Dubois. I feel like this has been a better showing than people were expecting from him. He's given everything. You get the feeling it's not going to be enough. Feels like now we're getting to that point in the fight where Usyk just gets good. Just finds that extra level, finds that extra gear. And Usyk putting those shots together. Daniel taking the shots. He went down in the last round, took a knee in the last round. Want to see him throw some juicy, man. I want to see him land some big on the body. I want to see him ask a question of a tired, hurt Usyk. Oh! Big shot by Usyk. Daniel goes again. Daniel, where are we? 9. Called it. No, Usyk wins. Usyk wins. It felt like it was going that way. That's a tough night for Usyk. Daniel Dubois is stopped. That's tough work for Usyk. Big questions around round 5. I'm really pleased for Usyk. Great boxer. Landed more volume. I think the longer it was going, the more concern we were getting for Dubois. He was getting more tired. There we go. It is a win for Usyk. Edward, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Jam said, hopefully in a few years we could get Joshua Dubois. Joshua Dubois would be great. Yeah, I hope that he gets another opportunity in the future. 25 years old. I think he's just given a really good account of himself. Yeah, they said that Dubois needed to gamble more. He needed to take more chances. You could maybe make the argument that he started a little too slow, Dubois. Usyk comes over. It's not bad. It's a tough sport, brother. Daniel. And they touch gloves. Couldn't hear what Usyk was saying there. He said something about couldn't breathe. It's a tough sport. Yeah, he was celebrating. He had a few words for Daniel at the end. It'll be interesting to find out what was said there, to be honest. I don't know what was said. This is why Fury keeps ducking, said Aubrey. Robbery. Robbery. Round 9, knockout robbery. I mean, maybe a robbery with the round 5 thing. That's going to be one that I could see people chewing over. That'll be very interesting to see what people have got to say about the round 5 body shot. But yeah, it's true. A lot of people said it was going to be like really one-sided. Dubois would have no chance. All I wanted was a really good fight, and we got it. There will be a lot of debate about it, that shot. I want to hear what Frank Warren has to say about it as well. If you saw it, what do you think? Do you think it was low? Maybe that's the question that we should be asking. Was the shot in round 5 low? Let's see what people have got to say. We've got 1,500 people joining us. Get your votes in. We'll see what people think. Was that shot low? You've seen it. If you're watching, you've seen it. It's the big talking point. I'm really pleased for Usyk. I said before, like, I really like Usyk. I really like Usyk, so there's certainly no British sour grapes or anything like that. I'm pleased for Usyk. I think Dubois gave a good showing of himself. I'm interested to know what people think in regards to that shot. Was it low? Referee thought so. Fedja says, Man United, Sui. Shout out to you, Fedja. Yeah, I'm a Man United fan as well, buds. They won earlier, didn't they? 3-2. I didn't see what the Brighton score was, though. But I did see that United were victorious earlier. So, yeah, shout out to you, dude. Appreciate the support. Clee said, I'm Ukrainian. Usyk lost. Dubois won in the round 5. I've seen the shot 7 times, and it's strange. Do you know what? What I will say, right, is to me, I've seen it twice, and I think it's a perfectly legal shot, right? But, and there's a big but here. Big but. I think that if it was a knockdown, I think that Usyk may not have stayed down. I think he would have answered the call. How the fight would have played out after that, I genuinely don't know. Apparently, Warren is livid. Wonder what's going on in Dubois' head. It must be that the corner have spoke to Dubois. The interviews are going to be absolutely fascinating. The interviews are going to be absolutely fascinating. I don't know who's doing the interviews after, but I bet they are absolutely licking their lips because there is a big talking point. Keep your votes coming in. We've had around about 300 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Days, after watching that, do you think Fury beats him? After watching that, yes. Fury is a better boxer than Daniel Dubois, and I think it's going to depend on that round 5 shot, isn't it? Usyk looked hurt, man. After that round 5, Usyk did not look like the Usyk that we know. He didn't look like the Usyk we know. I think there is a very real blueprint to beat Usyk. I think that Don Charles knows that blueprint. I think he came close with Chisora. It's hard to say that he came close tonight because Usyk pretty much took every round, right? So you look at that and go, he was nowhere near close. But there's a big talking point around that round 5 shot. Usyk was down, and he was not down for 10 seconds. He was down for like 10 minutes. It's a win for Usyk. And we've got a juicy talking point to get our teeth into. I mean, what more could you ask for? The Ukrainian people get to go home happy. Daniel gets to show that he can hang at this level. And we also get a major talking point that we can get our teeth into. It's win, 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 win. It's everything we wanted. It's a brilliant night. I'm still waiting for these interviews, though. I'm desperate for these interviews. Okay, we're about to get the interview with Usyk. How are you feeling? I feel good. So Usyk takes the microphone and starts talking to the crowds. Big cheer. So obviously he's talking Ukrainian. Don't know what he's saying. My team, my family, my children. I love you. I'm grateful for my country. I'm grateful for the Ukrainian army. Slava Ukraini. Let's talk about the 5th round. Boxing is a tough sport. But I'm great. I respect my opponent. It's not ballet. It's boxing. It's king sport. How would you rate Daniel's power? Oh, okay. So he said no. They were like, how do you rate his power? He went, no. And everyone looked a bit confused, but he says, no, my balls. I think he misunderstood. They were asking, how's Dubois' power? I think he was taking it as, was it his power that knocked you down? He said, no, it was my balls. He's obviously very adamant it was a low blow. He said he's ready. Next fight for Tyson Fury. He's ready. Next fight for Tyson Fury. I'm a little bit tired. It's a little tricky, to be honest, because, I mean, he's obviously constantly engaging the crowds. So it's hard to, like, really... And plus, he doesn't understand. Okay, so he's asking him about who do you want if you can't have Fury. I mean, it looks like it'll be Hrgovic. Where are we with the thing? We've had just under 500 votes. Keep your votes coming in. We've got 1,000 people that are joining us right now. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Make sure you vote in the poll, because we'll have a look as soon as we've heard. I'm just waiting to hear from Dubois. Not much there from Usyk. He obviously had a lot to say to the Ukrainian people. When asked about the 5th round, he said it wasn't Daniel's power. It was his balls that kept him down. He even just said there to Jake Paul. Jake Paul's come in to shake hands with Usyk. Usyk just said to him, my balls, my balls. Usyk had held his balls after he knew it was over to buy time, said Mighty Mo. KSI or Tommy? I'm going KSI, says Edwards. Tommy. What's Frank Warren saying? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the Dubois one. Here's the Dubois one. Can't miss this. Not Frank Warren's there. Frank Warren's ready to talk. TNT felt it was legal. Dubois said he didn't think it was low. Of course he didn't. What else can I say? It hit him on the waistband. I tell you what, Frank Warren's like, you play it on the screen right now. You play that on the screen right now. He's been robbed of victory. That referee got it badly wrong. If it was a low blow, why didn't he take a point off it? I like Usyk, but that is a hometown decision. He was not fit to continue. It's not low. How is that low, says Don Charles. Look at it. Play it again. Play it again. Oh, man, it's kicking up. It's kicking off in Wroclaw. How is that low? I've been cheated. I've been cheated, says Dubois. I gotta come again. He's a hero. We all love the Ukraine. It should be straight. It should be above boards. This was not above boards. And if anyone knows about things that's not above board, it's the British when it comes to boxing. Because we take every corner we can take. Frank said we'll appeal, and I'm quite sure they'll order another rematch. Frank Warren said after that, Dubois did let him get back into it. But that was a legitimate punch that stopped him. Frank Warren said there's lots of fights to be made. She's asking about Tyson Fury. Oof. That was BS. And he did not say BS. Frank is very clear about his thoughts about that low blow. Let's have a look, see what these pundits say. I mean, they are TNT pundits. I would imagine there is a bias. It's a beautiful body shot as well. It's a beautiful body shot. It's referee discretion. 3 minutes 45. Wow.
Fury doesn't need to take Usyk's body because he'll take the chin instead. Who's saying below the belt? Look at the replay. He hit the belt, not below. Anyone with eyes can see that, says Mighty Mo. It's on the band. So if the navel is hidden, then you are allowed to hit the band. How high were his shorts? It hit the band, but how high were the shorts? I mean, well, it's a crazy conversation. It's a crazy conversation. I think for me, what it comes down to is Usyk is a fantastic fighter. I think that he isn't a... I don't see him as a cheat. I don't see him as doing anything wrong. I think that he has been hit in an area that is borderline. For me, it's not a low blow. In the heat of the moment... You know, we don't have VAR. Could you imagine if we had VAR in boxing? We don't have VAR, but imagine if we did and the ref got sent to the monitor to review it. If that had happened, I feel that the ref would probably have scored it as a legit shot. He would have scored it as a legitimate shot. The only problem with that, though, is that by the time you've done all of that, Usyk will have recovered and would have got back up to his feet. So... You know, even though the ref would have deemed it a legit shot, you know, the consequences of it would have been long past by that point. But the referee had to score it as he saw it, judge it as he saw it in the moment. It's borderline. You've got to take into account how high the waistband is. I think Usyk is clearly fighting, you know, to keep the belts. He's in the fight there. He may have legitimately felt that it was low. You know, he might not even be lying. But I think that's, no disrespect to Usyk. I think it's borderline, but I think it's a legal blow. But, you know, Daniel should have capitalized on it. You know, Usyk was massively hurt in that moment. I mean, if that's a legal blow, right, and we believe it is, it's a legal blow, then... It took over 3 minutes, nearly 4 minutes for Usyk to recover, right? He's got to still be feeling the effects of it once he gets back. And you allowed him back into the fight. You allowed him back into the fight. Daniel can't escape that. Dubois can't escape that. He can't escape the fact that he did not finish that fight off. And that was one of the big things that I was praising him for as well. It's one of the big things that I was saying that he is so good at doing, and that is finishing fights off. And he did not finish that fight off. So, yeah, I think that Daniel, obviously it's a massive mountain. It's a massive test. And I don't know, the jury's out as to whether he did enough to pass that test. I think that it's unfortunate that what has happened has happened. I think Dubois has opened a few eyes. I think people that gave him no chance whatsoever, I think they'll see the controversy and everything that's happened and might think twice about having missed this fight, because it was very entertaining. It's a very entertaining fight. Really, really enjoyed it. And I hope that you lot enjoyed it as well. But yes, lots of controversy. Let's keep those votes coming in. Keep those votes coming in. It'd be good if we could get to, say, 1,000. Try and get to 1,000. If you are watching and you've not voted, try and vote, because then we'll hit the we'll hit the result. We'll see what it comes out at. So we'll try and get to 1,000, and then we'll shut the stream down. The pundits are still talking. Obviously, the stadium is emptying out. Let's have a look, see what people are saying. Big Al said that's why some fighters wear trunks up to nipple level. Wilson said, well, the blow hit the belt. To the best of my knowledge, anything below the belt is illegal. Wongtastic said cheats. Usyk will go Golata on Fury. It would have been 18 stand-in 10 counts. You didn't hear what Chisora was saying. He was bang on, and then politicizing it because of the war gave me effing break, says Clyde. I haven't heard what Chisora said. Embarrassment hit below the belts. You can fool the referee. That was the plan. Appeal. Replay shows he hit the waist and not below, said Mighty Mo. KO after was clean, but should have been over when Usyk was on the floor for over a minute. How did Usyk disgrace himself? No, I don't think he disgraced himself. Lost respect for Usyk, said Justin. Days, read one of my comments. I read one, didn't I, Big Al? Usyk winning because Dubois was handicapped and could not attack Usyk's weakness is a legitimate argument. If it was a low blow, why didn't Triple D get a point removed, said Darren. All said and done, Dubois should have capitalized on that body shot, and fair play to Usyk coming back. I still think Dubois was robbed, said DJ Chip. I love Usyk, but I saw he lose that fight. It's not fair, said Linda. No rematch, says Roberto. Flying Frogadef said, I bet Fury suddenly decides he does want to fight Usyk now. Usyk's balls are at his belly button. That is what we've learnt today. Yes, that is what we've learnt today. It's racist. Dubois won. Ivan said, have you seen the Usyk punch? Yeah, I've seen it several times. Usyk is a fraud. Can I just say, JJB Gaming, shout out to you. Can I just say, I've still got nothing but respect for Usyk. I mean, I'm English, I'm British. I've got nothing but respect for Usyk. I think that Usyk is an incredible fighter. I think that he won maybe every round. I think that he was winning the fight. He won the fight. The only thing that is questionable is round 5, and that shot is on the belt. It's, you know, I wouldn't like to think that the referee knew that it was legal, and in, like, you know, I wouldn't want to think that. I think that you could make an argument that it was. You could make an argument that it was, like, you know, close. You know, it's if that belt line is lower, then you could make the argument that that would then be an illegal shot. But it's about where it is on the body, and I don't know that the referee has took that into account, that the belt line is as high as what it is. And it could be that he's just made a bit of a mistake, or it could be that he wasn't perfectly sighted. I actually don't know where the ref was when that shot lands. I don't know if the ref's like sight was brilliant on it. Either way, it's one of those, you know, it's going to be hotly debated. But to me, it's, you know, I don't blame Usyk. I blame the ref. It's the ref that got it potentially wrong, not Usyk. I mean, what do you want Usyk to do? Go, nah, in all fairness. It was a body shot. I mean, that ain't happening, is it? I'd lose respect for Usyk if he did that, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? This is a war. Everything's fair in love and war. So, I've lost no respect for Usyk. But I am very interested in the fallout of this. I'm very interested in the fallout. I want to know as to how this plays out. I think that's going to be interesting. We need 80 votes. 80 votes. Keep your votes coming in, and then we'll end the poll, and we'll see what the score says. But you're crazy. No one would beat Fury. He will play with them all. Usyk, Joshua, all of them. It was scripted. Usyk knows it was a knockout, said Linda. Dubois won by stoppage. Body shot, it's 100% legal. Usyk lost and won, said David. Ha ha ha. Justin said, I saw the replay 20 times. It wasn't low. The ref must be a fanboy. The ref is a hater. Usyk out here fighting real boxers, unlike Fury, said Roberto. Dubois should be champ right now. Usyk is a little girl, says Lance. The referee didn't even ask if Dubois was okay to continue. This is an outrage. Bud said, all those doubters eating humble pie right now. Yao said Dubois didn't stand a chance. Usyk, before the low blow, was winning, but he was buying time because he couldn't handle Dubois' power. I wish we'd got an answer on that question. She asked him afterwards, she was like, what do you think about Dubois' power? And he went, no. And it seemed like he was like disrespecting Dubois. But I think what he thought she said was it Dubois' power that kind of put you down? Because he said, no, my balls. As if to say it was my balls that put me down. It wasn't Dubois' power. But that wasn't the question. The question was more like, what did you think about his power? So, yeah, that would have been, I'm sure he would have been complimentary. But, yeah, it was, I don't know, there was a lot going on there. And he wanted to get the microphone and talk to the fans, you know? He wanted that moment where he celebrated with the fans and had a word for the fans. And it's kind of a bit of a tricky environment to try and dig into controversy. So it's all going to come out. I mean, it's the biggest talking point about the fight. The biggest talking point. 35 to go. Keep them coming in, and then we'll end this. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's joined us. It's been an amazing evening. Way more people than what I was expecting. Didn't expect anywhere near this many people to join us for this, because the interest just didn't seem to be there, to be honest. But we've all been rewarded with something quite tasty, and you can't really ask for much more than that. Triple D was landing low blows before round 5. He thought maybe it was a low blow. It was Reg's call until we saw VAR, said Roberto. DJ Chip said, I think Wilder should have a shot at Usyk. Love to see how he would take a bomb to the body from him. Frank is seething. He wanted undisputed. Yeah, that's true, actually. If Dubois had won, then Frank would have both fighters with the world championships, and it would just be mega money payday, wouldn't it? I mean, that might also be playing part of, you know, the reason why Frank is so animated. I saw it from different angles. It's still low. The boxing gloves are big and blocks a full view, but it's still partially low, said Jay. Well, let's see what people think. So I said that we would wrap this up as soon as we got to 1,000 votes, and we're at 1,000 votes. So we have got... Love the outrage in the chat, says William. Was the shot low? So we're looking at 61.38. So it's going to be 61 point something, 38 point something. It adds up to 100%, but we're looking at roughly 60-40. Roughly 60-40 in regards to was it low? The majority just think no. The majority think no, it wasn't low. But as we said, you know, this is one that's going to be playing out. Look, like, you know, there'll be plenty of analysis of this. There'll be plenty of YouTube videos analyzing it, breaking it down frame by frame. And I am here for all of it. So a massive thank you. I really appreciate the support. I hope you had a lot of fun watching that fight. Have a great weekend wherever you are, and don't forget, we do plenty of boxing, we do plenty of UFC. We're doing something every weekend when it comes to boxing or UFC or pro wrestling, of course. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone that stopped by and shared their thoughts. It's been a pretty long evening, longer than I was expecting, but really fun as well. So have a great weekend wherever you are, and I'll hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.